Sorry for the delay. We are starting in. Okay. So I apologize for the delay, especially for the online participants. We're going to start in a couple of minutes. We have time because we have a change of program and we have only 2 speakers for this session. So we have plenty of time.
Hayır, şuradan şey. Kendi Zoom people see it. Is it on?
Kalimera. Good morning, everyone, friends, colleagues, and students. It's a great pleasure for me to be chairing this one of the sessions of this wonderful conference. Today, our first speaker cannot with us at the moment for various complications, bureaucratic complications. So we have 2 speakers and we have about 60, 70 minutes, which we will divide between here, Marinos and Aslı. We'll start with Aslı Niyazioğlu. Aslı Niyazioğlu is an associate professor of Ottoman history, University of Oxford. She's a member of the GHOST team, and she's been working on early Ottoman talismanic antiquities, dreams, gardens, and urban history, and currently on 2 book projects on the role of imagination in the making of urban communities of early modern Istanbul. Her talk today is titled How to Make Starlings Bring Tons of Olive to Istanbul, Late 15th Century Historians and the Lettrist Talisman.
Good morning.
Sorry, I forgot to introduce our chair because there has been also a change of plans. So thank you, Julia Jambakal, for accepting to chair this session.
Okay, I hope I'll be able to talk. Morning classes are always very difficult for me. I feel that I won't be able to, but good morning all. So my GHOST teammates know it well, but a brief introduction to my project. I'm working on Ottoman stories about Istanbul's talismanic antiquities. So for some Ottomans, antiquities were not insignificant remains of a distant past, but had significant uses as talismans. And I want to understand why these talismans matter to them and what they wanted to tell about them. And I'm working on a book which will be based on 4 case studies from late 15th to late 17th centuries. So first, I don't know whether the pointer works. A starling talisman at the site of Hagia Sophia, a colossal sculpture. So this was the one that was bringing the olives. A colossal sculpture which admonished its viewers about worldly power, the obelisk which foretold the future, and the serpent column which repelled the snakes. So for their Ottoman observers, these monuments were rare wonders, garib and ajib, and what made them magical was their unique powers. Thus, I'm after the garib. Rather than making broad generalizations about all talismans of the Ottoman Istanbul in haste, each chapter focuses on one talisman and investigate what makes it a rare wonder. So today I will share with you my research for the first chapter, a work in progress. It is a story, kıssa, about the construction of a talisman in the image of a starling to attract starlings. Sorry, I don't know why it's moving on its own. To attract starlings to make them bring olives. So it was first narrated in a late 15th century anonymous chronicle and then was circulated throughout the early modern period. So this is another story which from Günseli's Book of Wonders, but here you can see a talisman in the image of a starling placed at the dome. So in this talk, after a brief introduction to my main source, a late 15th century chronicle and its interest in Istanbul's deep past, I will focus on the starling talisman story. So my goal is to understand what powers this talisman and then ask what we can learn from it about urban talismans of Ottoman Istanbul and those who were interested in their stories in the Ottoman period. So I will be brief. There's a lot to unpack in this story about the narrators, about manuscripts, audiences, but I will leave them to the discussion and we will delve into the subjects that's particularly interesting to you. My material, as I hope to show, is rich and rewarding, but also very difficult to understand. Thus, my talk will be quite descriptive. At this point of the research, I need to share what I find in this material, and then I will ask for your help to tackle its puzzle. So first, let's look at my main source and its interest in Istanbul's deep history. So late 15th century Ottomans lived among numerous antiquities. City views from this period, as many of you know, depict them often, and the 1455 cadastral survey frequently marks them as major landmarks. Yet almost no late 15th century Ottoman Turkish historian, poet, or scholar wrote about them. An anonymous chronicle is a curious exception. It includes a lengthy section, about 30 folios, on ancient Istanbul, beginning from a legendary foundation story and comes until Mehmet II. This section, as well as the anonymous, is well known to early modern Ottomanists, and I believe almost all in this room, thanks to the fantastic work of Gerasimos. So in his pioneering work, Gerasimos suggested that the anonymous was written to raise the voice of the frontier warriors against the threat of Mehmet II's centralist policies. Many other prominent Ottomanists tapped into this work also to uncover anti-imperial views of Istanbul. So this work's anti-imperial criticism is important, but for me, the anonymous can offer more. It is a great source to study Ottoman interest in Istanbul's pre-Ottoman past. We do not know who narrated this story, who read and listened to it, and who copied it. There are almost no clues in the text itself, and the manuscripts do not help. Thus, we need to understand its intellectual horizons mainly through the text. And one interesting aspect of this text for me is its fascination with Istanbul's material history. The narrator often directs the audience gaze to churches, columns, sculptures, ruins, and relate their stories. Our story is about, and I quote, first in English, the ruined temple which stands at the site of Hagia Sophia in Constantinople today. Şimdiki zamanda Konstantiniye içinde Ayasofya katında ol yıkık kilise oldur kim durur. So there are some remains standing in front of the current Hagia Sophia today, ruins of the second Hagia Sophia. And there were other ruins at the time. We know it from 15th century sources. So I'm yet to find out what was there at the time. But the interesting thing for me here is the narrator is trying to imagine what was there before. And they do it through the story of a mighty talisman. So for the narrator, it is a kıssa based story based on the oral reports of the history masters. Tarih ehlinden rivayettir ki kıssa tarikinci olur. And this is one of the 16th century copies, and it's the, I don't think many of you can see, it must be very small, but it is the red inked. So this time, it is to grab the attention to the kıssa. Of course, one can, quickly pass through this and find a reliable historical account, a sahih ahbar, but many of us in this room, when we see the kıssa, we say, okay, let's see what it is. So what kind of a talisman brings olives to Istanbul, according to this story? And there's a lot to unpack about kıssa, I hope we will talk about. So it was a delightful surprise for me to see how the talisman worked, thanks to a gathering of people, knowledge, resources coming from distant places and times. This story is only about 4 folios, but very dense. So I will show you what I mean as the impressive operation by going through first the story's content and then its sources. So we have many diverse elements coming together. So please buckle up. Next slide is going to be very busy, as promised. And don't worry, this is the only busy slide. So first, the people and the materials mentioned in the story. The story begins with Rukia, the talisman maker, arriving from Maghreb in the year 1200 before Christ. And the narrator said İsa'dan önce. He is a student of the prophet Idris and well-versed in the sciences of the ancient Greek sages. He visited a temple directed by a 1,500 years old monk who's among the followers of the prophet Hud and comes from Jerusalem. He has 7,000 monks in that temple and they only eat olives. So we can unpack Maghreb and Jerusalem, Idris and Hud, monks and olives, as well as Rukia's particular academic credentials later. But for the sake of time, let me just note that both the talisman maker and the monk are personally related to the significant people, times, and places of occult and sacred histories. So for the audiences of the story familiar with takvims, of course, not everybody will have the same kind of learning. The days among these figures is thousands of years. So according to the almanacs, the year between Idris and Hud is about 2,000 years. And, so this huge time spans the story brings together. A similar multiverse can be observed in the talismanic compound. Talismans described in other Ottoman works are never this complex. This one is almost a super talisman composed from numerous materials and powers. First, Rukia makes an image of a starling from gold and diamond and places an olive seed on its beak. And this is a natural this is a talisman rooted in natural philosophy. It harnesses terrestrial powers through the properties of precious stones and metals. Second, he prepares a tablet with God's beautiful names and hangs it on the starling. The occult science used here, to me, looks like lettrism. Letrist talismans were activated through the sacred letters of Quran, but in this case, as the story takes place before Christ, the sculpture is not Quran, but previous holy revelations. And this is not surprising because in letrist writing, both Abrahamic religions and ancient Greek knowledge were valuable sources of knowledge. So it makes sense to see them all together. And actually, I was very interested when I found this part of this talisman because as Liana Saif and others have noted, Islamicate occult theory during its first phase, 9 to 12 centuries, was largely natural philosophical, but it underwent a definitive sanctification in the 15th century. So where the letrist talismans and letrist knowledge emerge. And I said, yes, now, I can show that this is not a timeless story. I can see a contemporary talisman, and hence this is why I had first presented about 5 years ago in our first Ghost conference. But the more I looked at it, the more complicated it became, because it's not only maybe not even a letrist talisman. There are many other aspects. Rukia goes to Isfahan and brings water from a spring which was believed to attract starlings. So here are one species of starlings, Pastor roseus, which feed on locusts and can fly considerable distances in great numbers to eat them. And since the ancient Greek times, people try to get them through various means. One belief that was started to be written down, practice started to be written down from 12th century onwards, was the use of a certain spring water from Isfahan. And it was believed that the spring water attracted these birds. So during locust infestation, you take this water and the starlings come to it and eat the locusts. So works by Jennings, Graham, Demir, Hızlı, and others have shown people were willing to fund long and expensive journeys to bring starling water back to their lands in Syria, Anatolia, Cyprus, Crimea, and more from 13th to 20th centuries. So as the springs' popularity grew, many other springs, as efficient, were also found. For instance, as Ferrari discovered in a curious Acayip Marginalia, there was one found in Kastamonu, so conveniently located to where it was needed. And this one was hung from the dome of a church. So this is also what you do, you hang it on the dome. So here we see Rukia using a well-respected agrarian practice of this time. Mehmet II, sends a letter to Iran saying that I'm sending these people, please, to get this water, please assist them. And this letter is in Feridun's Münshuat. And how do I know? Thanks to a Russian Orientalist who published 150 years ago. So how he found it and put it in the story. Well done. Okay, so finally, for the talisman's efficacy, the last line, when hung on the dome every year during the olive time, it makes starlings bring olives from all around the Mediterranean. Olive and olive oil were rarely consumed as food in the 15th century Istanbul kitchens. Thus, it brings a rare commodity to the city. So before I continue, let me say a few words about what kind of a talisman this story does not include. The exception is the celestial forces. So in this manner, our talisman is different from other bird talismans I was able to find in contemporaneous works, which clearly invoke celestial objects and spirits when casting the talisman. For example, in the Davetname, composed around the time of our story, Firdevsi recommends this figure to be drawn when the moon is at the Belde station to get lots of birds. And it's a wonderful book with lots of drawings and telling very practical advice. There is no mention of celestial powers activated in our talisman. A 17th century historian who relates the story corrects it and adds the talisman was cast at an astrologically auspicious moment, but for the late 15th century narrators, I believe, the lack of mention of celestial forces was intentional. This is not a connection between terrestrial and celestial powers, but a combination of an image, sacred letters, and a magical spring powered to talisman. And my apologies for the moving slides. So it's an impressive operation which works by bringing together the knowledge of the sciences of different ancient sages and prophets, several Abrahamic religions, precious stones, birds, plants, and water, as well as the lettered magic. When we turn to the story sources, we again see that they make up an interesting gathering, and I will go through this very quickly. This is a collection. In the introduction, the narrator states, these are early histories of the House of Osman and other marvelous stories which took place in the distant past. I found each from a different history, collected them and composed this book. Evvelki Tevarih-i Ali Osman'dır ve gayri acayip hikayetlerdir ki ileri zamanda vaki olmuştur. Her birini bir tevarihten bulup cem edip bu kitabı telif eyledim. The sources of our story reflect the diversity of the collection. Cosmographies, heroic religious jests, and almanacs all come together in one single story. So this is not a random collection. On the contrary, it drew on well-known stories and reputable sources of its time. When I began, I didn't even know what a starling was, I admit, and let alone all these look like, magical stories. But then I realized that actually references to very well-known stories of the time. And the kernel of it it's not the story about a church with a starling talisman, as shown by Eraro Soto and others, was considered among the wonders of the world in medieval Arab geographies and cosmographies, and frequently presented as one of the most important buildings of Rome. And so here we see it in, this one is the Book of Wonders. Günseli will talk about it. Kitab-ı Bulhan, which was a model for other illustrated Ottoman occult books, such as Metali, which Sara Nur Yıldız talk will be about. So this is only about starling talismans on the dome, and it is not enough for our story. The narrators include Maghrebi talisman makers, which are found in Saltukname, and the Prophet Idrid and sages are very well known in the readers of the almanacs. And of course, magical water from Isfahan's locust spring. It is a long tradition in Turkish, from Ali Bijan's Acayip translation in the 14th century to petitions in the archives in the 20th century. So we have a remarkable gathering of stories, and which continues its allure for future generations of Ottoman writers. So a few words about the story's afterlife. Not everybody seems to have thought highly of the story. There were historians like Hoca Saadettin, who found anonymous stories about Istanbul, exaggerated rarities, wearisome to relate. And there are historians like Oruç, who added that the real makers of talismans were the jinn. Still, clearly story was so important that both included it. Other 16th century historians like Mustafa Ali transmitted in detail following the anonymous almost verbatim, with an important revision. They deleted the mention of the Greek sages, Abrahamic sculptures, and personal connections to the Idris. So they sometimes even say, like Aristo, or a student of Aristo, or sometimes said that just he studied the works of Idris, not the personal connection. So the late 15th century interest in ancient traditions and diverse temporalities seem to have lost its significance, or did not make sense, or not plausible for these readers in the 16th century. Still, the Starling story on the whole never lost its allure. It continued to be transmitted well into the 18th century and can be found in almost all Ottoman works on Istanbul's talismans. So here I'm coming to the end of my talk. What did I learn from this story about Istanbul's urban talismans? First, thanks to this story, I became aware of the anonymous interest in Istanbul's deep past and the important place of the nature and the occult in the building of the city for those history masters. I love that the anonymous historians want to tell ancient Istanbul, highlighting the role of a sage, not the ruler, birds, olives, and spring water, not stones. Second, in this story, I found an impressive gathering of people, knowledge, and materials from diverse geographical and temporal horizons in Istanbul, which I had not expected to find. When I first began this research, I wanted to see, and still want to see, how the Ottomans were committed to transmit the Byzantine history of the city. I was especially keen to find their engagement with Greek sources. This story showed me that many other traditions from different geographies also mattered for 15th century writers. And finally, the story offered me a rare account of the celebration of occult knowledge. It was a delight to find, because an account of a successful talisman maker is rarely narrated in Ottoman histories. In the few instances where occult practitioners are mentioned, we read about their troubles rather than successes. For example, as studied by Tunç, a 16th century astrologer who proposed to install a talisman to repel the plague failed to receive funding and left Istanbul in anger. We do not know why he could not secure patronage, but it is notable that failures of the occult practitioners rather than successes were recorded in Ottoman histories. Then why this story? So one possible reason may be the letters interest of the anonymous. Thanks to the work of Binbash and others, we know that lettrism was well spread among late 15th century learned circles. We observe an interest in, for example, Tubistami's teaching in other late 15th century works like the Durrul Meknun. The anonymous may be another example, but I'm not very convinced. Of course, the main question is, whose story is this? So to sum up, this story has not been an easy nut to crack for me. It does not offer a simple explanation of what an urban talisman was for 16th, 15th century Ottoman writers. Rather, it complicated what I already knew and raised more questions and presented more puzzles. But maybe this was the function of a qissa for the narrators and audiences of the late 15th century anonymous, to open up conversations. So I'm very much looking forward to what you found significant in this imagined talisman and about my working conclusions and for our conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aslı, for this wonderful contribution. Most of which I could not understand, but no, I mean, because I don't know.
You couldn't hear me. I wasn't clear.
No, you were very clear. No, it's my ignorance, basically. Yes, the floor is open to questions, please. Here, here. Yes, please go ahead. You first, yes. Just a second.
Oh, thank you so much for this absolutely fascinating presentation. And I really enjoyed that you brought like so much visual evidence as well to try to understand the materiality of these, which is, I guess, my first question. How can we get beyond just like how can we get at the materiality aspect of these talismans a little bit more? I realize that, like, you know, our textual sources are scattered, our visual sources do not date from the time from when the story has its provenance, but like how can we actually kind of like plumb more into, you know, the makeup and the kind of ways that like an urban or a rural audience might have apprehended an object like the starling talisman? That is my first question. The second question is, you use the term urban talismans, but yet we see that like so much of like rural knowledge and rural like agricultural produce and like rural landscapes are in the go in the makeup of these. So perhaps is there some way in which these talismans kind of disrupt our understanding of a rural-urban divide as opposed to reinforce it? So just those are some of the questions.
Fantastic, two fantastic questions. Thank you very much. And I look forward to talking about both of them with you later. Sorry, online audience. So these are two wonderful questions, and I'm very much looking forward to the rest of the, tea breaks to talk about them. So I was anticipating. So about the material object, I think how is a great question. I just thought, okay, so some historians thought that those hang at churches might have been an inspiration for this. I think it's a very easy jump, but when I saw one of these doves, I could not resist to bring this image in case it was asked. Then also try to imagine what the writing on the talisman might have, what they could have imagined. And so the kind of scripts that they were using, which were shared in Jewish, Christian, and Muslim sources, could have been the script that they had imagined for pre-Islamic scriptures. But the methodological question remains, because this is anecdotal. This really can't go into a good article. And I would love to talk about this important methodological question. We have the remaining talismans or coins, or, and then we have this theoretical discussion, and we have stories. What do we do? I think it's a very important. So it's to the heart of the other is thing of the heart. I continue urban, and you're absolutely right. Actually, starlings, which I couldn't talk about, are not good for the cities. So if you Google starling Rome, as I did, and highly recommend it, you can watch the YouTube videos of Rome under starling attack, because they are migratory birds. They come, they roost. They like to roost in major urban sites, and they leave their droppings on everything, on cars. It's a urban hazard. They stopped Big Ben in 1960s something. But they're good for locust infestations. And of course, these are like not, Istanbul is not the urban city as we imagine, thanks to work of Shapov and others we know. And there are, and I wonder, were there locust infestations in this area or in the Balkans? Maybe the story might have been also narrated. I mean, in Üsküdar, they try to get this water. Yeah. But again, what is urban? Urban, because they're a very important part of talking about a city's history, as you know. Like what makes a medieval Islamic city It's not, it's, it is this, yeah. So sorry, I went on and on, but these were very important questions for me.
Thank you so much, Aslı. I'm not sure if I'm gonna formulate a question, but I just want to say that I'm particularly curious about these literary conventions or even tropes, so to speak, affiliating certain regions with certain practices and traditions. And here the term Maghrib really strikes me for its constant references, affiliating Maghrib with sorcery, magic, talisman making. I mean, to what extent we can distill historical reality from the literary convention aspect of those stories? And have you come across any either literary puns or serious philological discussions in the sources you visited, affiliating Maghrib with Gharib? So I'm curious about these things. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I've been thinking about Maghreb since I first, presented, and there were wonderful questions about it. So the easy, no, I haven't seen anything Maghreb and Gharib. If anyone, I'm looking at Feray directly. If anyone has thought about it. Sure, please.
There are a lot of Maghrebian figure connected to magic. So there is this Maghrebian came to practice magic. So that's what I observed.
No, I mean that I'm going to come now.
Sorry.
The first is like Maghreb and Gharib, like Gharib and India. No, nothing like that. Okay. Maghrebis, of course. So I think the Maghrebi talisman maker is coming from Saltuknames because, Dimitris Kastritsis has shown that Saltuknames and Anonymous are very much related. And when I was looking for the story, I looked at Saltuknames and immediately, talisman makers in Saltuknames are from Maghreb. They're also in the 1001 Nights. So, this is the literary tropes that we're all very familiar with. And where does it come from? We know that some people clearly use this fame. In one Muhimme, there is a Maghrebi talisman maker as a charlatan, and we know about him because they imprisoned him and he was able to run away. Jinani's stories, Marinos wrote about. But apart from that, I looked at, for instance, Taşköprüzade trying to find Maghreb, trying to find whether it is related to occult scientists. Are there any scientists coming from there? And like until now, it looks like I can't find a relation to understand what's going on. But I see two hands.
If there was somebody else asking for. Sorry, Amila. Just to say about the Maghreb, that there was, of course, Maslama al-Qurtubi, the author of Ragat al-Hakim, the most precious, fabulous book on magic.
But I haven't seen he was called that he was from Maghreb. So like we know that Buni and Ibn Arabi are from that part of the world. We know, but is it Maghreb or is it Ifriqiya?
Yes.
But it's about the bird. No, it's about the bird. Then I will come to something else. Well, I just remember the famous book, Ankara Mugrib, etc. In any case, the bird and another bird, Anka, a rather supernatural bird, but he is from Maghreb as well. It's just a thing, but I just another don't remark after the.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. And it's really extremely inspiring. I was wondering about a specific thing that you kind of touched upon, but I think can be elaborated. And it has to do with the ritual value of the talisman. Talisman is, has that kind of ritual presence and technology of magic, as those would say. And in my work on talismans from Bosnia, I've noticed that, first of all, as we know, it's not just a Bosnian thing. As we know, talismans are not stable ritual objects, because sometimes they are submerged in water, sometimes they are destroyed, sometimes they are buried. So we don't really know what happens to them. But stories keep them alive in some way. So there is a kind of complementary process of narrativization of the talisman and memorialization of it. And I wonder whether you have thought along those lines to sort of see these stories as part of a broader ritual relationship.
Fantastic, thank you. No, I mean,
And thinking about,
sorry. Thank you so much. Yes, I rushed through the ritual aspect, which is actually quite important, because how is a talisman is used, and the story actually tells, at a certain time how it is hang on the dome. But I didn't know how to deal with it. So your insight into thinking about the story, making it alive, and a ritual and connecting it is quite inspiring to me. Yes, so this is all I can say. But ritual is very important for the story, and I really didn't know what to do with it.
Dear friends, we have some online questions. Shall we take a look? Just a second.
Hello, Saranur. Okay, can everybody see, or do I read this? Thank you for this fascinating talk. I'm intrigued by the appearance of the gathering of the starlings in the Celayirit period Kitab al-Bulhan. Clearly, this story predates the 15th century Ottoman context. Have you had a chance to investigate its pre-Ottoman context? Thank you. No, the story goes back to 13th century in Arabic. In Alfi, I think it was 14th century in Persian. It's all over the place. And I had a quick look. As you know, in Kitab al-Bulhan, this story doesn't have the text, but it's clearly a very important story.
Shall we take a look at the last one? Yeah, and we're past 35 minutes, so yes.
Here.
You have another question here?
Hello, John Paul. Thank you for this excellent talk, which I found fascinating in so many directions. One question I had was whether you could tell us more about the larger context around the treatment of talismans more generally. Are there moments in the 16th century when they are suppressed? And if so, does one go about destroying a talisman and or its powers? Wow, fantastic question. So, John Paul, the Ghost group, we have been thinking about it, talking about it for a while. With Tunç, we discussed it a lot. So clearly, they did not want to install new talismanic objects, especially big statues, and there was a resistance to that. But still, those which remained, they did want to keep them. So on the contrary, rather than destroying them, I see attention to keeping them. A good example is a story about Mehmet II trying to destroy the serpent column. It is illustrated in a 16th century, exactly late 16th century manuscript, where a patriarch, probably Gennadius, is trying to stop him. And it's an Ottoman Turkish text. And in the text, the Gennadius says, help, stop. This is an ancient talisman. If you destroy it, the city will be destroyed by snakes. So it must be written in response to those who are destroying things. But that is the story that remains. That's the story we read. We read about the actions of those who try to or destroy monuments, but in below the lines, when the learned, literate world wrote about them. But thank you. I will continue thinking about it.
Thank you very much, Aslı. We have to wrap up this talk and move on to the next. Otherwise, there'll be no time for you. And yes, and of course you can. And of course, during the coffee time, we can continue our conversation. So we'll be moving to Marinos, who needs no introduction for the audience here and beyond. Okay. Marinos Sariyannis is research director at the Institute of Mediterranean Studies. His research interests mainly concern Ottoman intellectual and cultural history. He has published several articles and a book on Ottoman political thought. And today he'll be talking about the Ottoman Hermes, notes on the reception of the Hermetic tradition in Ottoman scholarship.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you all. Well, I hope my subject is not very hermetic to most of you, so very obscure. Hermeticism, in short, can be described as the idea that vast amounts of wisdom, especially related to the correspondences between the microcosm and the macrocosm, so as above, so below, had been revealed to the prophet Hermes, or Hermes Trismegistus, Al-Muthalath, the Arabic, often identified or associated with, in Islamic tradition, with the prophet Idris and or the Hebrew prophet Enoch. And then, wisdom then transmitted in the form of occult knowledge to the elect, the few. This was a Hellenistic tradition, which, as we know, found new life in the Renaissance, but also was preserved and enriched throughout the medieval Arabic world. Now, properly speaking, or stricto sensu, if you like, Hermeticism can be associated with three different aspects of this tradition. Firstly, the corpus hermeticum, that is, texts such as the fabulous Tabula Smaragdina and others, that passed on to the medieval Islamic world through Syrian translations. Secondly, the ideas contained in this corpus, even when they were not attributed to Hermes, so mainly that all things connect with each other, that ontological hierarchies of planets, stars, spirits and angels or demons, metals, herbs, animals, etc. are interconnected, and that the universe can be controlled through magical tools using these hierarchies. And thirdly, the tradition of an ancient saintly or even prophetic figure called Hermes, often considered as three consecutive personalities, whose wisdom was revealed by divine powers and is now preserved for the few. So it is mainly this third aspect that I will deal with here. Now, I suggest that it is under the influence of illuminationist philosophy, of Isharki philosophy of al-Suhrawardi, that the tradition of ancient wisdom beginning with Idris or Hermes was established in Ottoman culture. Of course, not all authors mentioning Idris and perhaps even Hermes adhere to also have this thought to illuminationist philosophy. The prophet Idris, as a master of sciences, arts and crafts, obtained directly by God or an angel in the form of holy books, suhuf, was a well-established figure in Islamic lore. In a series of 15th century almanacs or world chronicles, in some way, the Takvim, Asli mentioned them as well, Idris is indeed presented as the receiver of the science of astrology. One of the more elaborate ones, dated shortly after the fall of Constantinople, cites Bezawi to the effect that Idris or Enoch, received the knowledge of astrology from heavens, insisting that no sheets of paper came from the stars themselves. Nijumdan, Undin, Asla, Kitab, Suhuf, Inmedi. And attributes, the same chronicle attributes knowledge on the beginnings of the world to the books by Idris, who had this knowledge by God. In an early 15th century adaptation of a Persian cosmography, we read that Idris prayed to God that to make easy the job of the angel carrying the sun. This angel, in his turn, granted Idris a favor and took his soul to explore the sun. Idris stayed there, but the knowledge passed on to his 200,000 disciples. In another version, quoted by the anonymous author of Duri Meknoon, Idris, having invented astrology, astronomy, rasad, and weaving, becomes friends with Azrael and asks for his own death. God resurrects him and he ends up ascending into paradise where he chooses to stay. Furthermore, he is credited with building the indestructible structures of the pyramids, enhancing them with talismans to protect them from the flood. Idris was only one of a series of prophets to whom divine knowledge had been granted. So for Shukrullah Effendi, the prophet Abraham, learned the secrets of God's names by a mysterious person who then is revealed to be David, brother of Khizr. And for Uzun Firdevsi in 1487, apart from the Quran, God transmitted through Jibrail's tongue 104 books to men, 10 to Adam, 50 to Seth, 30 to Idris, 10 to Abraham, plus the holy books given to Moses, David, Jesus, and Muhammad. Idris is still considered a patron of science and wisdom in later works, such as Latifi's mid-16th century Praise of Istanbul, whereas for an early 18th century Mufti of Athens, he is credited with a diffusion, neshr, of the Arabic sciences, that is, occult arts. Ulumi Arabiyeyi, Nijum, Talasim, Havasi Limleri. So he is credited with the diffusion of these sciences in the Maghreb, by the way. Sufi authors, such as the Bayrami Melami Abdullah Bosnevi of the 17th century, or the Jelveti Ismail Hakim Busevi of the early 18th, influenced by Ibn Arabi's writings, describe Idris' elevation to the sun, and the latter, Busevi, identifies him with Enoch and narrates with some uncertainty his building of the pyramids in order to preserve knowledge from the flood, making also a further connection with the line of Sufi poles, or Kutub. More scholarly works tend to identify Idris with Hermes quite early. Thus, Manias Orlu's early 15th century encyclopedia contains stories about the Prophet Suleiman related by Hermes. Much more detailed and perhaps more scholarly is his contemporary Shukrullah Effendi, for whom Idris, who inaugurated the second 1,000-year cycle in the history of humanity, comes also by the name of Enoch. The Greeks, says Shukrullah, call him Urmus and the Arabs Hermes. Moreover, Shukrullah includes Hermes in his own right in a list of wise men of old and first philosophers. So I quote, "The first of them all is Hermes. He had all 3 degrees, prophecy, wisdom, and kingship. He visited the orbit of Saturn, orbited with Saturn for 30 years, and learned the situation of the spheres. He returned to Earth and taught what he had learned to the people of the Earth. It is said that it is he who organized the science of astronomy and who wrote the book Kenzul Esrar on the science of letters." This is a well-known book in Hermetic bibliography. According to a story, Jibreel appeared to him in human form, greeted him and asked him, "Hey, prophet of God, where's Jibreel?" He answered, "In the southern part of the earth, in this town and in this house, perhaps it is even you." Jibreel confirmed, "Yes, it is me." Hermes was holding his writings in his hands, and Jibreel asked him to throw them all into the sea. He took some of them, Jibreel took the rest. Those which he could hold in his hand, he threw them into the sea. But those grasped by Jibreel fell on the earth. From them, kings, wise men, teachers, and philosophers benefited. Now, in Abdurrahman al-Bistami's early 15th century version of universal history, Idris inaugurates also the second millennium of humanity, which belongs to Jupiter, a descendant of Seth, explicitly identified with the Hellenistic Agathodemon. He is a master of letter magic or lettrism, the inventor of a pen and of astrology. He is credited not only with the invention of temples, but also with the division of human society into three classes: priests, kings, and the flock. And he's identified with Enoch and Hermes. And a history, about 1 century later, a history of Egypt composed by the scholar Jelalzadeh Salih Shelebi and submitted to Sultan Suleiman in 1547, also mentions the first Hermes, who, according to some, is Idris. By observing the celestial movements, he established astrology as well as medicine and other sciences. And when he perceived the coming of the flood, he built the pyramids and recorded all science. In the end of the century, Mustafa Ali relates in some detail the life of Idris, or, he says, as his original name went, Enoch, Uchnuch, his inventions and so forth. He mentions the epistles of the Brethren of Purity, or Ikhwan al-Safa, as a source on his ascension to Saturn, as well as on the building of the pyramids to preserve knowledge, but does not delve into neither tradition. He knows that he was called Uriah Isalis, the third Uriah, because he was triple in prophecy, knowledge, and wisdom. Myceles, which is a translation of Trismegistos. The Greeks, he says, called him the Hermes of Hermeses, because they compared him to the planet Mercury, which in Greek is Hermes. For Tashkent-Prizadeh as well, Idris is to be identified with Enoch and Hermes. And I quote, "Know that the source of the philosophical and speculative sciences, Al-Ulum, Al-Hikmiyya, Al-Nazariyya, the master of all there is in them, is the prophet Idris, peace be upon him. God gave him prophecy and wisdom, Nubuwah wa Hikmah, and knowledge of the stars, wa ilm al-nujum, that is astronomy here. I think. God sent a book of 30 leaves down upon him, and he made him understand the number of years, Adad al-Sinin, and arithmetic, al-Hisab. And God taught him all the languages, even though the people of his time spoke 72 languages. He was born in Egypt, and they called him Hermes of the Hermeses, Hermes al-Haramisa, and in Greek, Hermes, that is to say, Mercury, Utarid. It was Arabicized into Hermes, but his original name was Enoch, Hanuch, which he Arabicized into Achnuch. God Almighty called him Idris in his clear Arabic book, the Quran, because of how much he had studied God's book. It is said that his teacher was Gauthadimun or Agathadimun, the Egyptian. This is the Greek demon, Agathodemon. The meaning of this is the auspicious one, the good fortune, which is correct in Greek. It is said that he is Seth, peace be upon him. Idris' time on earth lasted for 82 years. Then God lifted him up to a high place. He is the first one who sewed clothes and judged by the stars, the first one to give warning against floods, the first one to build temples and praise God in them, the first one who looked into medicine, and the first one who composed poems and verses of poetry. He is the one who built the pyramids of Egypt and illustrated in them, through paintings, all the sciences and arts and their tools, fearing that the records might be taken by the flood." End of quote. Latif Shalebi's narrative, although he usually copies Tashkent-Prizadeh, is even more elaborate. Idris, calling himself Hermes al-Hiramise, Hermes of the Hermeses, and Al-Muthalath bil-Nima, the thrice blessed, again a version of Greek Trismegistos, foretold the flood and kept all secrets of knowledge in the pyramids he built. Idris I quote, wrote with a pen and came to be known for the sciences in a way that no one else came to be known. He was called Hermes of the Hermeses, and the one thrice blessed because he was a prophet, a king, and a philosopher, Hakim. All of the sciences which appeared before the flood came from him, according to many scholars. He was the first Hermes, Hermes al-Awwal, that is Idris bin Yarid bin Machlail bin Anush bin Shith bin Adam, peace be upon him, the resident in the uppermost part of Upper Egypt. Like Tashkipuzadeh, Ketib Shalebi attributes to Idris or Hermes the first knowledge of the stars, the building of temples, the invention of medicine. He foresaw the flood and built the pyramids. So I quote again, he built the pyramids in the uppermost part of Upper Egypt and made images of all the arts and tools in them and sketched the descriptions of the sciences and perfections in the desire to preserve them for eternity. Then the flood came and the people perished and no signs remained, nor any trace except for those on the arch. Then gradually began to recommence and return. Istinaf Yada. So what had been wiped out of science returned to its former place of virtue and elevation. It continues as a support of the Muslim community until the day of resurrection and judgment. The story involving knowledge concealed in the pyramids also appears in Aliyat Shalebi, although in this version it's Idris, not Hermes, a disciple of Jibreel and the prophet to the Sabian people, who helped the king Surid build the pyramids and hide his books and treasures. A somehow different tradition is related in Ömer Karakaşzadeh's early 17th century narrative of the history of wisdom. Here, Hermes is not identified with Idris, but rather his disciple. So I quote, and they say that the Hermes of Hermeses, who is the compiler of the rules of the stars and talisman and medicine, learned from Idris, upon whom be peace. Idris ascended to the sphere of Saturn and rotated to Saturn's sphere for 30 years. And having understood the conditions of the spheres, he descended and proclaimed the knowledge of the stars and the other issues of the spheres. On Hermes, Karakaşzadeh quotes Bistami to the effect that he began the revealing of the nature and quality of knowledge on the instructions of a person who turns out to be his own perfect nature, Tiba Itam, whereas later on he also relates the story of his being illuminated by the angel Jibreel. The first story about the perfect nature, as well as the references to Rethymno and others, seem to stem from also Howard's work. To cut a long story short, the tradition of knowledge revealed to Idris or Hermes, either as the same person or appearing with a single name, appears in all kinds of sources throughout the 16th and 17th centuries. Aliyat Shalebi, for instance, speaks of Hermes, known as Uchnuch in Hebrew and Idris in the language of angels. Uchnuch ki hirmustur, lisani hybride uchnuchtur. Ech lijanet lisani yuzre melaikeler, uchnuch hirmise Idris tediler. Sometimes this tradition is embedded in sacred genealogies. For instance, Uzun Firdevsi's 1487 grimoire, Davet Name, has both Idris and Hermes, Hirmus Hakim, in a chain that includes Indian, Hebrew, and Persian figures. From Idris to Tamtami Hindi, Yohannas Hakim, Hermes, Yohanna Hakim, and then Bizujmih Avicenna, Jaferi Sadiq, and Nasiri Tusi. In such traditions, we often find the prophet Daniel, also a major figure in divinatory knowledge. Okay, I'll skip this because Sason Chahanovich is to speak to us about Daniel tomorrow. And of course, for talismanic, the most common name is that of Apollonius from Tyana, Belinas Hakim. What may consider striking in the light of the pre-Ottoman Hermetic tradition is that no Ottoman source seems to mention the three Hermeses. Synthesizing various ancient traditions and trying to put them in a meaningful historic context and possibly enhanced by the Greek epithet of Trismegistus, the thrice great, Arabic sources talked of the first Hermes, a sage who founded the sciences and preserved them in the pyramids before the flood. The second, a teacher of Pythagoras in Babylon who renewed the sciences after the flood. And the third, a physician and alchemist in Egypt, teacher of Asclepius. Now, although authors such as Al-Shahazuri or Al-Suyuti, both widely read in the Ottoman times, referred to these stories, Ottoman authors ignore the two lesser Hermeses and stick to the first. They identify him with Enoch or Idris, assert that he ascended to the celestial sphere, and that he predicted the flood and considered science in the pyramids. All these are elements of the tradition associated with the first antediluvian Hermes. True, there are some scattered evidence that some knowledge of the three Hermeses tradition had survived. Jalal-Sadeh Salih Chalabi's mid-16th century History of Egypt mentions in a marginal note the story of the three Hermeses. Khatib Chalabi's designation of the first Hermes, and Liad Chalabi's reference to his being a prophet of the Sabian people, who are connected in the tradition with the second Hermes. Ismail Haki Boursevi's mentioning of Hermes as a master of alchemy, alluding again to the third Hermes of the tradition. Furthermore, to my knowledge, there is no significant Hermetic literature in Ottoman Turkish. I mean, there is no sayings, maxims, or treatises attributed to Hermes. Mustafa Ali and Boursevi mention some maxims known as belonging to this literature, but they both attribute them to Idris rather than Hermes. This shows that part of the literature was circulating, but not under the form of a corpus hermeticum. It might be reasonable to maintain that the Ottoman Hermetic tradition was mainly based on the Illuminationist, the Ishraqi version of the legend, which mostly gave emphasis on the celestial, undisputed source of the perennial wisdom attributed to Hermes. It has been already noted that Al-Suhawardi explicitly made Hermes his forerunner, the first in a chain of sages that ends in his own revelations. As Kevin Van Bladel remarks, this may have been a tool in order to criticize the philosophers, the peripatetics, the Mushayyin, following Avicenna, by claiming a more ancient, authoritative, and divine source than Aristotle. End of quote. This tendency was so strong that the immensely influential Illuminationist Al-Shahazuri's account of the three Hermeses faded away, as it seems, in favor of the forceful image of Hermes receiving perennial wisdom. One may postulate that the perhaps far-fetched suggestion that those authors speaking of Hermes have links with the Illuminationist tradition, so Shikrullah Effendi, Tashkil-Zadeh, and Khatib Chalabi, as well as Karakash-Zadeh. Indeed, authors associated to other intellectual traditions, especially Akbarian Sufis, Ibn Arabi, relate the Idris stories of elevation and inspiration, identifying him with Enoch, but not with Hermes. Now, there is perhaps a reason Illuminationist authors favored Hermes. The emphasis on his perennial knowledge by revelation went together with a Hermetic theory in knowledge, namely esotericism, or the belief that knowledge must be kept for the few and away for the common, and be kept away from the common folk. From Tashkil-Zadeh to Ömer Karakash-Zadeh and Khatib Chalabi, all these authors stress Aristotle's alleged method of revealing knowledge in a way that would be unintelligible to commoners. But on the same time, the concept of a pre-diluvian perennial knowledge widened the array of authority beyond theology and legal interpretation. Together with Hermes, ancient Greek sages such as Pythagoras or Plato, but also Indians such as Tamtami Hindi, whom we saw above linking Idris with the Hebrew Yohannas Hakim and Hermes in Uzun Federsis Davet Namer, had access to a wisdom, a hikmah, that predated Muhammad and that included the most difficult secrets of nature, the order of the universe, as well as ways to manipulate them. Now, Illuminationist philosophy, with its double-sided genealogy of knowledge, the Eastern and the Western way, was an ideal vehicle for advocating the Islamicization of pre-Islamic or non-Islamic wisdom without imitating the infidel. Now, Marlene Kurz has remarked that Khatib Chalabi's understanding of hikmah is closely connected to his being open to infidel wisdom. And Aslihan Girbuzel has very recently pointed out that the Mevlevi sheikhs of the 17th century were both favoring Illuminationism and advocating a pluralistic view of religion and a vision of society characterized by diversification and communal privacy. We have to see these views in their intellectual and political context. The intensification of this tendency, which we may call perhaps Ottoman Illuminationist Hermeticism, I coin this term, coincides with the rise and bloom of the Kadizadeli movement. The Kadizadelis, as I have argued elsewhere, together in a happy coincidence with Bakit Jan, but perhaps with no one else, promoted an egalitarian image of the most Muslim community, in which every Muslim was entitled to knowledge and reasoning, and this vision had necessarily a tendency to uniformity and an absolutist strike. Illuminationist Hermeticism went against both perceptions. By advocating gnosological elitism against egalitarianism, it defended the right of ulama, scholars, and sheikhs to claim privileged access to truth. But on the other hand, by promoting a plurality of paths to knowledge against the uniformity of revealed prophecy, it favored the use of innovating ideas and reported knowledge. Thus, one may argue, Hermetic ideas could be used to promote innovative measures and policies, as well as innovative, that is, European knowledge, especially in a top-to-bottom, top-down direction, since these authors seem quite skeptical towards the egalitarianism of the fundamentalist project. But this, of course, is another story. So, thank you.
Thank you, Marino. Yes. Floor is open for questions. There at the back.
Thank you very much, Marino. I only have a small question. Do we know where the name Idris comes from?
Well, Idris is, I think, if I remember well, a pre-Islamic figure. So it's an Arabic tradition. Now there is this connection. If I remember well, Tashke Pruzadeh was alluding to this, that it comes from the triliteral root of learning, Dal Rese. I'm not sure if this is the case. I mean, it might be a post facto etymology, but no, Idris is Idris is this perhaps Mesopotamian or Middle Eastern tradition of ancient knowledge revealed to somebody in the skies and so on, has these forms. I mean, there is Enoch. Enoch is used in this context because of the apocryphal books of Enoch, not in the Old Testament, but they're in the Hebrew tradition. Idris was the associated figure in pre-Islamic Arabic religion. And Hermes was a Hellenistic guy who came to adopt and inherit these traditions somehow.
If I may, I think that I have a suggestion, but I haven't read anything, so I was wondering whether you had found that. So it might come from Pimandris, which was the first book of the Corpus Hermeticum. And it may be a Greek word from Pimin and Anir, or rather an Egyptian origin. There may be there, meaning the knowledge of God Ra. So perhaps it is Pimandris, but that has become Idris for reasons of easier pronunciation. So I was wondering whether you have found this when.
No, this sounds plausible. I don't know. There is a literature on Idris. No, I'm not. Prepared to answer this, but many Arabologists have studied these traditions. I don't know. Perhaps this is examined already. I don't know. But this sounds plausible.
Thank you.
More plausible than the triliterate root of learning.
Absolutely fascinating, and it's going to be a great contribution. For the Ottomanists here in this room, it's very clear after Arabic Hermes, we needed the Ottoman Idris, and it's coming. And my question is about the historical context, like you find the use for these thoughts. And it was very exciting to see the conclusions. But what other context can be except for the Kadızadelis? You know, so one problem we all have is, you know, how to relate this incredibly rich intellectual tradition to the social realities that we read. And so maybe more methodological question rather than, you know, was it the Kadızadelis or not? How do we situate it, and is it possible to think other historical context than the Kadızadelis?
No, yes,
you.
you're right. Look, you have to bear with me. I wrote this last section, not last night, the night before, last morning, I think. So it was, I realized I had to add one page and jump into some conclusion I have in my mind, but I'm not really sure about them. So I'm happy you question them and make me think more. Okay, no, the main connection I make is between Hermeticism and Illuminationism and the Shraki thought. Now, Shraki thought, Illumination, Al-Sukhavadi thought is, I mean, it's only very, very recently started to be perceived as a main strand of thought in Ottoman philosophy. So, in my view, and I see that independently other scholars have also arrived with much more documentation with it. Yes, Illumination was one of the main strands in the Ottoman elite, even from the 16th century, but much more so in the 17th. And one can find several ways in which Illumination may fit the goals, perhaps, of some groups who like because Illumination has this hermetic strand that of knowledge revealed, but that has to be concealed. Okay, this I mean, independently of Hermes himself, and also it has this. This was a suggestion made already by Marlene Kurz some decades ago that it gives a place to non-Islamic traditions because of this notion of perennial wisdom. So that wisdom, hikmah, is something more general than revealed to prophecy, to Muhammad, so that other sources of knowledge may be adequate or at least complementary. And of course, okay, these traditions about ancient knowledge did not wait for Al-Sukhavadi. There are the ancient sages and all the, I mean, all the Arabic Middle Ages were based on this, on the Syriac translations. But it seems that with Illumination, this took a renewed form. And I tend to believe that it was especially this strand that this, one may say, imperial idea somehow of you know, like your talisman which brings olive from everywhere, from all corners of the empire. This might be an allegory for hikmah, bring wisdom from all humanity, because an empire must take benefit from all knowledge available. And this, especially in the 17th century onwards, strikes a nerve in Ottoman political thought, because this is the question of the day. For 2 centuries, all the arguments were formulated in this vocabulary, innovation or not. So perhaps one might see this connection. And on the other hand, the Hermetic concept, project, that is that knowledge is not, comes from everywhere, but is not for all. I think. I mean, and it favors a stratum, like, you know, perhaps the ulema is a more democratic thing, because everybody can somehow learn Arabic and read the Quran, and essentially all knowledge is there. But okay, when you accept the legitimacy of bringing knowledge from elsewhere, then perhaps you have also the need to designate some kind of privileged body of scholars who can handle this knowledge. I don't know, I'm now improvising, so I might say, but this is what comes to my mind.
Thank you. Gentleman over there, right there.
So it's a little bit linked with the previous question. My question is about how you conceive hermeneutism. I mean, you know, there's all this. I think the concept of hermeneutism was introduced by Leo Strauss in his interpretation of Al-Farabi. In the field of Islamic studies. So there are many discussions about what we mean by hermeneutism. For Leo Strauss was the idea that different levels of lecture, of interpretation. So we keep one interpretation for a circle of privileged lectures, and so you understand. So there are different levels of interpretation.
Nikos, you talk about hermeneutics or hermeticism.
Okay, maybe yes. So, but what do you really? No, it's not hermeneutics. It's a hermeneutic conception of the text. And so my question is the idea that the knowledge is for a privileged circle, if we accept that. Is it something that you can find in the text? It's something that I'm afraid that that we apply an idea of hermeticism ex post factum.
No, it is to be found. There is a story that circulates to all these authors. I alluded to it in a very few words, but the story goes that Plato was not telling the knowledge to nobody except his disciples, and Aristotle started writing books. And Plato was his teacher in this tradition, of course. Plato was angry, and he told Aristotle, "What are you doing? I mean, you cannot just send knowledge to everybody." And Aristotle said, "No, but I'm writing these books, but I'm writing these in such a way they are so unintelligible and secret and with symbols that nobody will understand except for the few." And this story is repeated by Kashkapur-Zadeh, by Nevi, who wrote an encyclopedia, by Karakash-Zadeh. It's very, very common, and even by Katib Shelebi, not in his major works, in a kind of encyclopedia, a minor encyclopedia of his. Now, there is, at the same time, Katib Shelebi is the one who tried to popularize European science somehow, geography, for instance, or history. So one may only wonder. I mean, I was surprised when I understood that he was presenting himself as an illuminationist as well. And my first, I had talked with Gottfried Hagen about it, and he was also, I mean, he had, I think this was in last Halcyon days, he had said this in the discussion, that perhaps he was not a sincere illuminationist, but he was just following the fashion. On the other hand, Katib Shelebi mentions things that we don't, that often don't are in disaccord with his image. Like he says that he has composed a treatise on letters, on the science of letters, which sounds preposterous for any biologist. So again, I contacted Gottfried Hagen, who is the leading expert, and he said, yes, okay, we don't know what he had in his desk. And it's not, I mean, I could accept anything from Ketiv Shalevi. So I don't, Leo Strauss' notion perhaps can be connected with this because, okay, Ketiv Shalevi might imply that there is knowledge that can be diffused, like geography, and knowledge, sorry, that cannot. Like he describes natural magic, this the Renaissance style of the homologies, but he never goes into details. No Ottoman almost ever goes into details of, or at least no famous Ottoman. We have some manuals, but all those, like Tashkent Pruzadeh, who describe how natural magic works, never bother to give an example or to. Okay, no, sometimes they do. So, yes, there is this treatise of astral magic by Kemal Pashazadeh. Yeah. Okay, I have to finish. Anyway, this is a complex problem, but yeah. But the story about knowledge is explicitly mentioned by more than 3 or 4 authors.
Sorry. Okay.
Okay. Let me just see if there is.
There is one question, but we're running late already, so it's up to you whether we want to continue. There's another question on, from our online audience as well.
Okay, this is again Sarah Noor. So she says, thank you, Marinos, for this. I would like to point out also, okay, so this is not a question.
Okay.
Okay. I would like to point out also that there is another fascinating treatment of Hermes. Okay, right. In another text, Shikari's History of the Karamanids, in the form of a story explaining the establishment of the Hermetic cult in the region near the Cilician Gates at the Bulgar mountain near the classical site of Tiana, which is, Batlamius, equivalent to Apollonius of Tiana, appears as well as Hermes Ani. According to the story, Khizr takes Hermes and his followers to the Bulgar mountain, an important Karamanid base. I wish we were agreed to discuss this further with you. This is very interesting. Thank you, Sarah Noor. I think we'll correspond about this later. And Betul Yavuz also remarks that about Abdullah Bosnevi's works, who represent the group, the Melami group in Istanbul at the time. Idrisi Muhtefi was the Qutb of the Bayramis at the time, and Muhtefi means concealed. The hidden knowledge revealed to the hidden few in the Akbarian tradition seem relevant here. Quite possibly coming together of Akbarian and Ishraqi traditions in the 18th century might have led to more interest in Idris, although we know very little about all this. And this is also very interesting, and thank you, Betul, very much. And sorry for being late.
No. Well, thank you very much, Marinos and Marino and Aslı, and thank you all for the very enlightening questions. And so off we go to have some coffee and refreshments, and then we're supposed to be back at 12 o'clock, and so we'll do our best. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll start with Feray Coşkun. She's an assistant professor at Özyeğin University, where she teaches world history, history of travel, and cartography. She has studied in the Middle East Technical University, Boğaziçi University, and Freie Universität Berlin. She's a member of the GHOST team, a member that we love very much, and she's examining the Ottoman works related to the genre of wonders of creation, to explore Ottoman understanding of cosmos with regard to its wondrous and strange aspects. And her talk is titled Control of Nature in Ottoman Acayip El Mahlukat.
Yeah.
Floor is yours.
Yeah, so hello to all. I'll talk about the control of nature in Ottoman Acayip El Mahlukat, and I'll try to give you a general overview of this control of nature, how I perceive it. I will explain it through certain examples. Portraying the omnipotence and wisdom of God through description of the cosmos from its greatest inhabitants to its smallest, medieval Islamic cosmographies were often organized around the wonders of creation, Acayip El Mahlukat. These texts approach all of existence as a reflection of God's magnificence and invite its readers to contemplate creation's diverse and wondrous aspects. Among the most famous examples of wonders of creation texts, one can refer to three cosmographies, but I'll here mostly focus on two of them. The first two on the same title, Acayip El Mahlukat ve Garaib El Mevcudat, Wonders of Creation and the Oddities of Existence. The first composed by Muhammad bin Mahmud bin Ahmed al-Tusi, and the other by Zakaria bin Muhammad bin Mahmud al-Kazvini. And the third is a cosmography that's known as Haradat al-Ajaib, that is attributed to Ibn al-Wardi. But due to limitation of the time, I will mostly focus on these two cosmographies. These texts describe both invisible and visible phenomena in the heavenly and terrestrial spheres, such as angels, planets, countries, seas, mountains, rivers, plants, animals, and minerals, with peculiar attention to wonders and strange aspects of the creation, as we know them, Ajaib wa Garaib. In general terms, they reflect an imagery of a cosmos created by God in a hierarchical order, including various elements that are either visible or invisible to human eye. They depict heavenly and terrestrial realms under the ultimate control of an omnipotent God and attempt to explain natural, supernatural phenomena through the synthesis of a cosmic imagery drawn from diverse geographies, scientific, philosophical, and religious traditions. They provide a picture of God who is not only omnipotent, but also compassionate and wise, and who designed the cosmos for the benefit for the mankind. In return, people are supposed to be in submission to him and not to be deceived by Satan and worldly pleasures. Illustrious copies of the Arabic and Persian cosmographies, translated into Turkish from the 14th century onwards, by inspiring various Ottoman literati to undertake similar visual compositions. Although the Ottoman understanding of cosmos and geography evolved and underwent revisions over the time in favor of the modern Western geographical and cosmological worldviews, these early Ottoman cosmographies continued to be copied and read through the 19th century. The Ottoman examples I'll be referring to here are among the abridged and free translations of Acayip El Mahlukat texts of al-Tusi and al-Kazvini, and in this paper I will dwell on the control of nature through certain themes such as cosmic beginnings and the bearers of the world. Then I'll draw your attention to certain assertions on making use of the properties of nature to make life easier or to be away from certain diseases and various troubles. Lastly, I'll briefly talk about how jinn are depicted in these sources and how expectations of help from them might create problematic situations for humans. So now I'll begin with the cosmic beginnings. The cosmic beginnings in these early examples of Ottoman cosmographies echo a story of creation found in the genre of Qisas al-Anbiya, tales of the prophets. a compilation of prophetic stories and legends. Some details change from one source to another, but generally speaking, they all assert that whole cosmos made out of one primary matter. According to specifics of this story, God wants to create the heavens and the earth, and then he created a green jewel or a green chrysolite of enormous size. And he gazes upon it formidably. Then this primary matter melts and transforms into water. The water is shaken, and there emanates the vapor and smoke that form the 7 heavens layered one upon another. The form gathered around the water forms the earth and earths, sometimes, specified 7 in number, also layered upon one another. This reminds one the 7 heavens and 7 earth models of Sumerian and Babylonian cosmography, which seems to be inherited by the Islamic world. All these cosmogonic narratives, as I see, portray God as the prime mover, and his majestic gaze triggers the whole cosmogonic process and leads to transformation of the primary matter. This general description coincides with the Quranic verse regarding the division of the heavens and the earth from a unified matter wherein all originated from the water. The transformation of the primary substance into water from solid into liquid as a result of fear inspired by the God's gaze symbolizes the submission of the whole creation before the creator. The green jewel, on the other hand, makes sense since green is the color of both heaven and water in Islamic tradition. Then we see detailed descriptions of heavenly beings, among them angels come first, and angels are defined mostly as the agents of the various phenomena and also the carriers of God's throne. Known as Hamalatul Arsh, they are defined as hybrid beings, each 4 angels having different faces, some with a face of a man, some with a lion, bull, and vulture. We see that they are described as the carriers of the throne, and this calls to one's mind that the Ezekiel vision of the chariot of God, which relates that he encountered God with 4 creatures with 4 faces of man, lion, bull, and eagle, as mentioned in the Bible, Ezekiel 1 from 6 to 11. Their image is also reminiscent of the throne depictions in ancient Mesopotamia, where one would come across the images of winged beings or hybrid beings to give viewers a sense of awe and humility. In order to explain how the earth kept its equilibrium, what we see in this cosmography is a story describing the earth being carried by gigantic animals like fish and bull. So let me show their picture. So the story relates that the earth is carried by an angel who stands over a bull who rises over a giant fish. And sometimes the order is reversed. The angel carries the fish, bull, and then the earth. And this is mostly happen in the copies of the L2Cs, because Ajaib al-Mahlukat. What we see here are details of a story which God directly intervenes whenever a problem of balance appears. According to this story, God sends an angel to earth to carry it on by stretching on one hand to the east and the other to the west. Then the earth stands in balance, but not the feet of the angel. Therefore, God sends a cosmic bull from paradise for the angel to stand on, yet the feet of the bull are still not in balance. So God creates the giant fish called Lucia, also known as Balhut or Bahamut in the sources, and puts the whole on its back. Then the Iblis approaches fish to say, do you know what nations, animals, trees, mountains, and the like you bear on your back? And if you were to shake them and throw them off of your back altogether, wouldn't be much easier for you. Hearing this, fish attempts to shake the earth of its back, but God sends a creature, mostly specified as a fly or a mosquito, that differs from one source to another, to enter the fish's nose and reach its brain. As Lucia eagerly asks God for help, God fulfills that wish and all returns to its earlier state. The motifs of giant fish or bull appear to be supporters of the earth in various traditions. We know that's a really general phenomenon. According to Roberto Tottoli, this story suggests a new elaboration of biblical figures Leviathan and Behemoth in Islamic tradition as the carriers of the earth. Lucia and its variants, which we see as Lucia, Liuta, Luyuta, Kuyuta, all these similar sounding words in various Muslim texts telling a similar version of the same story, are connected to Leviathan, also possibly to the Ugaritic sea monster Litan, a creature referred to in the Bible as a great whale or a sea monster, whereas Behemoth as a wild ox or a land monster. Reflecting ancient cosmological myths, the fish and the bull are positioned to sustain the earth, giving the message that how God can provide order in the cosmos by making necessary changes whenever an obstacle or a chaotic situation arises. He freely interrupts the course of events to balance the order and protect his creation. Although there are slight differences between the sources, the underlying message is the same. God has utmost control over cosmic order, and he punishes arrogance, and all of his creation depends on his mercy. Okay. In general, one can observe that the cosmographies always paint a similar picture, a cosmos under the ultimate control of God, whose mysterious creation is partially understood by humans. So some aspects of the creation are simply defined as, ajaib, as marvelous, astonishing, exciting, inexplainable, unknown, unfamiliar, or garib, strange, miraculous, rare. However, we also come across remarks like acip değildir or akıllar katında garip değildir. So it's no wonder that such a thing happens. Because in our perception, wow, this is astonishing, but it is all is possible within the capacity of God's power. So we see that all these things, it's one of the ajaib of the world, but don't be astonished that such things happen. It's all within the capacity of God. So until now, maybe I drew a picture of cosmos which serves to the best interests of humanity. Yet, of course, there are descriptions of creation which gives the impression that the earth is not the safest place in the cosmos. There are also chaotic and dangerous aspects of God's creation for people. For example, in the Persian Sea, there are fish that breathe fire, whereas in the Sea of China, great snakes swallow elephants and bulls. One might come across dragons, not only in the distant islands of the encircling ocean, Bahr Muhit, but also in immediate neighborhood, in forests and mountains, which are so close to human settlements. But protection from them is possible. So the world is a dangerous place, but God might save you if you really pray to him. So what we see also such assertions throughout this text. If people or animal pray to God, I mean, not only humans, but the animals are, encouraged to pray here. If people or animals pray to God, then God save them from the danger of the monstrous animals. And God make all these dragons and monstrous animals perish. There are cases of dragons being taken by the angels to be carried away to the land of Gog and Magog to be their food. Moreover, we see many examples of tips about how to escape or avoid stressful situations and illnesses, especially parts on the animals, plants, and minerals. So what I see here are quite interesting recipes which I want to share with you. So there are such claims that if anyone who is epileptic carries something gold with him, his condition will disappear. If anyone keeps gold with him, he becomes free of his fears. And this is transmitted through the authority of Aristotle. If a pregnant woman keeps looking at canopus, it will make the delivery easier or reduce the pain, or looking at canopus, Süheyl Yıldızı, has affected better one's sight. So this belief might have a connection with the Süheyl's meaning, which it means the little easy one. So if you look at it, then you will have less pain. If one cuts one nails on Friday, he will be protected from all illness and poverty. So such an easy thing to do. You have a lot of Fridays, right, in a year. If one puts a dead crab over a hole, then whatever one builds on it, it will surely sturdy. If a pregnant woman carries amber with her, she never loses the fetus. If one puts the horse's tooth under the head of a snoring person, he will not snore. If one puts the hair of a horse over the door of a house, no mosquitoes will enter that house. If one puts a horse's nail into water of chickens, no vultures will come. So, by making all these tricks, you can make your life quite easy. If a person who has bitten by a dog and infected with rabies drinks from a certain well in Aleppo, then within the first 40 days of the infection, then you can be sure that he will be ill. But if you let it pass like 40 days, then there is no use of this water in the well. So you should really take care of the time. If one looks at a diamond for a long time, he is saved of the troubles of the jinn. I don't see how they connected it, but I see such recipes. If one looks at the diamond for a long time, he is saved of the troubles of the jinn again. So I want to draw attention to an also interesting anecdote, which I haven't come across in the Ottoman translations, but in El-Tusi's Persian cosmography from 13th century. As the text refers to a certain well around the bridge close to Enguriye, Ankara, which has a famous castle with chains, a note in the margin of the manuscript claims that if an epileptic or a possessed person is brought to look at this well, they are either healed or die. Other than those, people see vineyards, fields, different kinds of jinn, Satan, and wondrous images, and they watch the whole world there. So this well in Ankara reflects the view of whole world. So it's like kind of a mirror. Interestingly, one also come across certain recipes on how to learn about magic and reach hidden knowledge or simply cause destructive changes in others' life. So let me give you an example. If one wants to learn about magic, he should first find a black goat without a single white hair, then slaughter it and go to a mountain between Hadramaut and Oman. He should then divide its meat into 7 portions and give 1 portion to shepherd near the mountain. Then he should wear the hide of the goat and make himself dirty with the intestine of the goat. And then carrying the remaining 6 portions of the meat with him, he should enter the cave in the mountain and stay there overnight, all alone. The condition of the person in the cave should be such that he has neither father nor mother, and he must stay alone. And if he finds himself cleaned of the dirtiness in the morning, then we can think that he has been given the magical knowledge. Upon leaving the cave, he should not speak to anyone for 3 days. Only after he fulfills these 3 days of silence, then he will gain mastery in magic. If one places an egg from a black chicken at one's door, evil and disorder will always prevail there. So there are suggestions that how you can create troubles for others. If one puts the tongue of a frog on a sleeping woman's body, then she will speak to you about all what she has been doing all day. So you can learn what she has been doing. So this is a way of controlling women, but she will never wake up. So you can get the report through this frog. If one burns the nail of a mule and makes the woman eat it, and she will never become pregnant. And a surprising point for me in these texts is how the power of menstruation or menstruating blood, in a way, is imagined to have magical effects over people and nature. This is the first time, actually, I came across to it in my text when for this conference. So give me some examples. If a menstruating woman show herself naked towards the clothes, all the clothes will go away. If a menstruating woman herds the animals, a wolf will never approach. If a menstruating woman offers a hand to a person suffering from epilepsy, that person will be healed. A menstruating woman might also save lives in the middle of the stormy sea. It is said that if a ship is caught in a storm and at the risk of sinking, then there is a way of stilling the storm by hanging a piece of cloth from a woman who is menstruating. There are also some other examples similar to that, and maybe we can talk about them later. But however, there are also claims that a menstruating woman will have negative impacts, especially about the nature's fertility. So you see now there is a different picture. If a menstruating woman looks at the beehive, the hive will produce less honey. If she looks at the garden while passing through it, the garden will dry up. It is said that there are many arts of menstruating women. Hayızlı avratların eserleri çoktur. And there is also assertion that the Indians are so good at using this blood of menstruation. There is always this assertion to Indians. Lastly, I'd like to take your attention to In the cosmographies, there are references to being, which are defined like devler, shaitanlar, jinnar, ifrit, ghoul. We know that the jinn is a term from pre-Islamic times and mainly used for any invisible being. So it is actually, its definition was quite broad. It is in Islamic concept, they are mostly contextualized with malevolence, although some jinn are noted to have converted to Islam. So Ifrit is mostly noted to be a kind of a powerful jinn, and here you see that this is an Ifrit also mentioned in Quran. He's the carrier of the throne of Balkis, Queen of Sheba. And ghouls are said to be desert demons, whereas Dev is the term both used for the jinn and the helpers of Satan. There are jinn, especially I will now focus on jinn, are generally defined as the pre-Adamite dwellers of the earth who were later exiled to the fringes of the world. Because of their disobedience, they are mostly localized in isolated, far and alienated areas, but they sometimes come to visit their previous dwellings, which are mostly around the human settlements. The human world and world of the jinn intersect from time to time by either coincidence or by the intention of the jinn. And rather what we see also, jinnic attempts to disturb or deceive humans are more likely. They are related to commit deception for people, spreading false beliefs and non-Islamic practices. They might even show miracles to just attract you to non-Islamic religion. So you should be really careful. Solomon, of course, appears as a person who is really in the control of the jinns, and he uses them to build a lot of palaces, especially, there is this assertion that the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem was built by the help of the jinn. And in some other accounts, they are portrayed to have access to hidden knowledge. So this is interesting for me because in the Quran, it is said that the jinn doesn't have an access to hidden knowledge, but what I see in the cosmographies, they do. So I will now give an example for this. In Brusevi's Ajaib al-Mahlukat, there is a mention of the Ilm al-Azayim saying that the jinn actually help people. If they are cool, if they are through azimets, through incantations, they try to help the people. And so they come wherever they are and serve the people who called them. And from what Brusevi says, we understand, and this was an ongoing phenomena in the 16th century Ottoman setting. And also I come across certain stories in Ali El-Ghnai's translation of Ajaib al-Mahlukat shows that getting help from the jinn might turn out to be quite complicated. So he gives a very interesting example, which I want to share with you. Ali El-Ghnai talks about the curious happening that once happened in Balıklı Ayazma in Istanbul, very famous Byzantine Orthodox monastery, famed with its holy spring. As he tells, there was a Maghribian who is quite masterful and qualified in Ilm al-Azayim. He learns that there is a wondrous treasure in the Ayazma, and he attempts to visit the Ayazma with some company. He chants some talismanic words, leading some mysterious and strange forms to appear. The Maghribian asks them for a sign of the treasure. And then not long after that, these strange forms present a cup of golden coin, giving him the sense of what is in the treasure. And later on, he starts his azayim to deactivate the talisman protecting the treasure in the Ayazma. But then he is attacked by a jinni protecting it. However he prays or tries to fight against it in his own way, he fails and loses his life on the site. His companions just become terrified, they just run away. As they reach the home, they got sick. Ghnai says he personally visited these people and showed them, they were quite sick and devastated, and giving us an idea that, such a thing really happened. And so this story underlies the fact that even being knowledgeable about azayim doesn't guarantee that your one's exertion of control over jinn, and the Maghribian trusts his abilities to break the talisman, but just he fails. So you might read this story as a kind of a discouragement, and to be a discouragement, using azayim, or to be away from getting any help from the jinn. So these various anecdotes about Satan, jinn, or other demonic beings represent a chaotic and challenging aspect of creation for humans. So on the one hand, what we see is, the nature serves you. You can use certain tricks to really making use of them for your benefit, but also you should be really careful about the jinn and other beings. So to conclude, although they might differ with regard to certain details, in my sources, I see that a picture of cosmos under the ultimate control of God. But while describing this, all these cosmographies also convey moralistic and ethical messages. They depict a creatio ex nihilo of the cosmos by a mighty guide, and in return, people are submit to him just as the cosmos itself, and they should not be overwhelmed by satanic temptations or arrogance. The gem sphere of God contrasts with the prideful behavior of the giant fish carrying the earth. And then the great fish falls the trap of self-importance by Satan. And then, God teaches him a lesson. And what we also see in this equilibrium of the earth, that how God helps the creation, and then there is always this divine intervention. What we see in the stories of the jinn, as I said, there is that one should be really careful about not to cross certain limits and not to force certain intervention of the jinns into daily life. Lastly, the tips given to make use of the useful aspects of nature, mainly of the plants and animals or the menstruating blood of women, underline the wondrous aspects of God's creation and show how one make use of the natural properties for the benevolent and malevolent ways. In this regard, what we see here, there is also freedom of choice given to man, choose to manipulate the nature but for their own desires. But there is always this assertion in the text that if only God wills, then you can make it. So you are still need to get this permission. You still need to grant it this help. So to conclude, what I see, all these stories, anecdotes, nourish the creative imagination and synthesis of. They are really reflect the synthesis of diverse ancient traditions. And they, in a way, serve to explain why things are as they are, so that the humans might understand their cosmic beginnings, nature of things, their own place in the cosmos. And the way they tell and adapt those stories, these texts, in a way, convey certain messages, theological and moralistic messages, and give us how people perceive the world, self and others, and what their worldview include or exclude. And lastly, to what extent they have control over nature directly and indirectly. So I'll just show you one last picture. These are the depictions of this jinn in the cosmographies, which maybe talk about it later. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Feray, for this great presentation. And I think these recipes will come will be quite useful for us. I'm sure we'll be using them. So do we have any questions? We'll start with Armo. Yes.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. I have two small questions. In your first slides, you showed the bearers of the throne. There were 4 figures, a bull, an ox, a lion, an angel, and a bird. And it's very similar to the 4 symbols of the evangelists.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if there is a connection to that.
Yeah.
And my second question regards for the relationship between the magnitude of the ajaib, of the marvelous, and the geographical space. Obviously, in the edges of the world, we have the governing of the marvelous, but do we see the lessening of this magical thing as we come to the center on the geographical area of the writer himself?
Yeah, okay, ajaibs are everywhere in a way. Of course, ajaib's definition is very broad, broad, anything actually which we classify to the quite normal and aspect of a plant or animal is also ajaib. But with regard to your question about these wandering beings, right? You say, or wondrous place at the distance of the world, I can see that because of this jinn connection because jinns are defined as the pre-Adamite dwellers of the world who were later exiled to the fringes of the world. A lot of inhabitants of the islands of the encircling ocean, so the inhabitants of those islands so far from the Ottoman world are mostly what I see, or the Islamic world, that they really sometimes what I see that they are mostly associated with the descendants of the demons or jinn. So this I see, but this doesn't mean that the central Ottoman lands are safe. One can come across with also certain jinn and Satan or ajaib creature anytime. I remember from an account in Haradat al-Ajaib, it says that two people, men and women, had an illegitimate sexual intercourse, and suddenly a monster appeared in that village. So actually, it really depends on you that whenever you transgress a border and really moral border according to certain religious view, then actually also human action can create such an beast, or I don't know, such a fearsome animal. So then the people saw it, and some even loses their lives. So you can never say that, oh, there is no really dangerous animals around. So I knew that the people are also convey certain observations that they have seen dragons around their own vicinity. And also I come across with such assertions mainly in Balkans. So this, I hope it will be satisfactory for you. Yes.
Shall we continue with Nicola? Yes.
All right, thanks a lot. This was a very interesting presentation, as always, actually. And I've got a short comment on your last response and three minor questions, points of curiosity, nothing technical or something. So the comment about the exile of the jinn in the sources I was reading, it we've talked a lot about the devils and the demons back before. It doesn't seem in my sources that they are exiled. People usually believe that they're still, completely cohabiting with the space, in the same space and in the time, just that they're invisible to most of the people, right? So they inhabit water sources or wells and the thresholds of the houses and so on. It's very funny to read the legal texts which have resolutions, for instance, about real estate possessed by the jinn and how to treat it in legal terms or that kind of stuff and so on. So this is kind of interesting. Actually, the question would be: do you see that there was an exile in Qazwini, for instance, in this before? Because I lived through Qazwini because I had to, but I never committed much attention to him. And that would be the first one. The second, about the jinn and the hidden knowledge. The usual theological argument in the Ottoman times to kind of amortize this idea that somebody, except God, has access to hidden knowledge is to explain that the knowledge pools between the demons and the people are overlapping, but not completely the same. So the demons might see something we don't, but this is not hidden because, once again, the creator just chose to reveal it. So it's not just normal for them, basically. And I'm wondering if you've seen this in your material as well, because it would be interesting if we would have a line going through more centuries that kind of developed this particular thought. And the last thing is the point about King Solomon, and considering that one of the known faculties of especially holy men in Islam was to this taskhir jinn, this concept of controlling the devils, right, of all kinds. This the theological branches would usually use the ayat from the Quran about Solomon that he continued to believe, while it was the devils who didn't, and that's why they taught humans magic, and they were the sinners and not Solomon, because he was still, this was one of the miracles conferred by divine power to him. So would this be also seen in your sources, quite literally the usage of this example of Solomon from the scripture to justify why some people might have control over the jinn, but the others should stay away because they would be sinners if they would do so?
Did I just need to check whether I got your last question. So you are talking about how a jinn was in disguise of Solomon and people were.
No,
Sorry.
we have
so
we have the fact from the scripture. I'm not calling it a historical fact. So it's just we have a scriptural fact that says that Solomon was given the power over the jinn, and that's why he could basically use them on a finger snap, right? And this is used by later ulama in the Ottoman times from the sources I've been reading to kind of justify why this power over the demons in general might be allowed to certain holy people, like obviously the Sufis, obviously the institutionally initiated ones, and no one else. So if somebody else would do this, they would be a freelance magician, obviously an infidel. But if I do it as a writer of this text, it's obviously okay for me, because what is the miracle for a prophet? Obviously, it is the wonder for me, and so on. So, and this is often, this quote from the scripture was often used to kind of justify this particular occult operation.
Yes, thank you very much. Now I understood. Sometimes I'm so excited about presentations, so cannot pursue the questions well, but I hope I understood you. So about this exile thing, I can say that there are really various accounts. So there is, on the one hand, this, the jinns were rebellious, so they were exiled. And sometimes all these stories connect the jinns with the Satan who rebelled against God when he was heaven. So he descended on earth. Then he got the help of the jinns, so they just made a kind of an agreement among themselves that so we will beat the humans. So I see that they're, on the one hand, they are exiled, but on the other hand, they are operating everywhere. So actually the borders of the world of the jinn and the people are quite permeable, so fluid. So you are right, I actually skipped that part in my presentation due to limitation of time. So, okay, on the one hand, there is this mention of the exile, but they come to visit. But also there are assertions that you can come across them anytime. So it's like that they are also residing around the caves, around the woods, even in the cellars. So actually they are everywhere, as we see also in this example of the Balıklı Ayazma. But I also notice, because Geographies Ottoman translations also include certain notes that all these jinn are really concentrated on the non-Islamic houses of worship. So around masjid, around Kenisa churches, or the temples of Zoroastrians, for example. Especially we see it in the translation of El-Tusi, that we see that all this Zoroastrian emphasis there. So also in Tarih Dil Garbi, I know that there is this mention, it's not a translation of Ajalul Mahlukat, but includes such stuff. So even in the Americas, Mehmet Suidir talks about that they have the demons there were really deceiving people. They are concentrated in the temples of the Native Americans, and they were just deceiving them, saying that all the Spaniards or Portuguese are so nice people, so you should find a way to get along with them. And then the Native Americans say, okay, maybe these are peaceful people. So at the end, they lose their authority of their own land, and they became enslaved and subjugated. So, this non-Islamic places are really defined as their abode. So this takes my attention. About the your second question about the hidden knowledge was right. Okay, on the one hand, you are right. There are I see again different point of views. So in the cosmographies, in the translations, I see that they had an access to this knowledge. But there is this surah in the Quran saying that they attempted to listen, eavesdropping of the heavenly councils, but then they are shot by the fireballs, by the angels. And then I see this story, but also I see stories that they still found a way to listen and get some knowledge, and sometimes they misinterpret what they heard. They couldn't get the whole thing. So you should be really careful what you are getting from them. I also see this thing, but I also see, they never understand what they hear. They always misinterpret. What they transmit would be so untrustworthy. I especially see this in Geographies. Although that's not a translation, but it includes a lot of things from this Ajaib tradition. About the Solomon, you are right. I see what you have So Solomon is given this authority. And also I see certain assertions that if a person who is really good and really obedient to God's rules and everything, then God allows him to exercise this genic power, their hidden knowledge. So that is okay. So in this case of this Maghribi, it advertises himself like this, but in this peculiar example, you see that he's not actually granted this permission from God to exercise power. You're welcome.
So we are running quite late. So shall we continue with the next presentation? And if you still have questions, then if you have time, we can continue with them at the end. Okay, there's a question online as well. So it's a comment, okay. So let's continue. Thank you, Feray, again. With the okay. So let's continue with Amina Petrovic. She is a professor of humanities and religious studies at the York University in Toronto. Her latest book concerns the spaces and cultures of death in Bosnia and Herzegovina. They can hear me, right? Okay. And currently she investigates the interconfessional health culture in the Ottoman Balkans, focusing on esoteric healing manuals and the occult tradition of amulets, talismans, and herbals in Ottoman Bosnia. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So let's just do the PowerPoint. Okay, perfect. How do I? So this is this one goes. Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much, of course, for the invitation, Marinos, and I would like to just say that this is my actually first participation at this workshop, at this event, and I'm actually really quite excited about it and would like to share some of my work. I had, in fact, announced that I would be doing something different, but because of the copyright issues with the institution that I work with in Bosnia, I could not proceed with that. So this is a sort of additional work that has evolved from that main focus. Now, in line with our workshop's commitment to addressing the global within the Ottoman occult, I want to begin by revisiting, go back to this. I want to begin by revisiting our host Marinos, wonderful host Marinos' suggestion in the latest Ajaib issue. He advocates for a dedicated contextual approach, urging us to place occultist ideas within the integrated interplay of diverse social and cultural actors. The examples that Marino presents, especially as he brings in Sufi, artisan, and intellectual agency, demonstrates the layers of the Ottoman model, which one can add, reveals multiplicity, but also certain hierarchies and power relations, both in ritual and intellectual engagements with the occult. Marinos also emphasizes the importance of understanding the role of the vernacular in the occult practices, and this is where I would like to anchor my paper. I will, of course, refrain from speculating on Marino's specific interpretation of the vernacular, but I trust it goes beyond the simple contrast of local dialects to formal, standardized occult language, so as to encompass rich cultural expressions distinctive of a specific locality or community. Aligning now with Sheldon Pollock's investigation of how the vernacular and the cosmopolitan, or the global, to honor the language of our workshop, produce each other, we ought to delve into local ways of making the Ottoman occultist culture. In other words, avoid treating microhistories, local microhistories and local environments as isolated peripheral pockets outside of the imperial center, and treat them as dynamic contributors to the shaping of the broader repository of occultist knowledge within the Ottoman Empire. Additionally, I propose that to fully grasp the intricacies of the vernacular, it is imperative to engage methodologically with the concept of space in a more proactive manner. By this, I mean incorporating some ideas from the infamous spatial turn in the social sciences and humanities of recent decades. Rather than adopting a neutral, despecialized perspective and examining interactions among various players and agents of the occult, introducing space as a juxtapositional category of analysis enriches the contextual perspective. Doreen Massey emphasizes that more than any other term, space captures the essence of difference. It acts as a means of organizing and expressing plurality, overlaps, contestations, reciprocities, inclusions, and exclusions. Spatial juxtapositions are seldom static and neatly ordered, even when officially regulated. On the contrary, they embody a widespread manifestation of dynamic and interactive cultural encounters, a simultaneous process of both losing and acquiring certain cultural elements in all instances of contact, a phenomenon that the Cuban anthropologist Fernando Ortiz terms transculturation. I aim to contextualize the material I'm discussing today, specifically the occult pharmacopoeia of Ottoman Bosnia, within the framework of Bosnia as such a space of simultaneity. Through this lens, we can appreciate the meetings and reworkings of the vernacular and the official or global in the realm of pharmacopoeic and occult practices. As we explore the pre-modern, these practices of Ottoman Bosnia, it becomes evident the interactions transpire beyond the official lines of demarcation among the different communities, operating under their own relational logic of openness and closure within the Bosnian space. This logic has its expiration date and undergoes a transformation in the late 19th century, marking the onset of a new paradigm of inclusion and exclusion through institutionalized and cultural reordering following the transitions from the Ottoman to Austro-Hungarian rule. Ottoman Bosnia's religious plurality, drawn from the close contact between an intense contact between Catholics, Orthodox, Muslim, and Sephardic communities, is reflected in many aspects of its social and cultural fabric. The studies, earlier studies by Snježana Buzov, Olga Zirojević, Ines Šerić-Todd in social history, the work by Selma Zečević on legal issues, and some of my own previous work on deaf culture, all consider, at least implicitly, the simultaneity of space within which local social and cultural circulation, and propose that crossing the millet boundaries appears as paradigmatic to Ottoman Bosnia as a rule rather than as an exception. What transpires in the matters of health and healing, the term Ottoman in this context must be inclusive of this religiously plural and interactive environment, and not focused only on the sources found in the Ottoman languages, despite their dominance in the archival material. This happens in medical matters, especially magic and medicine, is of no surprise. The Slovenian historian and geographer Milijan Lilek, who investigated health customs in Bosnia and Herzegovina shortly after the establishment of the Austro-Hungarian rule in 1878, notes that the different religious communities of Bosnia habitually share long-standing beliefs and practices related to healing, describing them as an interplay of theologies and customs. Citing a local proverb, koliko sela, toliko adeta, there are as many customs as there are villages, Lilek writes that all Bosnian customs hold reverence for the four elements, air, fire, water, and earth, as well as animals, plants, and supernatural beings as integral to healing customs. Rituals, narratives, and beliefs passed down through oral and folk literature echo across religious boundaries. A profound connection with the natural world and its resources, coupled with an alignment with seasonal cycles, usually before or after St. George's Day, before or after the lunar eclipse, the harvest season, the pilgrimage season, form the basis of shared health practices. The consumption of local plants and herbs, honey, chamomile, garlic, stinging nettle, wild leek, mushrooms, tea bark, and therapeutic alchemy, lead pouring, strava, bone and rock pulping, hydromancy, reflect an eclecticism rooted in the cumulative pool of knowledge. This practice, albeit simplified, aligns with pre-modern medical theories that emphasize balancing the body's internal elements with environmental factors. Although Lilek and other ethnologists were primarily interested in oral culture and folk customs, oral and written culture were not mutually unrelated. One comprehensive catalog of medical works covering different genres of medicine and pharmacology, containing some 700 entries for the pre-modern history of medicine in Bosnia, many of which involve use of medicinal plant, list Ibn Sina, Kanun Tib, of course, then which is accompanied by several notable commentaries by Al-Misri, Al-Qarshias, the works of Persian polymath Razi, the head physician in Damascus, Ibn Turhan al-Suwaidi, Hunan ibn Ishaq, and many other early Islamic authors. Well-known Ottoman works were circulated widely, including many translations into Turkish from Arabic and Persian, like the work of Ghaznawi, Tusi, as well as those composed in Turkish by the Aydini, Shirwani, Ali Çelebi, and Idai, etc. The library of the Bosniak Institute also contains a translation of the Ottoman Turkish of the seminal work of the Italian doctor and pharmacist Pietro Andrea Mattioli, who died in 1577, who was the personal physician of Ferdinand II, Archduke of Further Austria in Prague and Ambras Castle, and the Emperor Maximilian II in Vienna. Mattioli's translator into Ottoman Turkish, Osman ibn Abdurrahman, was himself a prominent scientist in geography, astronomy, botany, pharmacy, and linguistics, but also a high-ranking translator of the Ottoman state in the Belgrade Council. The manuscript is organized into 4 chapters and has 298 folios. It includes multiple languages, synonyms of 496 plants and drugs in various languages such as Greek, Latin, Arabic, French, Turkish, and Bosnian. It also includes a unique commentary about description and plants and their identity, uses, therapeutic effects, and modes of action. Osman Abdurrahman translation and commentary of Mattioli's Materia Medica represents the first text of Materia Medica in the Ottoman Turkish language and the first introduction of the Bosnian language as a language of botany and pharmacy. Likewise, the libraries of the Franciscan monasteries in Fonica and Kreševo hold many pre-modern and early modern European contributions to medical knowledge, such as Mattioli, but in Italian version, Giuseppe Donzelli's work Teatro Farmaceutico, Secreti Medicinali by Pietro Bairo, Pietro Antonacci, Manuale Ossia Compendio, and many others. We also find important herbalist and healing manuals in the Sephardic cultural heritage of Sarajevo, one of which includes Kabbalistic knowledge deemed beneficial for healing practices. These and numerous other written sources point to dynamic reception, circulation, and exchange of medical and pharmacological knowledge through many historical actors. Now, this is maybe not unusual. We know that Miri Schäfer Mosenson mentions that Ottoman medicine was a blend of customs, ideas, and realities, and that, that until the introduction of European medicine in the late 18th century, there was a focus on the quality of medical service rather than on ethnic or vocational background. Likewise, in Bosnia, in Sarajevo in the 18th century, Chronicle Mullah Mustafa Basheskija mentions by name several non-Muslim physicians operating in Sarajevo. Pavo, an Orthodox Christian, Catholic Costa, Sofia, the healer of mental disorders, as well as Muslim healer Alia Bego. So this is from another manual dictionary of some plants and some illnesses, also multilingual manual that includes various kinds of recipes, how to use plants for medicinal purposes. In Bosnia, the most famous and valued Atars were Sephardic Jews. This is from the family collection of Pafo family that shows this is of course a later period when the photography was available, but it basically attests to the presence of Sephardic Jews as Atars. Likewise with the Franciscan monasteries, their herbals made use of native plants and involved culinary, medicinal, veterinary, and folkloric material. And we see lots of overlaps in these dictionaries of plants and in the use of plants in the Franciscan sources, in Sephardic sources, and in the Ottoman Islamic sources. So it's the intensity of the interaction that is of significance here, especially from the perspective of occult culture. While cross-confessional healing may have been common, cross-confessional occult culture thrived, as attested to many sources from the earliest period of the Ottoman rule until the very end and beyond. I like to always mention this source, which is a 16th century, one of the earliest sources to about the everyday life in the Balkans, which talks about, mentions here the a Bosnian Haji who was on his way back from Mecca and who died after completing Hajj. And when they were doing his ritual wash, they found 2 amulets hanging on his, one Christian and one Muslim. And when his mother was asked about it, she says, well, there was this providential priest, Papas Mubarak, Orthodox priest, who was very good, very famous for childhood illnesses. So I asked for it so that he could carry it. And then he carried this along with the Islamic amulet. This, of course, outraged the author of this text, but it nevertheless attested to the reality within the Bosnia. While this phenomenon might be dismissed as syncretic popular practices that emerged during the early years of the Ottoman rule, it is evident that those involved in the anecdote did not attempt to blur the distinction between the 2 objects or negate their respective origin. So it's not, oh, I didn't know. It is it's consciously that this was actually sourced from 2 different religious traditions. Such practices were not coincidental, but were often endorsed by religious clergy and social elites. These are some accounts documented in the Franciscan monastery Fojnica, which meticulously chronicle the Ottoman period and reveal day-to-day life, where, in fact, as you can see, people who are endorsed by the viziers, muftis, qadis, etc., come for the healing to the Franciscans, and usually for the purposes of getting rid of the jinn. So the Franciscans took on the practice of exorcising the jinn from the Muslim patients. And this was a standard practice where you would say you would get the permission from the qadi and the mufti to do this. Interesting here, the last one, which says, orders to the friar of the Fojnica monastery, since by the will of God, Miriam got sick, she asked for this letter of permission. You are hereby required to treat her condition with medical means alone, nothing else. In other words, here we are sending, in this case, Mariam just to be treated medically, not to be exorcised from any jinn. As late as 1900s, there is a photograph here, if you can see, of a Franciscan friar looking very smug and pleased with himself after exorcising the jinn from the Muslim patient right here. So, despite distinctions based on religious affiliations being evident in other aspects of life, concerns about the unknown were collectively experienced, leading to a reliance on a diverse marketplace of options and solutions. Although it may appear as a fluid arrangement without hierarchical and exclusionary principles, observable patterns in the distribution of occultist activities and zones of actions and interactions do exist. The makers and dispensers of talismans, after all, were authoritative religious figures, including knowledgeable local imams, Sufi masters, priests among the Orthodox Christians, and Franciscan friars among the Catholics, who clearly understood and respected the inherent boundaries, while also catering to a shared pool of healing practices and the anxieties about the unknown. So how did that, and how was that divided? Mohamed Garcevic, who studied Bosnian amulets and talismans, notes a significant difference between Islamic and Christian amulets regarding the intended use. He says Muslim amulets attract positive energies, while Christian ones deter bad ones. In other words, or using the term protiv uroka, against the evil eye, I've just started. In other words, Christian talismans hold defensive positions, if you wish, and Islamic talismans are expansive, grabbing life as it unfolds. And those are the ones that I have looked at in the collection of the National Museum of Sarajevo, which holds several hundred of the small talismans. They primarily serve petitionary prophylactic purposes, seeking positive outcomes in trade, resolving love issues, facilitating childbirth, addressing chronic illnesses, protecting livestock, and so on and so forth. So in other words, these are the little talismans, which are, if you look, when I unfolded them, they actually show this kind of religious and linguistic diversity with Islamic ones, Catholic ones, Orthodox ones, using different languages. So in that sense, being identified through language and through the content, but not necessarily through ritual purpose. Now, if this is indeed the case, and I must say that my looking at these talismans shows indeed how much the Islamic ones are individuated, number one, and they address very specific situations, and so resolving specific problems that one comes with and asks for. So whether it is something in health or trade or in, for livestock and so on and so forth, they in fact all have very much like a social register. They tell us about the ongoing concerns that people had. One exception that I have encountered is a big and rather unique talisman, which is a birthing girdle, a Muslim object, even though it has lots of Christian elements in it. This is the one that I actually was going to do the full presentation on, but am not able to other than just by showing it so far, which in fact, specifically in its text as it begins, and here is a transliterated version, it constantly appeals to, using the Quranic text, it appeals to deterring the evil eye, deterring the sihr, deterring the bad energy. So the red, if you can see, is repetitively inserted into the Quranic text. So there is some level kind of reworking of the Quranic text to suit the purposes of the talisman. And then it explains that it starts actually هذا وقف للسحر, that this is a وفق للسحر, that this is a وفق for the sihr, which others do not have. This, of course, again, this is not to be taken as a generalized observation, but it is observable in Bosnia. So here I go back to this issue of local dynamics and the way in which, if you wish, distribution of knowledge and activity has been organized. It is within this environment that the plants are also recruited. I will just go quickly over the slides because I don't have more time, but I want to show you how in the pharmacopoeia of the Ottoman Bosnia, how the plants that are found locally but are also mentioned in these various dictionaries, how they in fact find their way of being dispensed, and how they're complementing each other. In the herbals, or the so-called lekarisha of the Franciscan monastery, they are primarily used in the most sort of obvious sense, in following the tradition of at some level of the materia medica, but also of the local usage of the plants. So it has been turned into a kind of written record of the oral tradition, except for very few instances in which, in fact, there is a little bit more of a kind of occult dimension of the use of the plant. In the first case up there, to clear the consciousness, or to sort of purify the temperament, and in the second case down below, to resolve problems at home. So in other words, it's not really an obvious translation of the botanical properties and the healing properties of the plant, but rather turning into something more occult, if you wish. In the Jewish herbals, there are occasional references to certain ingredients that enhance miraculous effect. And one of them is feeding a Spanish fly to an unresponsive lover to intensify emotional attachment. In contrast, Islamic botanical and medical manuscripts contain an unbroken assumption that, akin to any living being, plants harbor inner realities inseparable from their therapeutic functions. These hidden dimensions, understood through botanical properties, can be activated through ritual engagement, aligning with the activation of the ruhaniyat and the divine signs presented to us through revelation in language and the physical realities that surround us. Oops. Oh, there is something wrong about this. Okay, so here is, I just want to show you how that works. How did that come about? We know through the works of people like Liana Saif, who talks about the way in which by this period, of course, medicine becomes very much involved with, reliant on agents beyond nature, such as Ruhaniyat. And we see that very much present in many of these botanical manuals of the Ottoman Islamic content in Bosnia. Generally, these manuals start with, particularly, and I'm focusing just a little bit quickly, I will do this, on love spells that are usually introduced with Fasl Muhabbet or Muhabbet teaching. And they usually start with the formulaic phrase, Aqsamtu alaykum ayyuha arwah ruhaniya an tatawakkalu biqalbi fulan bin fulan. I invite you, I summon you, the Ruhaniyat, to take control of the heart of this person, so as to then either, to accomplish certain effects. Now, most recipes involve broken hearts, solidifying, breaking up love connections, but also same-sex desires, obsessive emotional and sexual behavior, failed and undesired relationships, infertility, inability to carry a male fetus, infidelity, and even sex for beneficial political goals. Plants are recruited for either ritual and substantial role played to ascertain the efficacy of the written talisman. Even though they appear somewhat random, and I have 2 minutes, yes, I will do this in 2 minutes. Although they appear somewhat random, the recipes and formula for making talisman are provided with very specific instructions, then repeated in several versions. Little is left to chance, both in terms of applicability and the content. Plants that are most mentioned in love spells include cinnamon, clover, ginger, Arabian oud, amber, musk, saffron, pepper, coffee, anise, and black and yellow chelubic meroblian. They are processed and applied as incense, paste, or powder. It is likely they were strong connections between the occultists and the Atars, who provided the occultists with the necessary ingredients. So in other words, occult and medicinal kind of relationship of the professionals involved. Honey and sugar are added for easy application. Plants and herbs are often fumigated, burnt, especially when summoning planetary spirits, which is a practice found in the early medieval grimoires as well, in the Ghayat Hakim. The fact that many inscribed talismans end up being buried, orally consumed, shredded, also points to the relevance of plants in a way to activate magic efficacy, but affect their constancy as either text or objects. A frequent gender specification for male and female versions. And this is usually the formula. There's a religious invocation, there is a tilsim, and then there is a magic square. A frequent gender specification for male and female versions is notable in many recipes. They are arranged with different ingredients, textual and material, based on whether the consumer is male or female, and whether the seeker of the talisman is the subject of the spell or its object. Some are more obvious than others. A husband looking for ways to ensure sexual fidelity of a wife, or a wife looking to stop the husband's interest in other women, may be straightforward cases, but socially assumed gender-biased morality is not simplified. It is captured in complex ways, since both men and women are recognized as being comparably prone to secret desires, sexual desires, jealousy, insecurity, resentment, and emotional whims. So social mores do not apply in the same way in this. Moreover, sexuality and love are closely connected as topics, but do not always overlap from the perspective of gender. So, for example, one recipe calls for using yellow Miroblian Sarah Halile for women and Kara Halile paste for men when executing a love spell. Several spells indicate that burning pepper while making talismans make someone cling to you forever, be they male or female. In another one, the black pepper seems to work well in stirring up strong emotions in both men and women, but it also increases male sexuality while diminishing female sexuality. Clove, karanfil, is especially effective in male spells, and saffron, zafran, in female. as expected, and objectification and control of women's sexuality is a motivation for many recipes. One says, if you have a urge for women, write this with the musk and saffron, and they will be yours forever. Or if you want a woman to want only you, write a talisman and apply it on your penis and hang it there, and she will think of only of you. That said, women are also offered help for seduction, improving sexual health, sexual experience, elevating problems in sexuality, and of course, labor pains. Gender precision makes it also possible to identify the direction of the erotic desires, which also means that same-sex desires are explicitly addressed and not hidden under the category of the normative heterosexual desires. While modern medicine has only recently started considering gender in developing, classifying, and dispensing medication, this pre-modern practice, including occult medicine, seems to be more readily emphasized that the efficacy of concoction depends on its gendered application. In other words, just as the experience of affliction or emotion is processed differently by men and women, so ought to be the treatment. Then, of course, there is the issue of planets. I will not various planets are involved, but also what again we have as interesting, that all planets are sorted out, and or rather astrological signs in their rising are also require different kinds of botanical concoctions so as to make women and men benefit from them. I'm skipping all of this. So just to conclude, these are very lengthy sections, a very detailed detailed issues that the scope and that show that they offer a broad cross-cultural window into the past about common emotional anxieties, challenges, aspirations, to take at least partial control over the emotions that make us feel wedged between anxiety and happiness, empowerment and powerlessness, courage and resistance. Most feelings expressed in these talismans, in these recipes, are the same feelings shared by people today. Solutions may be offered in different ways, but from a kind of our perspective, modern period and advancement of science has not prevented us to seek a holistic approach to our emotions and find ways to come to terms with their powers in our lives. In Ottoman Bosnia, Islamic occult practitioners, distinct from their Catholic, Orthodox, and Sephardic counterparts, tapped into a connective thread, weaving through botany, esotericism, and the vicissitudes of emotions, and expanded their medical knowledge inherited from both within and beyond the empire through the unique technologies of the occult. This situation, as I mentioned earlier, changes. Ottoman Islamic pharmacopoeia, which until the change of the imperial hands had been the dominant and the most comprehensive and inclusive and more detailed, becomes downplayed and excluded as irrelevant and backward, and degraded to superstitious and folk beliefs to be standardized only when translated into Latin, the language of pharmacological modernity. But that's a different topic. Thank you, Amina, for your interesting presentation. So we don't have much time, I think,
but we can have a couple of questions. Tunç, let's start.
Thank you so much. This is fascinating. I wonder how frequently you encountered the remarks mujarrab, indicating that the efficacy of the prescribed method was verified by either the authors themselves or the copyists or the readers of these manuals, mujarrab or its equivalents in other languages.
Yes, there is mujarrab, there is mujarrabdir, budu mujarrabdir, there is sahih. So in other words, there are these different ways of validating the experiment, and there are lots of them. There is a lot of, I think that every manual contains both, but the ones that are that seem to be most elaborate always end with this phrase. Later on, what we see is within the Sufi tradition, Sufi medical practice, actually that becomes a genre of literature that they collect There are a couple of manuals among the Naqshbandis in Bosnia, for example, that collect all the mujarrab recipes and put them together and discard other ones. So they actually just exist under the title mujarrabat. So it is, yes, it is. It's a very, I think, interesting and important point, because it speaks to the experimental nature, but also we don't really know what does it speak to. I mean, this one that I mentioned about hanging the penis, it says mujarrab. So whoever, you know, I don't know, I mean, how that happens, but it is, yes, it is there. And Sahih is another one, which I find that in the manuals that talk about Sahih, they are the ones who usually evoke not just occultist literature, but also the Tib Ruhani and Tib Nabawi, from the prophetic tradition. So they use Sahih, I think, as a way of establishing it in the connection with the Bukhari Sahih and the Hadith Sahih.
Well, I cannot thank you enough. So, I mean, there's so many paths that this is opening up. But like one thing that resonated with me a lot is just saying Bosnia not to be in the margin, but using this example to really challenge strange hierarchies we have in Ottoman studies. So certainly, methodologically, your work will put it in the center. You know, all these other colleagues working on different parts of the world will take this as an example. But are you also thinking at, you know, pushing this a bit further and showing the particular connections to put your cases as the center of a different kind of an Ottoman Empire? I mean, this is a difficult question, but I'm wondering whether it is a path that you want to
well, thank you for asking the question. It's a little bit of a personal issue for me, of course. You know, I'm talking here about a tradition that came under fire and under, you know, it was subject to genocide and annihilation 20 years ago, 25 years ago, 30 years ago. So in early 1990s, how many years that is. So there is something about it existed, the obliterated, it's still there, but it has been subjected to very vicious, divisive politics that is also fed from external, international sort of relations. And we are living in a world in which we want to separate rather than emphasize these ways in which contacts did happen. And I think in that sense, it's not necessarily about replacing periphery with center, or centering Bosnia as the place for the Ottoman Empire to be, you know, to understand the Ottoman Empire, but nevertheless to indicate that these kinds of regions exist throughout the empire. This is just one example, but to emphasize an example, why I think one does need to kind of plunge into the internal dynamics, that kind of simultaneity that spatial analysis provides, whereby things are not done only in relation to the center, but things are done in relation to the dynamic that exists. And I'm sure, you know, Crete is another fantastic example of that, and many other locations in the empire. So I think we can learn a lot from them. And for that matter, you know, ethically speaking, I think we need to speak about them, because they are the ones that are usually pushed as somehow but margins, and therefore people don't really know what they're doing.
There's an online question as well.
Because my question would combine very well with the question we can see in the chat box by Yorgos Tedopoulos. So I actually would rephrase it like, I'm testing a theory here, so I won't be long. I will save this for the discussion, but the question is more or less the same as Yorgos says, and I will put it simpler. Do you see in vernacular grimoires, okay, Do you see Christian elements in Muslim manuscripts and / or vice versa?
Yes, and there is definitely
both ways.
Both ways. I've seen them. I haven't had, alas, I still haven't had access to the Sephardic one that is preserved, that is at the Museum of the Sephardic Culture. And I know that many of them actually from Bosnia have been, for some reason, they've been, I'm told that they were taken to Belgrade, to the Sephardic community center there. So it would be, my goal is at some point to actually sit with all the grimoires and all the, and they're not always grimoires. You see, in the case of these, they're just simply manuals for use of plants or medicinal manuals that, and yes. There is, for example, I'm familiar with one where the talisman itself, the Orthodox talismans, has a mashallah, starts with the mashallah. And vice versa. Yes, I have in my talismans evocations of, now that is, it's somewhat formulaic, so I'm not really sure whether I can describe them to the local idiom, vernacular, but nevertheless it is used so as to acknowledge the presence of and with the symbolism as well. So you find the symbolism that works both ways. And that is more of a syncretism. I'm not sure that what I'm talking about is really syncretism. It is again that simultaneity, that juxtaposition, because yes. So it is, here I am. I mean, my daughter recently caught me by surprise because in my car I have one Christian, one Islamic thing, one Allah saying, one whatever, send some saint, hanging on my in my car. I don't really know even how that happened, but it's a way of covering your ground. So there is something that within Bosnia actually works. It is part of the culture, in which there is no denial of the other, but there is simply saying, okay, I'll use it in a way that maybe elsewhere is not used.
Okay, so just one more question. Continue with you.
Thanks. I just have a follow-up on this question about syncretism. This is for some scholars, it has recently been a burning subject. And then, I mean, if some of them who have postulated too much syncretism into this have came to a theory about the history of religions, which has nothing to do with religions and is completely cultural. And then kind of like exactly basically depicts this bottom-up approach to practice religion, which is not completely on the charts as historically accurate, if you ask me. But the point is that basically the question is, how can these mixes, and it is not just Bosnia, historically in many places people would combine a lot of different representations among the population until they reach this level of Durkheimian collective representations, right? And many of them would go into canonized ritualistic mechanisms because the same people who would enforce those are basically exposed to the same cultural influences, right? So what would these mixes in general, these kinds of like combinations between different trends, what do they tell us about how we should write history about these things? So is there like an in-between this bottom-up, top-down approaches, something?
Yes, thank you for this. I mean, this has been a sore point for me over the years, because when I never know whether this goes to Ottoman studies or Slavic studies. For example, academia is fully complicit in perpetuating certain national histories and historiographies, and it has only been in the past decade or so that there has been more opening towards these possibilities of looking at what I'd like to call macaronic cultures, in the sense that they combine these different codes and they are conscious of these codes and they don't pretend that they are syncretizing them. So that's why syncretism I find problematic, because as you say, it, on the one hand, it also gives a sense of the so-called heteropraxy or heterodoxy, rather than something that is proper. And that, of course, works very well with religious purists, with nationalist purists who say, well, you see, they're not really Muslims. So
absolutely, this is going to be the main argument for religious fundamentalism, right?
Exactly, so the main argument. So I think there is the academic environment needs to take the lead in this regard and open up these disciplinary boundaries. Not necessarily, I think, there is a danger of also mixing up area studies with the kind of interdisciplinarity I think that we now require. That area studies, as envisioned in the historically speaking, really do not accommodate this type of material. But I think we all in our research documents on hard disks have similar material, and we don't know what to do with them. It was, gender studies underwent a similar process. I mean, there was, lots of, I remember I put together a volume on women in the Ottoman Balkans with Irvin Schick some years ago, precisely because I've heard so much that people have, you have this example about women, but I don't know what to do with it. So there was this sense of displacement, of not belonging, which has thankfully been corrected with, in the context of gender, but I think we still require more effort. And perhaps, the Ottoman studies, as we now talk about it, is a space or is an academic space where this can, in fact, accommodate these types of micro examinations, investigations that I think that would then challenge all these, the terminology and the categories that we are accustomed to. And we somehow, we are accustomed to them, and we tend to take them for granted. I mean, we just somehow use them and then don't really reflect on them, I think, sufficiently.
So shall we take a break and we can continue our discussion? We will see the results. This is connected to my agenda.
Nie może tak. Ilona, czujesz? Maj, nemoj pričat. Aj, pošalj mi sliku. Pa čekaj, jesi ti tamo, aj ti dođi za to. Vidi. Kako? Ok, ja ću.
Başlayın dedi. Ha, uzaktan yapacak. Tamam.
So, I would like to welcome you to our evening session. And we will start all right. We will start first with Nicola Pantic. Nicola is going to give us a presentation on probing hidden knowledge through divine inspiration, charismatic authority, and occult sciences in 18th century Ottoman Sham. And Nicola is presently a postdoc fellow at the Department of Near Eastern Studies, University of Vienna. And he also holds a permanent fellowship at the Center for Religious Studies at the Central European University. His dissertation was on Sufism in Ottoman Damascus, and he presently researches the theoretical approaches and implications of using Weberian and post-Weberian theories of charisma and charismatic authority for Ottoman Sunnism and more broadly Sunni Islam. So Nicola, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will start by first saying once again that it's a big pleasure to be invited here. Thank you, all the organizers. And it was a pleasure to meet Marinos finally after all the emails we sent to each other. And I bothered you terribly, sorry about that. But that said, I'm also very happy that the conference proceedings went here so far with all these interesting topics and subjects, because it kind of changed the way I want to introduce my own topic. And I will start where Amila left prior to our break with a little bit of the commentary of these collections of different types of, I would not say magical, but thaumaturgical rituals. And I will explain why during the rest of my delivery. Which I've also been looking at many of such copies mostly of pieces which are collected volumes, sometimes completely composite volumes written in different handwritings and often in different languages where Arabic dominates, but Ottoman Turkish is not infrequent at all, and sometimes Persian shows up from time to time. I was looking at the material which was usually copied at the 17th and the 18th centuries, and which came from the Middle East and more specifically from Syria. I was looking at that stuff, and my primary place of research was the National Library in Berlin, which offers a lot of these, although still uncatalogued manuscripts under the main super title of occult sciences. And the problem is that we don't have this term in Arabic, this ulum al-hafia or ghariba, anywhere in these texts. And I'm going to talk today a little bit about why this might be the case. The point is that these volumes are obviously made for someone's internal use, and this is the fact that testifies to that is that they don't start in any conventional way. There is no basmala usually. Usually they just start and get to the point. One of them, for instance, which is focused on spiritual healing, starts with a hadith where Muhammad is recommending to people to quote his words when they're deflecting the jinnic influences or actual jinnic possession, and then starts immediately with exorcistic procedures, and then continues with the sciences of with the meanings of letters and of the Arabic alphabet, and then goes to various diagrams that may be first of all the famous waqf, the magical squares in all kinds of shapes, and some of them are very, very, very complex. And some of them pretty basic, those 3x3 kind of magic squares that are very frequent and which can be seen in other sources as well. A lot of dua type of invocations are present there, and these types of manuals, especially the manuals that are recommending different texts for different types of influences and different types of effects, which a supplicant can raise by pronouncing them, are a very important part of many of these volumes, and usually cover the most of their proceedings. They talk about the demons quite extensively, some of them, and in proper detail, and then go into geomantic tablets, various other kinds of, for instance, mandala maps and similar kinds of diagrams. And one can, at first glance, sometimes not even recognize that there is a comprehensive arrangement of the topics, because sometimes when the handwriting changes, the topic can change as well, and so on and so forth. So it becomes one of my questions, which I posed while researching this, is of course how to read these manuscripts and how to read whom they belong to and who wrote them. And this is where it started, basically. The other important thing, of course, is to research the actual proceedings of the thaumaturgical and magical practice. And they were quite useful for that, because one can infer usually to the utmost detail and to very precise and sometimes very bizarre information and detail how certain rituals have been done. And the attestation to them being done in society is the fact that this was written by a group of people that wrote these things to deliver them to the public, right? In their first of all performative and the second of all thaumaturgical role in society. Now, when I'm saying that I'm in the title of the presentation that I'm going to work on Ottoman Sham, this is basically the territory of Greater Syria, quote unquote, but I'm reading some sources which are very relevant for the entirety of the Ottoman territories in the 17th and the 18th century both. This is a problematic period both for historiography today, and it was definitely troublesome for the religious authorities in those times. That because of another rise of the wave of Muslim rigorism, I refer to Salafism, or rather one of the proto-Salafist buffs in the Ottoman Empire, predominantly Istanbul, but in other provinces as well, manifested through, for instance, the Qadis of Delhi movement, but independently as well, because there were many Ibn Taymiyyah scholars who started kind of putting their voices through. Some, not all, but some members of the Hanbalite school in Egypt, for instance, follow the same logic of argumentation, this logic of what we call proto-Salafism, at least. And in the 18th century, of course, the Wahhabi movement started as well in Saudi Arabia, or in today's Saudi Arabian territories, which is not related to the Qadis of Delhi, and kind of remained a distant object of derision for many of the Ottoman ulama. However, it created plenty of reasons to write as well. So what I'm writing and what I'm looking at, and what I looked at in my thesis basically is the attitudes of the conservative ulama. And by saying conservative, I mean the people who were being attacked usually because of their more mystical approaches to reading the scripture, through interpretation of Quranic and of scriptural elements in general, and who tried to, and in some ways and in some places managed to actually hold their ground against continuous rigorous attacks. So this ulama sometimes is read today as a group of individuals, group of scholars who are maybe aloof from various kinds of occult practices, and who have changed, who have made a turn towards a more rational approach to reading the scripture, who kind of try to clean their discourse too much of the talk of the miraculous and marvelous and so on, due to the spirit of the times, which required a certain degree of conformism, right? And this is how older scholarship, let's say in the previous decades, sometimes wrote about the topic. And this view is now directly juxtaposed to the newer scholarship that kind of started this resurgence of talking about occult sciences in general and about thaumaturgical practices. So the big problem here is to find a way in which these two streams of scholarship communicate and how to make them at peace with each other. And that's what I was trying to do, basically. So when I'm looking at the conservative ulama here, I'm looking basically at the Sufi ulama overlap, which represented something of a Sunni mainstream during the Ottoman Empire, and of which many members actually actively defined what is going to be confirmed as orthodoxy or what is going to be denied as different kinds of heretical behaviors. This overlap between Sufism and Ulamaic teaching is not the only thing that defines this group, because many of them, especially those in high positions, were people who were landed aristocracy, very rich, who usually belonged to very, very, very long families. So some of them had medieval pasts, or at least claimed to have them, with a large element of people from Beit Muhammad directly, allegedly, once again, and who were therefore very influential and very connected with various social milieux in the Ottoman Empire, and who thus had the potential to try to defend also themselves and with their own vision of orthodoxy from the rising rigorous trends. Now, maybe this influences the decision because of the scholarly talks about the Naqshbandiya Sufi order as an order that's, after its tajdeed, started applying a more Puritan, let's say, or rather a more rational approach to their religious behavior. I picked two very important scholars, in fact, Abdul Ghani al-Nabulsi of the 17th and 18th century, and Muhammad ibn Abidin, who died in the 19th century, in 1836, if I remember correctly. I'm not good with dates. Ibn Abidin is probably a known name for many here in this room. He is the author of still one of the most comprehensive books on Hanafi fiqh, which is a commentary on al-Haskafi's Dur al-Mukhtar from the 16th century, and is therefore, this text is still consulted by the Hanafi ulama up to this date, and it's laden with mystical tropes. throughout. And on the other hand, Abdul Ghani al-Nabulsi was also a Hanafite scholar, but a scholar with a very unstable position in Damascus, although he... Sure, no problem. I get that a lot, by the way, so just feel free to notify when I get too much into an overdrive. Where was I? Yeah, Nabulsi. He had a bit of a more unstable professional career due to the fact that his time was pretty much marked by the Qadis ad-Dili, by the rise of Qadis ad-Dili, both popularity on the social, on the, let's say, non-governmental side, and their sponsorship by different types of court institutions as well. So some scholars describe his work, which is phenomenal in terms of just preserved manuscripts, over 100 different texts. The scholarship now describes his work as the work as a lifetime of rebellion and a lifetime of opposition to Qadis ad-Dili influences. Both of these scholars, as we're going to see, unlike what is described usually in some of the literature we read today, had an approach to religion which was very much drenched, laden with mystical tropes, an approach that does not want to let go of different types of miracles, first of all, in the continuity of saintly wonder, the karama, in the present day, and until, of course, the imagined end of the world, that they were pretty much aware, or rather believed in an existence of an unseen counterpart to the natural world. And they, as Max Weber and some other scholars have actually noted, they understood this as a normal part of nature. I would, for instance, to take the banal example of the jinn, they were treated as just another species of an animal or another creature, a type of creature simply on Earth, and not something supernatural in any terms we could understand today. They mostly discussed who has the right to see or access elements from this unseen part of the world, al-ghaib. And they were very, very well aware of all the existent manipulation techniques that were used by different types of enchanters or different types of thaumaturgists or mages to try to manipulate various unseen elements into doing their bidding and to fulfilling some of their desired purposes, one way or the other. Ibn Khaldun jumps again from the shadow, let's say, from the shadow, first of all, academic criticism we recently witnessed in some of the papers, such as, for instance, Melvin Kushki and Liana Saev, and his more, let's say, more moderate, more conservative trends to approaching religion, in which basically all kinds of occult operations are neatly aligned to this binary of karama versus seher, so wonder versus magic, where it's not the type of an effect of an occult operation that pretty much plays a role as much as the type of person who does the operation, and so in its own right is the most relevant part. It had to be a person of obviously all kinds of good virtues, of proper purity and piety in religion, all those jointly known under the Arabic word salah, which was instrumental to somebody attracting beliefs that they possess this mystical charisma, this quality that separates them from other people, and therefore the Arabic word is baraka, by the way, barakatullah, divine grace, literally, and the two terms correspond very well, and in fact are highly comparable between, for instance, Sunni Islam before the modern reforms in the Ottoman Empire and unreformed Catholicism in the medieval West. Salah thus attracts barakah, and salah is usually not just a quality one is born with, although these exceptions are known and they are sometimes visible in the sources even in the 18th and the 19th centuries. However, salah is usually acquired through long years of study under institutionalized authorities, manifested in sheikhs in different Sufi lodges, who then graduate their students and then allow them basically this access to these kinds of supernatural roles. They, throughout the whole process of the initiation, from the time they join the lodge as true acolytes and not just tourist visitors, let's say, who attend dhikr ceremonies and so on, which the majority of the population in the Ottoman Empire actually did quite often. Throughout their training, they would be revealed more and more methods to deal with the occult, such as, for instance, they would be revealed secrets of writing or inscribing different kinds of talismans, magical squares, seals, and of course, they would know more divine names which they could use in their own dhikr ceremony, or which they can use in different kinds of independent duos, right? So now, the point with this Ibn Khaldunian logic is that, I mean, it is true that Khaldun wrote about his karama seher binary from a kind of hopeless setting for him, where he was overwhelmed by the popularity of occult sciences in this time and age. But I believe that this is precisely why him and many other authors started writing these scripts, because they were aware of the fact that they need to justify their own position, and as main theologians and as also religious authorities, as once again, rich landowners who also had full authority over orthodoxy. They basically pretty much represented an equivalent sociologically, I underline, and anthropologically, but not theologically by no means, to Christian priesthoods in medieval West, for instance. There is no one else who fulfilled these kinds of role, kind of like a joint a lawmaker, a thaumaturge, and a mystagogue at the same time. And so what Ibn Khaldun tried to do is to justify this force and to justify this office and keep it in the hands of the Sufis during his time, or at least I view his texts that way. Something similar is the strategy which was used by 17th and 18th century writers, because when they started getting under attack because of the ways they approach religion, because of all the new rituals, new thaumaturgical ritual systems which have been invented over time and which were accused for being bid'ah, being this dreaded innovation, they needed to defend it somehow, and they needed to once more establish who is going to be the main authority and the only orthodox body that has the right to decide about these things, and cast away the rest of the opponents either as infidels or quite straightforwardly as Saharun, as magicians. Right? So, but at the same time, while trying to use this very similar binary, Ibn Khaldun was not the only one. Al-Ghazali before him and many other conservative theologians were talking about this in the medieval times, and we see these trends in early modern writing during the 17th and the 18th century. That is the important point. But what we also see is a kind of an omission, which I believe is deliberate, that these texts, which the ulama of the 17th and the 18th century are writing, they do not mention half of, not even 10% of the detail about the thaumaturgical operations they themselves are dealing with in the texts which they intend for wider publics to read. One reason to explain this, one way to explain this is obviously the Sufi vows of silence. But the second way to explain it, and which I think was a sound idea and the sound concept they had at that time, is that to try and not talk too openly about the taboos which were present in their times, and to confine the details, the strict detail of the thaumaturgical operation behind the doors, the closed doors of Sufi lodges, where they, to their minds, belonged. And that's why we will in the texts which were representative of these ulama, and which were supposed to be shared among other social milieus, we are going to see main and simplified prerequisites for basically all Muslims, what they thought all Muslims could benefit with, while not even, well, many people are going to remain silent on many practices. The letterism is the first one, which was never commentated upon by any of these authors. Talismanics kind of played on a very thin line between karama and sihr constantly, and some other practices were completely forgotten. Now, to illustrate a little bit, I'm going to go through certain texts of these two authors, which I find representative, considering that, I mean, they were read in all parts of the empire, and long after their deaths as well continue to influence the way Hanafi fiqh and Sunni orthodoxy was approached. An-Nabulsi left over, once again, over 100 of texts. I think that's more than 50 are now extant in different edited volumes and so on. But one of the interesting ones, which I'm reading today from, is his commentary on Birgivi Ali's Muhammadan Path, which in itself is a vastly popular text of the 16th century Ottoman Empire, right? And it's a text that people have previously misread, and they consider it one of the most important sources for the formative period of Qadizadeh Mehmed, so the founder of the Qadizadeh revolt. However, Birgivi was a more conservative theologian, and as a Hanafi Maturidi, also probably an opponent to Ibn Taymiyyah's theories, who didn't see many wrong things with Sufism per se, and who actually kind of understood its benefits for believers. However, he was opposed to what he considered the innovations of the Sufis of his time. So all these practices of trying to claim for themselves more power than they naturally should have, and this served as an inspiration. And because of Birgivi's popularity and his sound reasoning, according to the criticism of other ulama, he was widely accepted, and his theories being rooted completely in the Sharia and in the Sunnah, where of course they had no reason to be disproved. It was the later attribution to Birgivi that might have caused this mistake, because several of Mehmed Qadizadeh's followers and close confidants apparently left Ibn Taymiyyah kind of writing. First of all, rebelling against the ziyara practices, so the practices of the veneration of saintly graves and many other Sufi ritual. already. So I talk too much. Yeah. And many where was I again? No problem. I'm just bad with the focus. Yeah. So, however, it's the attributions to Birgivi that made him be read by today's Ottomanists. Some of today's Ottomanists as a complete kind of like mastermind behind the Qadis Adili revolt. Still, Nabulsi takes his the Tariqat al-Muhammadiyah, his Mohammedan path, and comments in such a way that he, as he states himself, he is trying to prove to the fanatic ignoramuses and the Jahilun, right, that what are the proper prescriptions of Islam, and he tries to defend the book from being from its meaning to be taken away by these kinds of ignoramuses. And when he discusses sihr, after discussing in wide and long text the veracity of the wonders and miracles of saints, and when discussing sihr, he immediately adjoins it with kihana, divination practices, and when he starts talking about divination, he basically condemns almost all of it as independent kind of sihr-like practice, because astrology is there as well. So that's one of the important parts, because the practitioners would often be misled to believe that the power of celestial bodies or the power of natural objects, which he agrees they might have their arwah, they might have their ruhaniyat, but this is something created by God, and in the way that God imagined, and in a system that God imagined himself. God has the ultimate power, and everything in the world is because he allowed it to be. If the astrologer, for instance, tries to use the power of these other entities and starts forgetting about God, he's of course committing shirk, attribution to the deity himself. And in this way, his practice is going to be completely denied. Similar goes with magicians of all kinds. Whatever they believed in the writings, whatever people they might have misled to believe in their own practices, they commit shirk both for them and their followers. And their followers in turn are also unbelievers, most of them beyond salvation. There, with this very simplified division, which is standing in a popular text there to be read by a wider audience, he really does omit a lot about thaumaturgical practices of the period, and but he creates basically a kind of like a copy of this medieval conservative setting in which occult sciences cannot be counted as sciences or as a standalone group either, because they're just clearly aligned by this karama sihr binary. Once again, if it's the Sufis, they're allowed. They have the knowledge of the al-ghaib. They have the power to manipulate it. The Solomon example comes in at the fore. They do it because God told them so, and they would never claim this knowledge for themselves. Ibn Abidin later on, almost a century later, gets a bit more complicated in this whole matter, considering that he writes from a more stable position, and he also writes with anger, being that I'm not reading today his main seminal work on fiqh. I'm reading one of his letters which he wrote in defense of his master post-mortem. His master Khalid al-Naqshbandi, a Sufi of great popularity. When he died, the succession of the Tariqa became problematized, and some of the people who were a part of the Naqshbandi order started accusing the Sheikh posthumously as a magician and a necromancer and an infernalist. The Ibn Abidin, very angry as he sounds from the text, writes a rebuke of this and focuses an entire part of about 20 pages to ulum al-ghaib, so the knowledges about the unseen. There, he also confirms the legacy of the wonders and miracles post-prophetic age, and he puts it into the hands of the Sufis completely. So in the hands of the Salihun, and the hands of the people with proper ta'lim, proper istiqama, and proper adab, right? So these are the traits that need to be followed. Independent claims to unseen knowledge, claims from people who say that they just woke up and saw something which is hidden, that it was not God who gave them so, are immediately committing heresy because they're not acknowledging Tawheed once again. People who believe in the power of these people are also infidels. That stands without any notion. As for astrological practices themselves, he acknowledges that some things can be inferred from them. And I think that we've mentioned this yesterday. Ibn Abidin divides the practice into the Hisabi and the Istidlali practices. So basically arithmetic and inferential astrology. Arithmetic astrology, through which one could calculate, for instance, the proper position of the Qibla or define a proper time for a prayer. And the Istidlali one, through which one can infer where a certain celestial body or a certain object could be in a certain point in time. and maybe infer a certain number of causes and effects beyond it. However, anything else, any higher claim from an independent person done through the power of, through the claim of the power of independent celestial objects and so on would immediately be committed heresy. So the point is the point is to understand these texts not from the perspective, once again, of the effect of the exact occult operation. This is a proper accent on who is permitted to do such things. We know that different types of knowledges of the unseen represent a common part of the saintly repertoire. They're a normal faculty among different holy men, among the Sufis and the ulama both. But for them, it's always this is always revelatory knowledge, and knowledge which is sanctioned exactly because it comes from God. To prove this even further and deeper, I mean, when building talismans, Nabulsi and Ibn Abidin both agree that these talismans are supposed to be written in Arabic. Same goes with different ruqya procedures. Arabic only, or understandable language which is going to praise God through dhikr, which is going to recite the Quran, which is the best, but also could use independent du'as if they prove the principles of Tawheed, or the Sunni Tawheed in particular. Anything else is disproven of, because it might be something meaningless, or simply, or something more dangerous, like for instance an infernalist talisman or an infernalist practice or something like that. Now, these two guys are, I mean, deeply connected with their own Sufi orders. In both cases, Naqshbandiya, but Nabulsi was also a Khalwati and a Qadiri monk. They were deeply also engaged with the practice of Sufism, and they must have known about these manuals Amila and me were reading, for instance, and these manuals that existed in many other places. Baki Tezcan did a lot of work on the Istanbul collections of the dua manuals and so on and so forth. So we can find these types of books in many parts of the world, and being that they knew about them, being that these books themselves are kind of following the Ulamaic advice, meaning they root almost all of their knowledges in God. Everything here, which is written in this ritual, says the book comes because God has allowed it so. The duas usually are modified Quranic chapters, or sometimes properly independent standalone prayers, but which usually end up with a kind of a propitiation, like, God, if you allow, this is going to be so, but if you don't, I am just a sinner. I am still a proper believer, though, and I will try my best. So on. After that, the invocation of the divine names would start, or disconnected letters, and so on and so forth. Yeah, then just a final sentence. Yeah, so considering these two, for instance, just these two extant types of manuals and texts, I think that in between we can see this this Ulamaic omission strategy that does respect the Sufi vow of silence on the one hand, but is kind of still saving the Sufis and the ulama the bother of talking about in public space about problematic things which are seen by their opponents, while at the other time they're not staying aloof at all, not even one bit, from all of these practices, and either be their theoreticians or pure practitioners that they are very much in approval of and encouraging many of the practices which are being at this point developed or continued in different Sufi lodges. Some of the similar manuals and the Ulamaic statuses which completely resemble that of Nabulsi and Ibn Abidin and existed in the 20th century, for instance, in Syria, namely in Yusuf al-Nabhani, for instance, is one of the biggest representatives of this kind of beliefs and so on, testify that these kinds of beliefs had continuity past, well before their age as well. This, I mean, we can open many discussions on the top of this material, for instance, such as questions about an autochthonous enlightenment, or as some scholars have tried to postulate so far, the Weber's theories of disenchantment and enchantment, which this group has had previously engaged with, and so on and so forth. But let's stop there and converse about this further in the Q&A. Thank you.
Nicola, thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. Because we don't have too much time, we will take only a couple of questions. So the floor is open if someone wants to. Yes.
Thank you, Nicola. There are lots of food for thought. I was just going to ask you one quick question. Is there a comment on the Shia style kind of charismatic authority, or is there a discussion about that line of charisma and ability to penetrate into esoteric in the way in which Jafar Sadek actually is mentioned in early sources? And And how do they comment on that version, on that possibility?
Yeah, well, that's one part of this question is very difficult. I'll explain why. Because when it comes to reading these types of sources, I was so far focused on Sunnism only. So even if I saw some references, and now I can admit that I don't remember seeing them at all, when they would refer to contemporary ulama or something, this would usually be other Hanafites or Shafi'ites, which also corresponds to their intellectual setting at the time and place. I feel like I didn't notice. But that, as I said, that might have been due to my focus on the other side. I feel like I didn't notice references to them contemporary Shiites at the time and place. However, Ja'far as-Sadiq is a big role model, and he is constantly quoting. You know, both of these texts which I'm reading are written by very competent jurists who they almost all of their arguments start with a kind of a presentation of the debate. This is being said by these people. This is being said as an opposing thought. Let's conflict them together. Let's read the ahadith now. So they start quoting first the ahadith, and then the interpreters of the ahadith, then the different mufassirs throughout time and place. Ja'far as-Sadiq is going to be quoted equally with al-Razi, for instance, and al-Bastami, and so on. So many of these kinds of al-Ghazali and Ibn Arabi are there. They also they have their place in these texts. So the point is that they will use older authority, and once again, they seem focused more on this on the people who respected these core values, these principles of Tawheed and of Sunnah and Sharia, right? So and they kind of try to leave the rest of the problematics aside, but in contemporary terms, they didn't see much references to them. So. You know.
Did you also? So, is it mentioned silsila as well as a way to transmit charismatic transmission? What
We had only 20 minutes, and this is the silsila. The silsila is one of the defining factors for the Sufi orders back in that time, and it's probably wasn't ever that important as in the Ottoman period because of this unprecedented overlap between the Sufis and the ulama back at that time. It served as a kind of both a chain of mystical and a chain of authoritative justification of how an order exists and how every sheikh is graduated out, quote unquote, from this particular tariqa. These things were sometimes physically serving as talismans and as conducts of barakah from a mystical sheikh, from an eponymous founder somewhere from the 11th, 12th century, and so on and so forth. And they would ring even back to Ali ibn Abi Talib and then to the Prophet, with the exception of the Naqshbandiya that always had the Bakri silsila, so they went through Abu Bakr onwards. But and of course, I mean, Nabulsi is going to mention his Qadiriyya silsila, though he insisted on that in many of his travelogues, for instance, and in many of his Hanafi works. He would be Hanafi fiqh works. He would quote his own silsila of the Qadiriyya Sufis, and even Abidin, while he defended his own master, he also named all of the masters he knew about before until the eponymous founder, right? At the end of this work, so as to once more justify the authority of the guy he's defending, his late master, right? And in the same time justifying his own position, because he obviously derived a lot of authority for this thing. And for Khalid al-Naqshbandi himself, by the way, he was an insanely popular figure, both with different types of notables and with the common people. He had all kinds of legends surrounding him, for instance, being able to kill his opponents with his sight. It's like looking at people and so on, to other things. So yeah.
Nicola, thank you so much for this presentation. And now we will proceed with Dimitris Yarzov. Yes, it's your turn. Right? Yes. So, Dimitris is a PhD candidate at the University of Crete, and the subject of his thesis, which is funded by the project, is the science of letters in the Ottoman Empire. And today he's going to talk to us about political advice and ethics in an occult framework. Alaynabi Shirazi's Düstur Üzera as an example of 16th century Ottoman
Letters. You have that? Yes, you have that.
Ah, εντάξει.
All right, Dimitri, so the floor is yours.
Hello. Okay, let me fix that a bit. Okay. Hello. What I'm gonna present to you today is like part of my ongoing doctoral dissertation that deals with like the letter science in the Ottoman realm, mainly through the from the mid 15th up until like the late 17th century. Like the topic of my dissertation is like an effort to see what was the exact importance of this prominent occult knowledge called like as the letter science from a point of view that covers the fields of divination, prophecy, philosophy, Sufism, and Islamic philosophy. The source I have brought for you here today is a mid-16th century text that like by looking at with like a first eye, it may not appear to be a part of that kind of literature and under the umbrella of such a field of knowledge. But as I will try to show you today, things aren't always as they seem to be. The literary genre of political advice, like generally called as siyasetname in its various forms, holds an important position in the history of Ottoman political thought and constitutes a big part of Ottoman literary culture in general. A continuation of a Persian genre, generally defined as Mirror for Princes, these works prevailed as one of the most popular writings from the late 15th and until the end of the 16th century. Their prominence and popularity were expressed amongst the ruling class, that is both the rulers and the high notables to whom they were presented by their writers. Although in the past, research faced these works in a rather loose manner by presenting them as rather formulaic terms of content. The new research has shown that these numerous sources can differ greatly, both in terms of content and structure. Such a source is this one. Called Düsturul Vuzera, Code of the Viziers. It's like an advisory and guiding treatise that deals with the virtues and rules of conduct that should be followed by the viziers. Its writer, Ali bin Muhibi el-Shirazi el-Sharif, was born in Konya, probably sometime around 1530. I'm going to justify this date, although it's not provided by the sources. The question mark is because we don't actually know if he was born there. We know that he spent almost the entirety of his life in Konya. This is seen by the sources and by the information provided by himself in his own works. He was trained a calligrapher and a copyist. We hold some manuscripts signed by him and include his calligraphic skills and his signature. He was a multilingual poet that can be seen through this work and others he composed. He could write with the same ease in Ottoman Turkish, in Persian, and in Arabic. And he was a member of the Mevleviye Sufi Brotherhood, something that could seem quite normal due to the fact that he was born. He lived in Konya, the place where Mevlana acted and reached its highest popularity. His works, which are numeral and still unstudied to my knowledge, cover all these fields: political advice, such as the one I'm going to talk about today, straightforward theology, mainly tafsir, Sufism, which is kind of parenthetical in his works. He doesn't has written a straightforward Sufi treatise, but Sufism is all existent in many of his texts, and poetry, also parenthetically, by being incorporated in many of his theological and political works. The work that I'm going to talk today, Düstur Zera, is, as I said, a treatise on ethics and ways of the viziers. According to Katip Çelebi, in his Keşf-Uzun'un, his bibliographic encyclopedia, it was compiled sometime in 1558 or 59. It consists of 3 chapters. The first chapter deals mainly with the administrative importance of viziers and the virtues they should possess. There he provides them with advice on practical things such as economics, social behavior, behavior towards the monarch, behavior towards their inferiors in the administrative system, etc. The second chapter provides the readers with paradigms of exemplary viziers from the times of the Prophet up until the Ottoman era. Regarding the date that the work was compiled and the place where Alai acted and wrote and existed, both as a Sufi and an individual, one could keep in mind, or should keep in mind, that this was a quite turbulent time. It's when Sultan Süleyman's 2 remaining sons, Bayezid and Selim, unable to solve their differences and in an effort to put an end to the question of succession, were getting ready for a direct clash. Despite his father's efforts to compromise them, the 2 finally met with their armies in the Great Plain of Konya in May of 1559. The battle saw Selim as the winner, and Bayezid fled the Ottoman lands, as we know, reaching until the enemy court of the Safavids. With his brother in exile, Selim was the undisputed heir to the throne, and his tutor, Lala Mustafa Pasha, presented himself as the second in command. Why am I saying all these things? The work is dedicated to Lala Mustafa Pasha. He is the one that should follow all the things mentioned by Alai in his work, in connection to Sultan Selim Khan, as he is already called in the work. So one could probably say that the work was compiled after the Battle of Konya. Selim is the undisputed heir to the throne. Lala Mustafa Pasha is the second in command. So maybe the future second most powerful person in the empire, maybe the next Grand Vizier after Selim would take over. We should keep in mind that Lala Mustafa Pasha stayed close to Selim despite the efforts by the current Grand Vizier Rustem to send him away to various provincial posts. This is the first important thing about the text. To whom was it dedicated and presented? And what did Alay wanted to achieve through this dedication, through this gift? So far, so good. Like one reads the first 2 chapters, like you have kind of a straightforward description of like some practical stuff, some stuff coming from like the genealogy of the position of a vizier inside like the Islamic realms. What should they do? What shouldn't they do? How should they act? Where does the name come from? How does its Arabic plural get formed, etc. Everything changes when we reach to the 3rd chapter. There you go. The 3rd chapter, which is like greater in length than the 2nd one, that's like the historic genealogy of the viziers, and equally long as the first one that deals with like the virtues of the viziers, is like a full-scale presentation of talismans, prayers, and the esoteric use of the scripts, the Quranic verses, always for the benefit of a vizier. This is how like Alay incorporated this rather different part in his work. This is how he starts speaking about it. And I quote, "Some of the prayers in this chapter are from the messenger of Allah," this is a prophet. "It is narrated from the prophet and his companions and other righteous predecessors. And since the aforementioned prayers and the knowledge that benefits from letters, words, and prayers are not exclusive to the war and the military actions, but all wishes and intentions are general and comprehensive, they are separately mentioned in this chapter." So here we follow like a completely different path. The chapter has like a rather like a loose structure. Like it's as if like he's jumping from like one talisman to the other, from one prayer to the other, always explaining like to which purpose each prayer is going to serve. This is for being for winning a war. This is for protecting yourself. This is for protecting yourself in case the Sultan gets angry at you. After like these brief like one sentence descriptions, he provides like with the Arabic prayers. The Arabic prayers are marked in the work with the same kind of red ink as we see in this talisman. This is like, by the way, this is a rather famous Islamic talisman, the famous seal of Suleiman. That answers in a lot of compilations of miscellaneous of talismans. According to Alay, it also has some kind of medical use in terms of like closing a wound, for example, like, and stopping the blood from running from the wound. If it can be worn in the form of a ring by its possessor, or if it can be carved on the sand and dug afterwards, then the talisman gets activated and shows or like his talismanic qualities. This is the way he describes it right under, no, right beneath the sketch. By the way, the work is being transmitted to us through two quite later manuscripts from the early 18th century, if I'm not mistaken. Just 2 manuscripts, both kept in the Süleymaniye Manuscript Library. Both include the sketches, which I'm going to share with you today. Apart from the talismanic sketches, Alai is providing his reader, the vizier, with kind of like anecdotes from like the earliest Islamic period, where the main protagonist is, maybe not unexpectedly, Ali. Ali, who also answers in the previous chapter that deals like with the history of viziers, where he's presented like as a leader of the army, who like leads the army to victory always, is being presented here as receiving that kind of knowledge from Hızır. In the following way, and I quote, "The word from His Excellency Ali is that I met with Hızır. I told him, teach me something which will find victory against my enemy. He taught me this prayer, which goes like this. O hala elif lam mim elif lam mim sad ve elif ram la elif lam ra." And it goes on for like a few lines like that. Ve Yahuya, help me and protect me for the sake of those who have no gods but him. His Excellency Ali says that I said it. And he said, with the blessings of this prayer, I made many expeditions, even on the day of the Badr, the famous battle given by the Prophet against his enemies. Ali answers quite a few times in this section of the work, and always within like the same framework, like as a receiver of that kind of knowledge, and as like the transmitter. That should not like surprise us, since we know that like Ali is like kind of like the establisher of esoteric knowledge, and like the second one in most silsilas of like the tarikats, right after the Prophet himself. Hızır is mentioned just one more time in the work in connection to Sheikh Necmeddin Kübra, like a rather later figure and a prominent sheikh of, I think it was the 12th century, to whom in the same way Ali is teaching a certain kind of prayer. Sheikh Necmeddin Kübra was the one who tried to foresee the coming of the Mongols, as it is transmitted by a source, the coming of the Mongols from Middle Asia to the Persian and then the European lands. So he is like justified to be receiving that kind of knowledge by Hızır. If I may say one more thing about Hızır, in the past halcyon days, Cemal Kafadar tried to touch upon the topic, like, and speak about like the role of Hızır like in Ottoman culture and sources. My research so far has shown that whenever some kind of like an occult action is taking place, or like many of the times, Hızır is in a way like somewhere close to the action. I mean, like he can be seen as like the one preceding Ali in the transmission of that kind of knowledge. Like, one should keep in mind that like in one of the most famous Ottoman sources, like the Menakibname of Fatih Sultan Mehmet's tutor, Akşemseddin, Hızır is the one who presents himself on the walls of Istanbul and provides Akşemseddin with the necessary tools in order to use Cifr and come up with the date that the city would fall in the hands of the Ottomans. So like you have like the presence of Hızır, like at least Bistami also speaks a lot about him in his encyclopedia, in the same framework as Alay bin Muhibbi Shirazi does here, or Akşemseddin. So like what one could really like, if I may dare to extend like the thoughts of Cemal Hoca, could like really like dig into that kind of sources and find like the elements that made his what he is like in the culture of the tarikats, etc. This is the words regarding whoever digs under this seal at the sundial and wears on his finger, all his enemies will be restrained by it, and whoever sees will feel fear. And it is useful for phlegmatic diseases, not blood, and protects the owner from the sludge. This is the seal, and it was permissible to be in this form. This isn't the seal. This is like more of a sketch that can be analyzed based on the words. He doesn't make like an extensive analysis of it. He just says that this is like a sketch that can be used and can also offer protection in battle. He has like, this is another one, like where the names of the angels are included, and they say that they are accepted by the prophets. This is like kind of the way he structures his whole chapter. I mean, like providing with the sketches, then providing with the prayers, and some brief explanations, like quite practical stuff. He doesn't keep it like on a theoretical level. He says where each and one of these things can actually help the person who knows how to use and practice and recite and carve and wear, etc. I'm concluding. Unlike Akşemseddin, to whom I briefly spoke of, in Shiraz's case, we have not that much of divinatory, but rather a talismanic use of the secret sciences. Ali's prayer serves as an invisible shield, protecting the army and empowering it against the enemy. This is further underlined in the following parts of the treatise, where he provides with further protective actions pertaining to the divine names and the letters of the scripts, the divine names of Allah. In the context of Shiraz's work, both elements serve not merely as some kind of mystical knowledge of the Sufis, but as necessary tools, a kind of indispensable knowledge for any ruler and high notable who seeks to achieve his win on the battlefield and ensure his political and physical survival and his personal safety. From this point, one could say that this section partly serves as an occult manual to the conduct mainly of war and politics. This fact that in his epilogue is stressed by this fact is stressed by him in his epilogue. I'm still like, I don't think I'm done with the text. I mean, like there is more to be said about it. There are things that I didn't have the time to talk to you about today, like some mentioning on the role of the ulemas in the practicing of that kind of knowledge, to which he's kind of critical. I can speak about it in the Q&A if you want to, because I would really like to discuss it with you. Thank you so much for listening.
So, yes. Thank you so much, Dimitri. You said he was born in Konya, right?
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much.
And is there any real or made up connection with the Shirazi occultists of the 16th century?
Thank you so much for the question. Like, in another work of his, like of kind of like theologic nature, which has been published, but I haven't like gotten the book yet. He says that his family migrated from Shiraz to Konya, but I don't think it's clear that like he actually came with his family or his family had settled in Konya and then he was born there. I need to put my hands on the source to answer that. But he actually says that I am a descendant of the prophet. That's why he's sheriff. And my family came from Shiraz. So what you're saying, it also crossed my mind. There could be like kind of a connection, as like Melvin Kushki has put it, like these Shiraz letterists. That kind of a knowledge could have been transmitted through his family. It could be like it's a hypothesis that could very well stand in my opinion. He actually says that we came from there. Yeah, we came from Shiraz.
Okay, so I will ask about the ulema criticism as you ask for that question. We'd love to hear it. But very quickly, like, thank you so much. I mean, I would have never imagined a siyasetname would have a section like that. And siyasetnames are very interesting for me right now, thanks to you. So I was thinking about the patron, Lala Mustafa Pasha, and I don't know whether you will have time to go into that. But as you know, maybe you know, and we'll share you with the illustration, Mustafa Ali is one of his works, the illustrated one, which he's presenting it to Lala Mustafa Pasha. It's a scene at the lodge of Rumi and Konya, and they are, you know, looking for
Really?
the fortune.
Wow.
So it's looking for the fortune from a book. And then he decides to go on campaign. So clearly, I mean, I think this patron is especially interested in these things. And maybe we'll give you the reference. And another thing about maybe not this patron, but the role of the diagrams is only few of the talismanic shirts we know by whom they were made. And those we know are Mevlevi sheikhs for Murat III's period. So, I mean, this is a bit later, but so that may be also a lead. But of course, all these leads take lots of time, and I don't know whether you have them. And the question is about the ulama criticism.
Yeah, the ulama. I'm gonna start from the last thing you said about the talismanic shirts. Like I should have put it in the PowerPoint, like in the like I don't know, in the Türk Diyanet Islam Encyclopedisi, I think it's in Tilsim. There is like a photo of like a talismanic shirt that belonged to Selim II and bears the Star of Suleiman on it. So one could make some kind of connection, like for the period, like for and like I remember a friend anthropologist had shown me like the talismanic shirt of Aziz Mahmud Hüdayi that he wore. Like it's not as elaborated, the ones worn by the sultans. And he also had the Star of Suleiman carved on it. If you can put your hands on that, if you can actually see it, it's like scribbling, like, you know, magical squares, etc. and stuff. This Aziz Mahmud Hüdayi's talismanic shirt, like, and at some point, somewhere around the heart, I think, like it's the same thing as in Selim's, somewhere here or here, it has like a Star of David. So maybe there was even a way, not just to be worn like as a ring or like to be carved on the sand. Maybe he doesn't say where it should be carved or on the soil. Maybe it had a particular part where it would be carved upon clothing. Maybe there was some kind of that kind of knowledge that we don't possess of. Lala Mustafa Pasha. I think I will do this connection between Mustafa Ali and Shirazi. Maybe something can come out of it, because like something I didn't say, and it's like of importance, I hope I will put it in the paper, is that Shirazi was like the translator into Ottoman of the Siyasetname of Ghazali. Ghazali's famous Siyasetname was translated into Ottoman by Shirazi. He translated the first and the second chapter of the Ghazali Siyasetname like directly, but he intervened a bit in the first part, putting a little bit of occultism into that. He speaks of ilmi firaset, and he also presents the abjad system. He also has some stuff written on it, which are the abjad numbers, with to which letter are they connected to, how are they used, what is ilmi firaset, again in connection to the viziers. And that work was dedicated not to a person connected to Selim, but to some other tutor or like friend of Bayezid. It's an earlier one. So like it's what I wanted to come to, like, which I didn't have the time to do so, is that one could argue that there is some kind of like occult patronage. Like this is like something I couldn't get to. That can also be said about Shahrukh, for example, which is like not much older than Shirazi, and dedicated all of his works to the Shehzades, because he was stationed in Akhisar, in Manisa. All the Shehzades of the Suleimanic era passed from there. Selim was the last one. He dedicated many of his works to Selim. He had like a clear intention to build like a connection to the dynasty. the same way that Shirazi Alai is trying to do so. So one could say that like they had understood that like that kind of knowledge, like they could sell it. I mean, like it was the time to be sold. This is like the mid 16th century, like the peak of the Suleimanic era. I mean, like war is taking place, politics is running, you know, everybody's writing about stuff, you know, like maybe it's the time that kind of, it's the peak of the trend. I mean, like, I don't know if Melvin Kushki would agree with that, but like, it's a trend. I mean, like, it comes and goes in waves, you know, it has the ups and downs, you know, like, I don't know. And it goes on up until the period of Murad III, maybe, the late 16th century. Afterwards, it's much more difficult to detect it in the sources. To my knowledge, I hope somebody will prove me like a liar or something. It would be great for me. And about the ulema, like a last thing I could say about them, like he says in his words, I'm quoting, like the Ismi Azam, as he says so, and the names of God that one prays with it, will be something that will prove him, like will bring success to him. And there are many disagreements among the ulama about the use of these names. One of the supreme requests is the investigation of these names. And we have a brilliant book for this request, which covers the names, the topic of the names of Allah and Ism Azam. The book is his. It's one of his other works that has been touched by anyone. It's like an Arabic treatise on like the divine names, to which I have like briefly read. He speaks of the Ifani Safa in the introductory part. He makes some mentioning of them before presenting each and every like of the divine names like separately with its like esoteric qualities. So he's like making like advertising himself. He says like the ulama are disagreeing about it. They don't know what to do with that kind of knowledge. They don't know how to use it like to actually like produce something out of it. Apart from like the theological kind of thing, but I know, you know, I wrote the book about it. Go get the book and like take a look at the book. He says the same thing like in the foreword. What he says, there is no such work written in Turkish that covers that kind of topics, and that's why I'm writing it. This is what he says like in his foreword. Like we have Arabic, we have Persian, but no Turkish work. And he's not talking about, you know, the first two parts that deal, you know, like with the ethics and the behavior and everything. I think he's talking about the third part. Nobody knew, and I'm going to show you. I think this is what he's trying to say. Thank you.
So thank you very much. And now we proceed, thank you, Dimitris. We proceed with our third speaker for this session, Zeynep Aydoğan. You have a PowerPoint presentation, right? Okay. So Zeynep is yet another one of our researchers here at the Institute. She's a postdoctoral researcher in the GHOST project again, and she has studied at Boğaziçi University in Istanbul, and at Freie University and Humboldt University in Berlin. She has authored several articles on the cultural geography and exchanges in Anatolia and the Balkans during the early Ottoman period. And today she's going to talk to us about forging paths of continuity, borderline miracles in the early Menakibname literature. The floor is yours, Zeynep.
Thank you, Yanni, for this kind introduction. As part of the project, I've been working on supernatural elements in a corpus of Turkish hagiographies, menakibnames, most of which are written between the 14th and 16th centuries. These texts, based on earlier oral traditions, consist of anecdotal accounts highlighting the miraculous feats of their protagonists. And my research involves a comparative analysis of keramets, and their various ideological implications, as well as their reception in society, since the reactions of those who witness these phenomena are also recorded in the sources. So my aim is to provide a fresh perspective on the changing velayet concept and its role in shaping communal identities during this transformative period. Of course, the study of velayet, and by extension, the whole menakibname genre, presents many challenges, not only because of the nature of the genre, but also because the period following the Mongol invasions of the 13th century is characterized by the disruption of political and religious institutions in many centers of the Islamic lands. This led to the emergence of new forms of religiosity that developed their own institutions and networks of Islamic mysticism, all of which must be understood in their own terms. In Anatolia, the fluidity and untidiness that some scholars have characterized as the main features of Sufism prevailed for the next 300 years or so, until the establishment of the regional empires of the Ottomans, Safavids, Uzbeks, and Mughals, under which some of the Sufi paths were institutionalized under strict governmental control and integrated into organized tariqas. During this turbulent period, the political upheavals, chaotic cultural environment in Anatolia and the Balkans made room for the proliferation of holy figures who could combine their military and proselytizing endeavors in their charisma. This gave rise to a different kind of religious expression, which also found an outlet in Sufism. This anarchic period also fostered messianic expectations, with Muslim holy men and even rulers competing to become divine saviors by addressing the needs and concerns of local populations facing daily perils and uncertainties of the time. So from a broader perspective, Keramet served as a means of mitigating the challenges of this period of significant instability. Many of these keramets focused on attempting to exert some control over the nature and an unpredictable future. The Evliya were perceived as direct intermediaries to God, capable of providing solutions to mundane problems, such as, for instance, healing illnesses, multiplying food, providing water resources, and so on. Another important function of these miraculous deeds was related to the ongoing Islamization process, which was achieved or given impetus as some miracles attributed to Muslim holy men gradually replaced those around the vita of the local Christian saints. Many sacred sites previously associated with Christian saints were transformed into Muslim sanctuaries, as some studies have already shown. To give some examples, Hacı Bektaş became identified with Saint Haralambos in Sulca Karayük, Sarı Saltuk in Saint Nicholas in Dobruca, and Baba İlyas with Saint Theodore and Saint George in Evhayta, Avkat. Some of the keramets recorded in the hagiographies, such as walking on water or raising the dead, which have biblical origins, were effective tools for converting Christians and should be seen as part of the religious polemics of the time, which debated the superiority of one religion over another. As Tiana Kristich notes, replicating the miracles attributed to Jesus is in fact an argument against the uniqueness of Jesus and the Christian claim that he is the Son of God and God himself. Paradoxically, though, this raises the question of whether the repetition of these same miracles could be seen as an implicit endorsement of Christian claims of the divine nature of Jesus and his ability to raise the dead. Today, I'm going to talk about some specific examples of miracles, what I called borderline miracles. But first, let me explain what I mean by that, because a few days ago, I had a dream vision. No. I mean, Carlo Ginzburg really appeared in my dream. And he told me to explain the term more effectively. So this is what I'm going to do, having borrowed the term from him. I have a slide for that too, in honor. Okay, so Carlo Ginzburg uses the term borderline to describe objects or figures that exist in an ambiguous or intermediate state, marking a boundary or transition between different worlds, realms, or states of being. The borderline figures are entities that straddle two different realms, such as the world of the dead and the world of the non-born. And these entities have characteristics or connections to both sides and exist in a space that's neither quite one nor the other. So a state of ambiguity or in between. For example, this is his example. The amnion, an object associated with the amniotic sac, is described as belonging to the world of the dead or the unborn, making it an ambiguous or borderline object. Similarly, figures such as the Benandanti or Slavic werewolves, with their ability to shift from one state to another, are considered borderline figures due to their ability to cross boundaries between different worlds or states of existence. This borderline nature serves as a fundamental marker in the transmission of beliefs and experiences. So inspired by this, I call the borderline miracles those involving blood, saliva, bones, skin, standing between the mundane, the ephemeral, if you will, and the eternal. And today I will focus on the miracles that revolve around skin, or specifically the phenomenon of changing skin. First, I will talk about the saint's ability to transform. Change skin, including transforming himself into an animal. In the second part, I will focus on the serpent, or more accurately, the dragon, because both serpent and dragon are associated with the eternal renewal of life. These creatures challenges fears, especially the fear rooted in the dragon symbolism, the fear, the existential anxiety of our vulnerable presence in this world, which is defined by the same feeling derived from its complete opposite, our fear of non-existence. Perhaps partly because of this, the meanings ascribed to dragons tend to hover along the edges of two transitional states between life and death, magic and wisdom, seen and unseen, inanimate and awakening for desires, maybe. So this makes the dragon a perfect borderline object, and it's no wonder that it's been a huge topic across cultures, times, and literatures. However, instead of concentrating on its mystical meaning, often associated with the annihilation of the self or the nefs, I will focus specifically on the dragon slaying motif, one of the first ordeals of the Muslim hero in several menaqib-names, though not all. And I aim to show the connections it establishes as a narrative device, creating continuity between different religious traditions, geographies, and holy figures. But first, the saints changing forms. So the motive of saints taking the form of various animals and their characteristics is a common theme in menaqib-name literature. There are well-known examples of saints such as Abdal Musa, Sultan Shujaeddin, and Baba Resul being transformed into deer, Hacı Bektaş transforming into dove, or Isari Ismail and Hacı Tuğrul changing into hawks, and so on. These examples clearly blur the boundaries between the human, natural, and supernatural worlds, creating a fluid space where strict distinctions between these worlds can be suspended temporarily. The hagiographies repeatedly raise questions and doubts about the true nature of the saintly character of the protagonist. He is often mistaken for a cadı, a sorcerer, a sahir, since similar attempts to control nature, especially in the case of shape-shifting, can be considered as a form of magic. Indeed, several menaqib-names, examples from the Saltukname, describe various cadı figures associated with black magic. These figures are depicted riding big earthenware jugs, wild beasts, dragons, and winged lions. Using snakes as whips, the cadus are able to control animals and, by extension, nature itself. A well-known anecdote from the Velayetname of Hacı Bektaş tells how Seyyid Mahmud Hayran tried to outdo Hacı Bektaş by riding a lion and using a snake as a whip. However, he is humbled by Hacı Bektaş, who mounts a wall to ride out and greet him. When he sees Hacı Bektaş commanding even an inanimate but strong and timeless rock, Mahmud Hayran acknowledges his arrogance, or human vainglory in general, by saying, "Er nazarına küstahane gelmişiz," and dismounts, releasing the serpent at the same time. A few words on the symbolism behind these acts. This was already noted by Martin von van Brunesen. So the lion and the venomous serpent are associated with the wilderness, and mastering them is reminiscent of magic, of course, non-Islamic magic. The wall, on the other hand, suggests a settled life and civilization. I will not go into the meaning of this whole domesticating the animal and taming of the soul in Islamic mysticism, but suffice it to say that the earliest Sufi to mount a lion and use a snake as a whip was Bayezid al-Bistami, who was regarded as the archetype of the intoxicated nonconformist mystic, in contrast to the settled, sober, and more Sharia-oriented varieties. Thus, Hacı Bektaş, with his convent and settled dervishes, has been interpreted as representing the mystics and holy men who have accepted integration with mainstream Muslim society, while Mahmud Hayran, accompanied by lions and snakes, symbolizes the mystic who rejects such accommodation. The motive of contest and competition between religions is a common topos in legends of conversion, as Devin Davies has shown. Miracles that demonstrated control over forces of nature played a crucial role in convincing Christians to embrace Islam, as these miracles were seen as compelling evidence of the saints' proximity to God. This brings me to the question: what distinguishes a cadı, a sorcerer, a veli? When confronted with this question, Sarı Saltuk desperately tries to explain that what he is doing is not magic, but velayet. The miracle of our prophet, he says, bizim peygamberimizin mucizesidir. It is important to note that the emphasis is placed on the prophet of Islam and his mediating power in front of God's omnipotence, which enables Sarı Saltuk to perform miracles. However, another interpretation arises when the Saltukname is considered in its 16th century context, bearing in mind that the oldest surviving copy of the text dates from 1576 and contains some anachronistic references. So it is possible that the same keramets, once seen as evidence of proximity to God, began to be seen differently in the 16th century. During this period, the concept of competition among saints seems to have disappeared altogether, giving way, as Gottfried Hagen has noted, to a more scripture-oriented idea of sainthood, diverging from the association with the so-called wilderness and AKA conformist Islam. In addition to the theme of competition and rivalry among saints, or perhaps as a result of it, various narrative devices were used to establish continuity among Muslim holy men. These include typically shrine visits that create proximity to the bones of a saint, and the transfer of wisdom through saliva, for instance, and even the production of legitimate heirs through conception or via a single blood clot. And replicating the miracles attributed to a saint is another effective means of creating continuity. An example of how connections were made in various directions, is the association of the dragon slaying legend with Sarı Saltuk. And this is how Sarı Saltuk, like Seyit Battal, became woven into the Bektashi oral tradition and served as a point of reference in several hagiographies in the account of his fight with the dragon. Previous studies have highlighted connections between Hacı Bektaş and Seyit Battal. Seyit Battal, the legendary Umayyad warrior and the eponymous hero of the first cycle of the Turkish warrior epic, the Battalname. In particular, the episode in which Hacı Bektaş visits the shrine of Seyit Battal is followed by his encounter with Sarı Saltuk. And so this is the first step. And secondly, both the Saltukname and the Velayetnames claim that Sarı Saltuk was a disciple of Hacı Bektaş. It is Hacı Bektaş who gives Sarı Saltuk the status of a saint by girdling him with a wooden sword, according to the Velayetname, though not in the Saltukname. So the story of Sarı Saltuk's slaying of the dragon, mediated by Hacı Bektaş, who sends Hızır to help Sarı Saltuk, because as a fresh saint, he forgets the wooden sword, is repeated in the Velayetname Otman Baba too. In the Saltukname, however, the story takes a different turn, with no mention of Hacı Bektaş or any other intermediary force. Sarı Saltuk kills the dragon near Dobruca, after which Christians convert to Islam. The conversion doesn't stop there. The church where the dragon was killed is transformed into a convent, and they call it Yılan Tekkesi. Moreover, the transformation is two-sided. From this point on, Sarı Saltuk displays a parade of miracles, turning enemies into stone, walking on water, being thrown in a boiling cauldron, but without being burned. And as a result of these feats, Hızır gives him the wooden sword. Thus, we see that the dragon appears as an active element with transformative power in everyday life, spaces, and people. So now I would like to shift the focus for a moment and hopefully tie everything together with the help of Sarı Saltuk, Keramet. So the Byzantine epic Digeni Sakritis and the Turkish warrior epics, such as the Battalname, the Danişmentname, dedicated to Melik Danişment, the founder of the Danişmend dynasty. They are highly informed by the frontier experiences which have developed around the region of Malatya, and then spread to Amasya region as evidenced by the Danişmentname, and then to the Balkans as evidenced by the Saltukname. And these texts maintain chronological, geographical, and thematic continuity. I have map. So, like Melik Danişment, Sarı Saltuk is a descendant of Seyit Battal, and they are assigned with the conquest of Rum through immediate divine command and supported also by the saliva of the prophet himself, who is the first Ghazi, making sure there is no legitimacy deficit here. And they all share the motive of dragon slaying. Dragon slaying legends are usually associated with St. George, but some scholars have traced the origins of this legend to an earlier period and have identified the saint with St. Theodore, the patron saint of Evhaita, near present-day Çorum in the Amasya region, from where the dragon legend might have started to circulate. Many sacred sites associated with these saints were taken over by mystics who converted them into Muslim shrines and included them in the cult of Hızır, which was also venerated by Christians. Hızır is often associated with St. George and sometimes with St. Theodore because they ride the same horse and share the dragon legend. St. Theodore is one of the so-called military saints, famous among soldiers for performing miracles during the Arab-Byzantine confrontations. St. Theodore, St. George and St. Nicholas were all believed to have answered the prayers of those whose relatives had been captured by Arabs to ensure their safe return. The earliest document about the dragon slayer, St. Theodore, depicts him as a soldier. He is also believed to have smashed the Arab siege of the city by appearing in front of the gates, just like Mevlana Celaleddin Rumi, who is said to have prevented the Mongol invasion of Konya in the same way. So, according to Oya Pancaroğlu, the miracle of dragon slaying became an accessory to the narrative intersection of otherwise unconnected heroic and holy figures. In this respect, the identification of Muslim holy figures with local legends and Christian saints can be seen as a deliberate effort, which not only facilitated this transition to Islam, but also the way in which the new settlers adapted to the land that they had recently come to inhabit. This effort was also maintained through the transfer of certain motifs and figures in various examples of Turkish heroic religious literature, creating historical as well as geographical continuity and thereby legitimizing the saintly status of Muslim holy men. To conclude, the emergence of new group identities in medieval Anatolia, whether centered around a charismatic figure such as a Ghazi warrior or a Veli celebrated for miraculous deeds, is often facilitated by the narratives woven around the cult of that figure. This phenomenon resonates with Bruce Lincoln's instrumental perspective on myth as a constitutive force in society. In the case of menakıbnames, beliefs in the keramets attributed to a saint generates collective sentiments that are pivotal in forging social cohesion within a group. The saint's ability to perform miracles not only serves as an indicator of divine selection, but also validates his followers' assertion of their social group's significance. Therefore, menakıbnames are not merely a collection of motives, but invaluable sources that shed light on how these groups engaged with their surroundings and forged their communal identities through interactions with others. While it's evident that the patronizing efforts of the Balkan warlords in Anatolia can be seen as a political statement, as previously studied by Zeynep Yürekli, such as those involving, for instance, the remodeling of the shrines of Seyit Battal and Hacı Bektaş, connecting the Anatolian Ghazi tradition with their activities in Rumeli, I believe that Sarı Saltuk played a central role as the link between these regions. The dragon legend, in turn, serves as a narrative conduit that facilitates the assimilation of local traditions and beliefs by Turco-Muslim communities through a multi-layered synthesizing process. Sarı Saltuk emerges as a pivotal figure, a borderline figure, if you will, intimately connecting local Christian beliefs, Ghazi legends, and Velayetnamejan within the context of Anatolia and the Balkans. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Zeynep, for this dream-inspired talk. And we can start our questions with Nicola.
Thank you. Wonderful topic. A question about this, how you introduced the topic with this change in the understanding of the Karama, right? So, first of all, I mean, we received a lot of these stories from the early scriptural sources, right? So they obviously, they're not maybe even trying to imitate other Abrahamic scriptures. They're kind of derived from the same, from similar origins. So we can explain why they're there. But where, considering that we have legends of transmogrifying saints for centuries before, where exactly do you notice the change? And can you just maybe highlight more precisely, like, how is this change employed in the context of the Bektashi order? Which leads into the second question, because the Bektashis are a very interesting example of their own, being that they kind of changed with their patrons, right, who are very specific, but they became a very specific group in the Ottoman period, right? So it would be interesting to just kind of highlight these points. Or where did they start from understanding Karama, and how did they change it for their own purposes? That would be basically the point.
Given the sources I have.
Given the sources you have,
dates
yeah.
From me. I don't know how to respond to this. Like, I can only talk on the basis of my examples, and if I can, I am lucky enough to trace them on a certain historical context, and which is very hard sometimes. And this turning point to Bektaşism, I think, is something that is difficult to answer, even for me, like Sarı Saltuk. Being a disciple of Hacı Bektaş is not very sure. Maybe this was added retrospectively, and I am aiming, that's why maybe I found myself in this Christian Byzantine saints, going to earlier layers in order to, free those texts from, later interventions. So when they were woven into the Bektaşism, I don't know how I can answer to that, like, is it? Oh, thank you. But I know I don't.
Thank you, Zeynep. This was wonderful. As you nicely put it, the line is so thin between the saint, the wonder book, and the heretic source. I mean, when you think about figures like Hajj Mansur, think him as the pantheist Sufi saint, but in his own times, he was known as the sorcerer, a trickster, a cheater, and of course, he was executed with those charges. So I wonder whether there is any hostile discourse produced about some of these sainted figures you're working on, or if yes or if not, were such remarks silenced by or through that myth-making via the writings of so many geographies and institutionalization of the Sufi tariqas.
This is a very wonderful question. Thank you very much. I think there is a criticism directed towards them that are recorded in the hagiographies, like in Hacım Sultan Velayetnamesi. All these pastoralist nomads, they, you know, they don't want Hacım Sultan in their area. They, you know, and he had to leave, and his wrath was so bad that a terrible disease fell on them and they died or something, if I remember correctly. So there is this kind of constant criticism that is voiced by the locals and even in the rural populations, most of which are also recorded in the Vilayetname Otman Baba. He is either, you know, dismissed as a kaçkun deli, and even what these terms mean, I mean, we have to be careful about them. Because deli doesn't maybe mean that he's like a kaçkun, is not a fugitive in that sense. I don't know.
I've been wondering why I haven't asked this on the year to spend the same moment. I thought this, because you mentioned the do you find any connection with these Jadus with where you
Yes. Not, yes, not that I think of. They are more like active elements in the, some of them, they are described like Ghazi warriors, they engage in Gaza, and some examples, they are not gendered, but most of them are male warriors. No, I mean, I have to think, I cannot think of any examples. But there is a huge character, you know, cast of Jadus, and they appear in the Saltukname at least with distinct characters, and at least to give the impression of. Yes. Yes, actually I wrote about it, and now I don't remember. Yeah.
I can maybe intersect. You have just said that the limits are not so everything. Just Marino that talked about, or refer back to with the borderline, I think, must also involve this orientation, military state, etc. Because exactly your examples are about delimitation or territorial station.
Wow.
Either it would be to Hacı Bektaş and the other one,
Yeah. This is,
or the other with the citizens with the Hacı
yeah.
against the dragon. It's about delimitation of the areas. Already.
Yeah.
If it wasn't an event, already for sacred or for sacred, it defines the first attribute of a holy man or a saint is to delimitate. This is the main function, and it's based on its authority, the capacity to delimitate the either territorial, formal territorial, or supernatural territorial, or between natural and supernatural brands. So I think it's quite fixed. Your borderline,
wow.
another,
Yeah. And this aspect is a very important aspect of my research in general, all these, you know, territoriality, the question of territoriality, and yeah, thank you. This is a great point.
A lot of questions we have, but we don't have a lot of time, unfortunately. If I'm not mistaken, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the first question, the first hand that I saw was from Dimitris Yarjoğlu. No? Sorry, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Like everybody else, I want to send accolades for the paper and also for just to raise two points that have already actually been addressed, but I would like to maybe phrase them from a different perspective. One is about this kind of space shifting and shape shifting, and as well as, you know, in some ways space. The story of Miraj, the Alevi story of Miraj Name, where Ali appears as a lion and then teaches the Prophet Muhammad how to think about prophethood. And so, you know, there is a kind of didactic reversal of the story. And I wonder whether you see that also in the sources regarding the Bektashis, or is that really an kind of an Alevi intervention regarding the status? And the second question, regarding, you know, St. George, and I mean, you have presented a really lovely, rich sort of layering, cultural layering. I haven't heard you talk about the Roma version of it, and because the Roma narrative around this is really so, I think, important, and they precisely go against, I think, this argument, because they talk about the way in which they present it is about, you know, through Ederlezi, through the whole Đurđevdan, St. George's Day, they present it as a form of diffusion of Roma identity rather than, in fact, creating the boundaries of the inside, but rather opening it up. So it is something that I wonder whether you have considered.
I will consider it. Thank you. For sure. And about the Alevi intervention, even, I mean, what comes to my mind, I haven't really looked for that. I cannot think of any clever answer, just to say that this, you know, there is another Destan, Destani Ejderha, where Ali fights the dragon, actually. And I have depictions of Ali fighting the dragon, baby Ali. And I think I think there is a Alevite, you know, core to this, and but I haven't looked. I just focused on my menak. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I want to continue this Q&A session because we're past our time, and we have a coffee break. So hopefully we're going to be able to discuss all other questions over coffee. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the participants.
Ben kendi bilgisayarımı da
Burada şey de var. Bazen bu da var. Bunu da kullanabilirsiniz. Buradan da geçebilirsiniz.
Sizinki ikinci.
And now, okay. Oh, is this the way one? Okay, this is the way one does it. Okay.
So good afternoon. Meeting of this wonderful conference, and we will start with Rav Mustin Alinur. He is assistant professor of history at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore. His current book project explores the transformation of early modern Ottoman religio-political and religio-social thought and practice between the late 16th and the early 18th century. And the title, as you see, is the March of Apparitions, Reality, Cosmology, and Crisis on the Ottoman Habsburg borderlands. Please.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Marinos, for the very kind invitation. It's a very welcome change for me to leave the fast kind of like, descending cold of Baltimore and the American East Coast to be here in the Mediterranean, literally in the Mediterranean, and not on the side, not on it, in the Mediterranean. So I'm very happy for the invitation, and I'm really, really grateful to be here. My talk today is a small part of my evolving book project, and it has to do with trying to tease out corporeal logics, and particularly like corporeally inflected understandings of cosmology in Ottoman, in a plethora of Ottoman texts from the late 16th to the early 18th century. I won't go too much about the book project, and I think I'll just like mention how all of this fits into my project towards the end, if that's okay. So the title of my talk, as the chair pointed out, is Martial Apparitions, Corporeality, Cosmology, and Crisis on the Ottoman Habsburg Borderlands. In 1603, 1604, and in his 1603-1604 work, German painter Hans von Aachen depicts the declaration of war between the Ottomans and the Habsburgs in 1593. The Ottoman armies are depicted as a literal horde of demons, accompanied by a snarling dog wearing a turban that exactly matches that of the belligerent-looking Turkish commander. The depiction of the Habsburgs, of course, is predictably more human and less nefarious. In the sky above the face-off, Apollo and Athena, the god and goddess of war respectively, lock hands in partnership in the presence of Zeus, foretelling perhaps the good fortunes of the Habsburgs in the war to come. As the title of the painting, the allegory for the declaration of war in front of Constantinople suggests, what is being rendered here is an allegory and not a depiction of things as they actually occurred. And yet reality for many in the Ottoman Habsburg borderlands might not have been as far from allegory as one might think. Cosmic forces predetermining historical outcomes and unearthly forces tipping the balance of war constituted the belief and explanatory system for the vast majority of people in early modernity. In the case of Renaissance Italy, for example, visions and supernatural armies from the realm of the unseen, sometimes impeccably organized and armored, were the stuff of widespread rumor and pamphleteering from the 15th to the 17th century, acquiring particular currency during times of conflict and apocalyptic expectations. The Ottoman occultist at the court of Suleiman, Haider Mal, spoke of the invisible army of saints that constantly waited in attendance on the Sultan and even participated in the Battle of Mohacs in 1526. The court historian Levy, for example, also noted similar instances in his work, the Jihad-Name Sultan Suleiman. While such framings had saints or spirits in mind, as opposed to demons, the spectral quality of warring armies unites von Aken's allegory and the Ottoman courtier's reality. Such narratives are often treated as so much colorful icing on a more prosaic social historical cake. Useful, in other words, useful for rounding out the picture of early modern Ottoman society, but not much else. The habits of thought that they elucidate, however, are more than exotic vignettes. They evince whole cosmologies and interpretive frames that structure the thinking, behavior, and expectations of actors on the ground. As such, they need to be engaged with and actively analyzed if we are to fully understand the world of historical interlocutors. For them, there was no meaningful separation between politics and cosmology, society and nature, and sovereignty and the sacred. And any attempt on part of scholarship to cleave these apart is to make anachronistically modern distinctions. To quote the anthropologist A.M. Hawkart, how can we make any progress in understanding cultures, ancient and modern, if we persist in dividing what people join and enjoin what people, our historical interlocutors, try desperately to keep apart? How might then have early modern Ottomans conceived of political and military crises and military engagements, for example, and the societal disorder associated with the long war with the Austrian Habsburgs? Through a close reading of Ottoman Sufi Muniri Belgradi's observations of the Ottoman frontier in his Silsilat al-Muqarrabin wa Manaqib al-Muntakin, this article will explore how spectral armies and saintly apparitions marshaled by Sufi bodies were held to be integral to the regulation of frontier society. So starting with the source. In elucidating how Sufi communities in the Balkans may have apprehended the burgeoning crisis of Ottoman status and society at the turn of the 16th century, the hagiographical compendium of the Bosnian Halvati Sufi and Mudarris Muniri Belgradi, whose real name was Ibrahim ibn Iskandar, is a singular and indispensable source. In fact, out of the Nasihatname genre popular, very few Sufi works outline what learned Ottomans perceived to be the particulars of the 17th century crisis in quite as much detail. Thieving and rapacious overlords, ignorant judges, mercantile janissaries, greedy statesmen, absent ghazis, and an impressionable and absent sultan in the form of Murad III were all the focus of Muniri's trenchant admonitions. The overall arc of the narrative, of course, is familiar enough. The proper functioning of society depended on adherence to the Ottoman order, which entailed that every member of society remain in their appropriate designated role and fulfill those roles efficiently. According to Muniri, while this order was maintained in earlier epochs of Ottoman history, the post-Solomonic era in general and the reign of Murad III in particular saw a corruption of that order. The prices of basic commodities had skyrocketed above all reason. Revenue-producing farms were in the hands of unworthy overlords who siphoned off most of the wealth and left the riaya destitute. The janissaries had taken up agriculture and commerce in the place of warfare. The ghazis of the marches disappeared when campaign season arrived, and banditry and rebellion was rife. The result, according to Muniri, was an empire threatened from within by complete social disintegration and from without by foreign invasion. What sets Muniri's analysis apart from other similar articulations of crisis is its embeddedness within the vitae of illustrious Sufis from the earliest days of Sufism down to Muniri's own day and context, the Balkans of the 17th century. Now, if at first glance one is inclined to view the work as primarily a standard hagiographical compendium suitable to be mined for the details of Balkan Sufism, Muniri's damning critiques of Ottoman society may appear as unrelated digressions within the work's numerous entries. However, as Nathalie Claire has argued, to understand properly the critique that Muniri advances of the Ottoman 17th century, one has to read his prognosis of what was happening wrong in the Balkan frontier with the vitae of saints, with the bodily hagiographies that Muniri relates. So what is the message or vision that Muniri is trying to articulate by jostling back and forth between relating the lives and miracles of a particular Sufi master and describing the social upheavals of his time? Clare has argued that by constructing his narrative in this manner, Muniri was postulating the Melami Halvati doctrine espoused by the Sufis as the linchpin of the entire social order of the frontier. Broadly put, Muniri saw a direct proportional relationship between the extent of corruption, injustice, ostentation, and greed in society, and the willingness of Sufi adepts to induce grace and balance in the terrestrial realm. As long as this moral order was upheld, these Sufis continue to dispense essential services that maintain the communal, societal, and military order of the marches. Once this balance became disrupted, however, the Sufi masters became increasingly insular or left the frontier society altogether, as was the case with Muniri's own master, Sheikh Ali, with the result that society teetered on the edge of chaos, confusion, and injustice. Muniri's prescription in the face of such calamities, according to Clare, was a return to the piety and conduct of the Melami variety. That is to say, a mode of being that required one to be introspective about one's own faults, to be careful not to reveal one's mystical states to others, and to endeavor to cultivate personal piety without ostentation and pretensions to power. Only then could God's favor and the Sufi sheikhs who mediated return to the borderlands and restore order and prosperity. Understood in this way, Muniri's overall vision appears to concern the indispensability of the Melamati Halvati ethos of righteous belief and self-effacing conduct to the proper functioning of Ottoman society. In this thin and literal sense, his critique of the society around him is seen to be a piece with what has been termed the Sunnah-minded impulse in the early modern religio-political thought. And indeed, that is how the most recent scholarly treatment of Muniri has chosen to situate him. Such an employment of Muniri's vision as part of the Sunnah-minded or Melami Halvati preoccupation, however, with doctrinal or moral rectitude, obscures the complexity, I argue, of his larger cosmological vision of politics and the social order, which was predicated, I argue, upon the concrete presences and actions of powerful Sufi bodies in the European marches. That is to say, it has, in my view, led to an obscuration of the immanentist dimensions of his broader vision, which was predicated upon the thaumaturgical power and unseen forces that Sufi bodies were able to miraculously compel. And this article, or this presentation, is an attempt to excavate the occultist repertoires undergirding the thought of a seemingly conventional member of the Ottoman Ilmiya. So in other words, because Muniri's overall prescription is about a return to the Melami Halvati ethos, one automatically assumes that what Muniri is all about is, just doctrinal rectitude. If you articulate yourself properly in your life according to the precepts of the Sharia and the Sunnah, the Sufis would return and border would be restored. That is the thin and literal description of what is happening. The rather thicker description is that it's the Sufis' bodies and their actual thaumaturgical presence on the borderlands that maintains the order, right? So you can pray according to, and you can act in a moral manner, but what is actually going to enable this order of the marches to be restored is their sheer presence, their ability to compel through their bodily presence alone and through their bodily actions, miraculous forces to reappear on the borderlands. So the vision of a cosmopolitics, this vision of a cosmopolitics predicated upon sacred bodies is most apparent in the hagiographical entries of two Sufi virtuosi whom Muniri knew personally, namely Sheikh Ali Effendi, who was Muniri's own spiritual mentor, and Sheikh Muslihuddin, a Bosnian Halvati Sumbuli Sheikh who gained renown in the town of Sremska Mitrovica in present-day Serbia in the 16th century. When the later half of Muniri's text, which contains the biohagiographies of saints of the Balkans from the 16th to the early 17th century, Sheikh Muniri's entry, Sheikh Muslihuddin's entry is the longest, and his miracles are the most numerous and complex, owing perhaps to his illustrious reputation as well as Muniri's personal association with him. For our purposes, Sheikh Muslihuddin also has the advantage of being somewhat of a hinge figure who lived and operated right at the cusp of the time of troubles. In fact, the perceived dissipation of Ottoman military superiority in the borderlands, according to Muniri, began with the death of Sheikh Muslihuddin. So he says, for example, in Sheikh Muslihuddin time, in every direction, lords did proceed under his miraculous influence, and the Ghazis, in struggling with the enemy and in the conduct of their expeditions, in his presence and in his absence, did beseech him for help. And he himself was positively inclined towards the troops. While here Muniri only implies that the good times did not last after the sheikh had died, he is more explicit a few pages later when he laments. The truth of the matter is that while the deceased lived, the condition of the borderlands was good. And the Ghazis related that there was no end to people who said, we saw the sheikh in this battle or in that place. And from the war booty, they dispatched wealth to the sheikh. The presence, wujud, of the sheikh was a source of power and a cause of courage and endurance to their hearts, since they had frequently tested his power in the manner of asking for assistance. After the deceased had passed into the thereafter, in 3 to 4 years, fortune had declined in such a way that most of the time the expeditions of the infidel were victorious and gradually many fortresses were lost. However, his spiritual influence was never empty of assistance. Thus, one of the paramount concerns of the border regions, that is to say the successful conduct of campaigns of conquest and the maintenance of Ottoman military superiority, was contingent upon Sheikh Musliuddin's presence, his wujud, which compelled the thaumaturgical benefits of power, courage, and endurance to accrue to the troops of the marches. Here, it is also worth remembering that wujud also carries the related meaning of the body of a man. And if understood in this sense, it is an explicit claim about the power of the saint's thaumaturgical body. However, according to Muniri, within 3 to 4 years of Sheikh Musliuddin's passing, divine grace did not flow to the borderlands to the same extent. Interestingly, by adding the caveat that his spiritual influence and power were never empty of assistance, Muniri is careful to leave some residual power with the Sheikh's interred body, as well as the material extension of his body, that is to say his shrine. Now, once we shift away from trying to characterize Muniri's thought using terms like orthodoxy or sunnah-mindedness and focus instead on the minute details within the miracle narratives of Sheikh Musliuddin that he relates, we can also discern the exact processes by which saintly bodies compelled military victories on the frontier. In this regard, it would appear that myriad non-human agents and forces played a vital role. Early in Sheikh Musliuddin's entry, Muniri posits his ability to command jinn as one of the qualities of the true qutb of the age, and includes a story about the sheikh curing a calligrapher of his possession by a particularly stubborn jinn. Building upon this theme of the sheikh's control of supernatural beings and forces, Muniri then goes on to relate a narrative in which the sheikh's involvement becomes indispensable for 2 major Ottoman successive conquests. That of Gyula in 1566 and Skidvar in 1566 as well, in the Hungarian marches. Regarding the first of these, Muniri simply asserts that after nearly a month of constant bombardment by Petrov Pasha and his forces, within 3 or 4 days of the Sheikh and his dervishes' arrival, the castle's conquest was facilitated. His elaboration of the Sheikh's miraculous influence at the conquest of Skidvar is more elaborate. Muniri relates that soon after the victory at Gyula, the Sheikh expresses a wish to reach Skidvar in order to aid the campaign there. He commands one of his dervishes to find a covered wagon for the journey, which the latter fails to do on account of them being employed in taking provisions to the front. Seeing that this failure to acquire a wagon was causing consternation in the dervish, the sheikh reveals that a strong wind had blown before noon, and that it signaled that supernatural forces had already moved to relieve Sultan Suleiman's forces at Skidvar. He further elaborates on this miracle by recourse to a Quranic verse: "We sent against them a bitter wind and forces that you could not see." So this is related to this verse in the Quran that was revealed on the occasion when Medina was besieged by the Meccan Confederation. And apparently the siege of Medina was only lifted by supernatural forces and inclement weather that had gone to protect the early Muslim community. So he uses a reference from the Quran to kind of like talk about this invisible army that the saint is able to muster. He also references a prophetic tradition in which the Prophet Muhammad says, "I was aided by the easterly wind and the people of Ad were destroyed by the westerly wind," in which the Prophet Muhammad comments on being aided by divine winds, as well as on the ancient people of Ad in Saudi Arabia, who, according to Quranic lore, had rejected the Prophet Hud's call to worship of the true God, and were decimated by a divine wind. Then Muniri goes on to insert that upon the arrival of the Sheikh and his followers, the castle got fired and was conquered. To further highlight the active role the Sheikh played in the conquest, Muniri then relates yet another corroborating story from a soldier named Koja Shaban in the town of Gargarovcha. The latter narrated to Muniri how one of his companions on the Skidvar campaign had seen an auspicious dream in which dervishes clad in white had set fire to the castle
and entered it. Later that very day, Sheikh Musliuddin arrives and the castle spontaneously catches fire and is subsequently taken by the Ottomans. So similar instances are related all through Sheikh Musliuddin's entry, and once again speak to his ability to kind of like compel divine forces to kind of aid Ottoman conquests. Beyond his military assistance at the level of a major siege, the Sheikh's physical presence was also able to make a difference at the level of individual troops. During one skirmish, for example, Muniri relates a story of a young soldier who attacks the front line of the enemy and is martyred. At that very moment, the Qadi of the Vilayat, who was also at the campaign, exhorts the soldier to cease dying before he had killed the opponent. Much to the amazement of the Qadis, the soldier stops falling to the ground and horses the enemy and kills him, before finally falling to the ground and expiring. The Qadi even hears the voice of the martyr soldier afterwards when he asks the Qadi if he was still in a state of shock about what had just happened. And in another narrative written on the margins of the same folio, a decapitated soldier ceases dying and kills his enemies, his fighting enemy with his own, by crushing his skull with his own severed head. So it would appear that like not only are invisible armies fighting, zombie armies seem to be fighting as well at the command of Sheikh Musliuddin. And just to conclude, I think I would say, as with most miracle narratives in medieval and early modern hagiographies, however, these stories are not to be read as isolated occurrences. Rather, they represent only the most dramatic illustrations of a larger pattern of divine assistance, which was believed to have been facilitated constantly by saints like Sheikh Musliuddin, and which worked to uphold the social, military, and political order of the European marches. Moreover, the highly fantastical details of Muniri's narrative do allude to a larger reality of the frontier society that produced and consumed such stories. Namely that the Sufis actively played a role in lending manpower and logistical help to conquering Ottoman armies in Hungary at that time. And their rendering in terms of a miracle narrative is only the most fantastical demonstration of the saints' bodily abilities. And just on a final thought, maybe this allows us to kind of reconceptualize what we mean when we say we're trying to figure out what are the contours of the 17th century crisis and what our historical interlocutors thought the crisis was caused by. According to us, right, the Tamar system collapses, the ulama are corrupt, silver coinage comes from the New World and causes inflation in the Ottoman lands. Yes, according to this Ottoman Sufi, the Sufis had just left frontier society. They were increasingly insular. Their bodily absence and their ability to compel cosmic order and terrestrial order was what was causing the crisis. So maybe we need to kind of like remerge politics and cosmology together to truly understand the world of historical interlocutors. Thank you.
That was a question or remarks. There are many. So let's go to the back, then come towards here.
Very exciting talk. Once again, I mean, all talks today are great, but thank you for this one as well. I've noticed that coming to the end of the lecture, you have mentioned the term "qutb" for the first time, and this is something I was wondering about ever since you started talking about the living presence of the sheikhs, obviously as baraka transmissioning bodies, kind of maintaining the order in the frontier, right? So I guess that there would be, in usual theological explanations, there would be no figure to better do this, to better represent the maintained order than an actual qutb, right? So I was wondering if they are mentioned a lot by Muniri in his works, and where would he position them? And I'm open to the possibility that he maybe also was setting up the case of he himself being proclaimed a qutb at one point or another, which would not surprise me whatsoever. Yeah. But yeah, I was wondering more to kind of like, by extension, how does he present the Sufi hierarchy, which is usually a very strict hierarchy, and although they call themselves brotherhoods, I mean, it's obvious that they had ranks, and does he reflect this in his work? And the second one would be, would you position his text as a kind of like a devoted propaganda to the Khalwati system, or due to the time in which he was writing and due to the rising anti-Sufi sentiment everywhere, that this was maybe also an attempt of an apologetic statement to kind of justify the ever-present importance of the Sufis for this idea, this way of imagining the universe?
Yeah, no, so in terms of being the Qutb, he actually explicitly states that like Sheikh Musliuddin is the Qutb. And of course, Sheikh Musliuddin and Sheikh Ali are part of the same silsila that, you know, he is a part of. He's a mudarris. I don't think he was actively ever even a Khalifa. You know, he wasn't like, he didn't have the title like, you know, they like Hussein, they and all these other people who were kind of like, you know, like subservient or are the murids of these saints. They would have been line to succeed, but yet he is still very much concerned with, you know, like people going to the shrine, people giving bit of the war booty to the saint so that the saint could then redistribute it and use it to logistically manage, you know, this cult of shrines that is existing in the Hungarian marches at that time. So it's propaganda in that sense, for that ethos, for that order, for that way of conceiving of divinity being constantly being accessible through Sufi bodies. That's his whole argument. But he does mention that, like, you know, Sheikh Musliuddin is the Qutb. And of course, the idea of like a saintly body compelling order in the world is implied in the very title of the Qutb. If you're the pole, you're the one who pegs the social order. You're the one that connects the terrestrial and heavenly realms. You're liminal in that sense that Zainab initially mentioned in her. The axis mundi, as it were. So, but his criteria is that the Qutb should be able to also control supernatural forces, because a Qutb has to maintain the military order. He's really concerned with the military order and invisible armies aiding, because he is writing for a frontier society. So that concern is really echoed in his hagiography. And yeah, my intervention is just that we need to take bodies more seriously, and just this idea of sheer presence. When somebody says somebody is a Qutb, what does that ritually entail in terms of spatial emplacement and cosmological role? That's essentially what I'm arguing. But thank you.
Narratives about the hidden armies or references to the Rajab guide appear only when Ottomans were fighting against the Habsburgs or the Christian powers, or do you come across them when it's the warfare between the Ottomans and the Safavids or any other Muslims?
So since the Silsilatul Muqarrabin wa Manaqib al-Muntaqin is half, you know, about like the Sufis of, like, of course, you know, like, you know, the East, but then only in the early part of, like, you know, like in the middle periods. The second half of the work is entirely devoted to the Sufis of the Balkan era, and they are associated primarily with the Balkan sphere, so with their conquest with the Habsburgs. Though when he's laying out his entire scheme of social cosmological order, he says when the Khilafat was in the Persian lands, was in Baghdad, power was in the Persian lands, and all of these famous Sufis like Hassan al-Basri and Suhrawardi were percolating around the men of the Devlet-e Zahiri, and the Devlet-e Batini was helping them. But then when like the power is lost and God's fortune is no longer there, smiling upon, you know, the Baghdad Caliphate, power goes further west. And as power shifts further west, the Sufis go with the power as well, and then compel further kind of thaumaturgical power through their bodies to go out into the frontier. So he's making a kind of like Ibn Khaldun rise and fall of empires argument, but instead of asabiya, you have the bodies of saints, which then maybe compel a kind of asabiya and social solidarity that is part of the Sufi body's grace. So but he doesn't mention the Safavids at all in the few hagiographies that I focused on. Like the hagiographies are really tiny. The hagiography of Sheikh Ali and Sheikh Musliuddin are by far the largest entry and take up the bulk of the space. Not the bulk of the space, but they're the largest entries, like 5, 6, 7, 8 folios. But yeah, need to look at that more, I guess. We also have Ethan mentioning.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for this talk. I first want to say that I absolutely agree with your larger point of having to take account of the theological along with the political. These are not separable categories. Absolutely. I have sort of a mix. It's sort of a mixture of a question and a comment. I did some work actually and presented at one of Ghost's earlier workshops on the Battle of Hachova, Mesokarestes, in 1596, and different Ottoman accounts of that, grappling with the miracle of that battle, and how to explain it. And no surprise, a lot of the accounts talk in the terms that you have just set forth about invisible entities, the Rijalul Ghaib, and so forth. There are other ways of discussing the miracle that become, I think, more popular in the 17th century, particularly focused around the vestiges of the prophet that were brought to that battle.
Yes.
But immediately afterwards, most of the discussion seems to be drawing on this frontier lore, this very mystical idea of invisible hosts. What I seem to find was that a lot of these discussions are coming from circles very close to the palace, which is interesting.
Okay.
Which is interesting to me. That it seemed very important for people around Mehmed III to tap into that lore. I don't know if you've found this yourself or could comment on that, but I thought it might be an interesting point for you that this is also a discourse that people who are in Istanbul want to, I think, take advantage of, or they're. I mean, I don't want to. That sounds like it's manipulative and instrumental, but you see what I mean.
Yes.
Anyhow, thank you so much for your paper.
Oh no, thank you for that question, and you're absolutely right. I mean, so of course Muniri is coming up with his own logic, right? He's trying to kind of like argue that the saints are what compelling it, and like the central state like does not appear that much in his comments, though of course Mehmed III would want to do that. We see, of course, a change in Ottoman kingship happening around the time of Murad III. Actually, around the time of Selim II, and then later on Murad III, where heroic kingship changes to cosmic kingship. What do I mean? A kingship that is performed primarily on the field of battle now has to be performed through material relics and has to be performed through the status of the Sultan as a cosmic pivot. Once again, a cosmic pivot, almost like a Qutb-like status, right, where he can compel cosmic order. Also, just from the confines of the palace as well, he doesn't have to lead armies. So, but how do you show that, of course, the relics now that you're increasingly, putting into the Topkapi Palace as shrines to be venerated as kind of touchstones of sovereignty, how do you know that they're working? Well, one of the ways you demonstrate that is through the kind of Rijal al-Ghaib kind of like, like discourse. So it can be made by both a frontier logic, and I think it can be made by both the central state logic as well, because the central state at this point is, like I said, is undergoing a change from heroic kingship to cosmic kingship. It's not I'm not really arguing that this is a component of agrarian religion or agrarian magic, for example, as James Grehan, for example, would phrase it. I do think that occultist logics are still very much at the center of the Ottoman kingship phenomena, and particularly become more important after Murad III. Thank you, Ethan.
So it's related in a way at a practical level. How much at the turn of the 17th century dervishes, sheikhs, and so on are active military in a military way at the frontier? So do you have you cross-checked in the archives, or do we have accounts? Because it should be interesting to see what happens in the field. If there is something declining, because we know from the past that was a practice, existing practice. But what is left at that time?
Right. Yeah, no, so I haven't looked at the archives to that, and like my only source for this is the hagiography that I'm looking at. I would not be surprised that their actual participation perhaps might have decreased because of the Jalali incursions and then like depopulation, which then might have affected the Waqf source bases of the Sufis themselves. But I would need to look at some archival stuff for that. And like I tend to be happiest when I have one text that I can just like pour into and read, and then just get into the nitty-gritty literary kind of like qualities of it, as opposed to perhaps try to find out in the archive. I don't know if we would find much in the archive there to kind of show us what might have been happening, because the archives of the early 17th century are, as you know, like very, very sketchy. We won't be able to know exactly who was participating and in what capacity they were participating. I think it's possibly a question for Nathalie Claire, who is the person who has done this kind of foundational work.
I think there is a remark or question by Ms. Buturovic. Oh, I had seen a hand and then unraised.
Thank you for the fascinating paper. It's very close to my heart to read, to listen about this zone of action. I'm very curious about the last images that you showed and the discussion about martyrdom and in one of the aspects of my work that I did on death culture, this issue of cephalophoric martyrs in the Balkans that kind of bring together the Byzantine or Eastern Orthodox idea of the echelon of the armies, celestial armies, with this idea of shahada. And I think it's a very powerful motif that has the Sufi dimensions, but I hadn't been able to actually pursue them in the way I think in which you are tapping in now. This whole notion that at the moment of martyrdom, particularly with the kind of ultimate violence of decapitation, you in fact see the truth. You come face to face with the truth, even though your head is disembodied head. So it's this sort of act of it's almost beautiful, it's almost sublime lyrically that this goes hand in hand. And I wonder whether you can maybe think of that a little bit, or pursue that a little bit. What is it about decapitation? What is it about this embodiment that in fact brings attention to the body as the site of any kind of truth making or any kind of truth revealing?
Right, of course. Well, it reminds me at least, so the decapitation one is another narrative associated with Musliddin that the copier who first made the copy wrote in the margins. The actual narrative that's in the text is of the soldier being martyred, perhaps not decapitated, but then lives on to exact one final revenge. He kills a whole bunch of people. He's very brave, but then he doesn't die. But that kills his enemy and then subsequently expires. And that, of course, speaks to what actually I think is happening here. This kind of embodied performance is what we call the sovereign exception, the right to take and give life, right? The sovereign is above and beyond, the Sufi sovereign is also above and beyond all human distinction, and he has the power to grant life and take life, which is, of course, the prerogative only of either kings or God, who are the ultimate sovereign. So that is what ultimately they are showcasing. They're showcasing two things. A, the sovereignty of the saint who's able to resurrect almost somebody just for the moment, before that person expires, so his sovereignty. But like I said, all these instances are supposed to be read as just the most dramatic illustration of many similar instances that the saint constantly is performing in society. So when we read a miracle narrative like this, we're not supposed to read it, oh, the saint only did that once. No, the saint constantly does that. The reason why Ottoman armies are so successful against all odds and are so successful, even when they're outnumbered, is because the saint is constantly giving life to the dead, and the dead then kind of in perhaps zombie form fight off the Habsburg. And that is what we associate Ottoman victories to. We don't associate it with particular military skill, a particular full treasury coming from Istanbul, it's associated with the Eftad, and it's associated with the Aktab. That is who is doing this. So, but in terms of the demonstration in that point, the kind of sublime, the sublime is the sovereign. The sovereign is able to give life and take life. This is something that the Ottoman sultans actually do in a very circumscribed fashion when they go on the hunt. Increasingly, they kill many things in sight, which is supposed to furnish the sultan's bloodlust, his hunharlik, right? What is that demonstrating? That is demonstrating the sultan's power to take life and give life. So that is what the sovereign has to do to be above all religious, social, and economic distinction. Thank you.
Well, I think we have to, because even as the chair, I have to make, because I disagree with many points, but as a chair, I cannot formulate them, but we can discuss. And so now the time is for Feza Günergun, who is recently retired professor of history of science at the University of Istanbul. Her main research interests are the introduction and dissemination of modern sciences in Turkey, with special emphasis on Turkish translations of European science books, popular science journals, scientific instrument collections, and biographies of scholars. So,
thank you. Allow me first to express my gratitude to Professor Marinos Sariyannis, who kindly invited me to this wonderful conference. And also special thanks to Maria and the team of the organizers who assisted me in various matters. So thank you very much, Professor Sariyannis. I have 17 slides. Not all of them have drawings. I prepared mostly text so that I could keep up with 20 minutes. So I will read them, but first explain me why I was involved in the study of alchemy in the Ottoman period. This conference gathers together, almost all experts on ajaib and garaib in the Ottoman culture, but I am not an expert on this very special subject. Therefore, I will confine myself to share with you my notes on Ottoman alchemical texts. Many years ago, when I started studying the history of Ottoman science, the question I had in mind was the following. Did Ottomans perform experiments to understand the workings of nature? For example, did they make experiments to learn about how metals or salts were formed? Alchemy, besides being an occult science, was also a practical science par excellence. Distilling, melting, evaporating, solving, and sublimating and other operations were among the many practices of an alchemist. Such technical knowledge was surely obtained by performing experiments of various kinds. It is known that the medieval alchemist, the medieval Muslim alchemist Jabir bin Hayyan, who lived in late 8th and 9th century, had a laboratory and was doing practical chemistry. We also know that in Europe in the 16th and 17th century, German physician or alchemist Libadius had a laboratory as well, in which he had performed various alchemical or chemical operations. The questions I am trying to answer is, did Ottomans who write about alchemy, there were many manuscripts on alchemy, made some experiments to see whether the texts they are copying or translating were true. Is the term gayet mücerreptir that we spoke about this morning, used by some Ottoman alchemists, can be regarded as a proof of their involvement in practical chemistry. At the moment, I cannot give decisive answers to these questions. I am sure that papers presented in this conference will give me some new insights. We spoke about, some presenters spoke about the control of nature in the Ottoman world. I ask another question. Did Ottomans control nature? This is also a crucial question to be answered with the next one. Did Ottomans investigate nature? To answer all these questions, many more, alchemical texts should be studied. I have studied only a few texts on Ottoman alchemy. I have seen that Ottoman alchemical text differs from other Ottoman science texts, mainly in two ways. Firstly, they were produced relatively in small number. when compared to the astronomical and mathematical texts. The main reason for me is that the alchemical knowledge was regarded as an unorthodox lore. It was not a subject matter taught in the madrasas. Alike the orthodox sciences such as astronomy and mathematics, sciences needed, that Ottomans needed in calculating time, solving inheritance problems, and tax accounting. Because this subject matter was excluded from the madrasa, the extant number of alchemical treatises remained small. However, there are some madrasa muntasibs that produce texts on alchemy. There are some. Secondly, alchemical texts were less studied than other Ottoman science texts by the present day Ottoman historians or historians of science or linguists. Why? There are, of course, some exceptions like Tuna Artun, who made his PhD thesis on Ottoman alchemy, and Akif Yerlioğlu worked on Ottoman Tıbbı Cedid, iatrochemistry. And there are some other researchers. Was the main reason for this neglect the complexity and the ambiguity of alchemical text? Or did Ottoman historians prefer to study the orthodox sciences, the history of orthodox sciences? Such focus could glorify the madrasa teaching and witness the productivity of Ottoman scholars, while alchemical texts may suggest fraudulent activities such as making fake gold. Well, now I will turn to my slides, to my 17 slides. I hope to keep up with the time. Could you just warn me 3 or 4 minutes before? Okay, thank you. So these are some drawings. The first, below, you have the first, the second, and the third one comes from Ottoman alchemical manuscripts of the late 17th and 18th century. The alchemical text before has no drawings because medieval Muslim alchemical texts had no drawings. That's why the Ottoman copies had no drawings as well. The one above and this one, this is a distillation apparatus. These are European ones. This one is the Italian multi-vessel distillation apparatus, and there you have other distillation apparatus. I choose this drawing because it's similar to the one that Ömer bin Sinan İzniki drew in his treatise. So those of Ömer bin Sinan are thinner, smaller. I think that the other one are more tombul, how to say in English. So this is because I said tombul that I had a cry. So it's more round, I would say. It seems that the space in the page determines the style of the drawings. Anyway, these are the only drawings I have. I will deal with them later on. So the first, we think about who were the authors, compilers, or copyists of Ottoman alchemical texts. The drawing, the photo there is not a 16th century Sufi. It's a 19th century Sufi. I was not able to find a genuine drawing of a 16th century Sufi. If you have one, please let me know. But I don't say that this 19th century Sufi worked on alchemy. So it's from a blog. But the important thing that the Ottoman alchemical literature in Anatolia was mostly produced by Sufi mystics that are locally known as dervishes and who are regarded as heterodox Muslims. These Sufis came to Asia Minor in the 11th century on, and they came from Khorasan, Transoxania, and Iran, along with the nomadic Turkoman tribes, and began to inhabit the fertile plains of Anatolia. So then another question maybe, why did Ottoman Sufi mystic became interested in alchemy? Why did they produce alchemical texts? Did they compile them in order to earn money, to make gold, or was there another reason for their interest? To answer this question, let's see how did they make their living. In general, Ottoman Sufis of Anatolia made their living by cultivating of the endowed lands, by farming. But they were dotted with technical skills as well. For example, they constructed lodges, built and operated water mills, dig wells, irrigated lands, setting up ovens, tanning the leather, and even those who were living around Bursa, they made the sericulture, the silk farming. And even there is a sheikh, I forgot the name, he was used to produce buttons, silk buttons, and made his living by producing silk buttons. And these dervish lodges, the tekke were vakfs, that is pious foundations, and the founder would usually meet the expenses of the tekke in conformity with the deed. Therefore, the lodge can maintain its activities with the money coming from the founder. So I want to say they didn't need to make big monies from transmutation. The 16th century monetary crisis, everyone knows about it. And you can ask what happened in the 16th century where many alchemical texts were copied in Anatolia, especially in and around Bursa. I haven't encountered a note pointing that in 16th century, Sufi mystics were involved in transmutation in order to produce gold. What I found in the literature, that forgery was carried out by professional forgers, blacksmiths, locksmiths, goldsmiths, and mainly by the employees of the state's mint, equipped with the technical expertise, because this was much easier to turn, to debase the money than undertaking transmutation, undertaking alchemical operations, because at the end of the alchemical operations, you are not sure that you will get gold. So that's why I think that Sufi mystics were much interested in earning money by cultivation, by their livestock, and so on. I mean, they were not very much interested in producing gold. So after having studied some alchemical texts, I found out, these are what I found out, I think that the motivation of Ottoman Sufis to deal with alchemy was similar to the Sufi mystics of medieval Islam. And the main goal was to become a perfect man and thus attain union with God. Talib, for example, was supposed, to pass through a series of stages of spiritual development in which he strove to purify his soul and remove worldly concerns. This purification is important because purification is also important in alchemical operations to obtain gold and silver from base metals. And at the end of this long journey, the Talibin or Talib would attain the spiritual truth and then the divine reality. Thus, the Sufi mystics saw an analogy between the transformation of the aspirant to a perfect man and the transmutation of base metals into gold. So there's an equation, alchemical purification of base metals is quite identical to the spiritual purification of man. And the Chile the tribulations or the Chile of the dervishes were likened to the various alchemical operations, for example, calcination. So this is, let's give me some examples of alchemical poets that have been written in the 14th and 15th century. One is the Risale-i Aşık Pasha of the poet Aşık Ali Pasha. He is the author of the famous Garibname and was a member of the Vefaiye community in Amasya. And the poem has 162 couplets, and this is just a few couplets there on the creation of the metals within the earth. Their beyan is etsad. Etsad means ceset, but here etsad are the metals. So you have here many terms for the substances. It says eğer zar ile zibak olsa tedbir hadid olur ayrışı lütfu takdir. Zar is sulfate, zibak is the mercury, and when you combine sulfate with a salt of sulfate with mercury, you will get hadid iron and so on. So there's another example. This is the Kaside-i Şeyh Safi. This is also a Turkish poem, but is a shorter one. And in this poem, you have, as always, many names, many chemical substances, but the text abounds with operative terms and such as pulverizing, reddening, whitening, blackening, sublimation, calcination. There you have all alchemical operations. At the end, they are a similarity can be seen between the operation and the purification of the or the transmutation of the talib, of the aspirants. Like he will have birds with green wings, for example. But there is no mention, no recipes about making silver and gold. In the 3 minutes left. Okay, I will be very, very quick then. In the 16th century, you have Cildaki, and the Cildaki is a very important alchemical figure of the 14th century. And it was very praised by Ali Çelebi Elizniki. And Cildaki works were much praised because they included large quotations from previous alchemists, that when you read the works of Cildaki, you read also the other famous works of these alchemists. So I will not deal with the ilmi mizan, the science of the balance. It's a very complicated theory, but the work of Cildaki was first translated into, came to Anatolia, was introduced to Anatolia by Ömer Ali Antaki in 1512, in the beginning of the 16th century. But the famous person who was interested in Cildaki and copied his works were Ali Çelebi, a Sufi mystic from Iznik. We don't know where he learned alchemy, but he says that he traveled during 39 years as far as North America, Arabia, Persia, China. But you have a similar sentence in Cildaki as well. Cildaki says, I traveled 17 years. I'm not sure if he identified himself with Cildaki. This I can skip. And Ali Çelebi Elizniki has a work, compiled a work called Mecmuatul Mücerrebat, where he claims that he made some experiments. This may be true because the statements and the sentences, when you read them, you can feel that he really made some experiments. But the design of this Mücerrebat looks... Okay. Sorry, thank you. The style and the design of the book of the Mücerrebat looks very much to that of Kitab el-Esrar of El-Razi, which was a practical alchemist. Yes, this is, he says, Gayet Mücerreb'dir. If we believe him, he made some experiments, but I am not that sure. And Ali Çelebi el-İzniki had not a laboratory, an elaborate laboratory that European alchemists had. In the drawings of alchemical utensil and apparatus starts in the 16th century with Salih bin Nasrullah, with the translation of European iatrochemical works. Here you have two distillation apparatus, and then after Salih bin Nasrullah, who prepared the first work on chemical medicine, which he calls Tıbb-ı Cedid, Tıbb-ı Kimyai, in Arabic. But the contribution of Sufi mystics was that they composed works on Tıbb-ı Cedid, on chemical medicine, in Turkish. This is one of them, of Ömer bin Sinan el-İzniki. The other one is the Cevherül Ferid of Ömer Şifai, which was very popular. And you can see below just two, the second is Hamam Maria, Ben Marie, from an European text, and the other one is Ömer Şifai's drawing. They are very simple. Just the conclusions, I do not want to summarize what I have said, but what I think that alchemical activities seem to have been confined to textual and spiritual practices. Experiment was not much involved, was not much praised maybe among Ottoman Sufis. And the last few sentences is that there were no Ottoman patronage of alchemy. Like the caliphs had patroned Jabir bin Hayyan, the European kings and other rich, wealthy people patronized European alchemists so that they produced gold for them. But there were no Ottoman patronage of alchemy. And I think that despite the attitude of the medrese, scholars who regarded alchemy as a harmful practice, and that ulema's commitment to theology as well as the lack of Ottoman patronage, the esoteric tradition of alchemy still managed to flower among 15th and 16th century Ottoman Sufis of Anatolia and produced a textual tradition, not a practical tradition, but a textual tradition. Thank you for your, sorry for
So now the audience, if they have any questions, so Tunç, Tunahan, and so many. From the ladies.
So I've never thought of the debasement of the currency in relation to alchemy. This is fascinating to think about actually. I wonder if, for instance, do we know how expensive an alchemical procedure would be at that time? How much the cost of making gold would be through an alchemical experiment versus how much the gold would be worth?
Well, I really do not know, but it should not be very, it should be expensive because they also use gold in the transmutation process, not only iron or copper and other base metals, but they also produce gold. And I think there were few alchemists who went to the Sultan, which Sultan I have to think about it, and said that he could produce gold and then took some money to buy gold for the transmutation experiment, but he didn't succeed, so he was decapitated.
Thank you very much, Feza Hocam, for this fascinating talk. I have a question about, you mentioned Zeybak, the mercury, the use of mercury. I was curious whether you came across anything about the application of mercury by any of these Sufi alchemists and for any kind of disease. Because the only example that I know is Hayatizade Mustafa Feyzi Efendi from the late 17th century in his Risale on Ferengi, the Ferengi,
yes.
syphilis, yes, and he mentions like quite a lot about mercury, but he finishes saying that this is being used a lot in Europe, but I have never applied this on my own. And he knows everything, but he doesn't have the practice. So, and I was just curious about that, like if you know any practical aspects of
the mercury mentioned by Hayatizade and the mercury used in Europe for therapeutical use was not mercury, the metallic mercury, was a salt of mercury. But huh?
He calls it Zeybak. I kind of
Dubi. Maybe I have to check, but it's not the liquid metal that was mentioned in alchemical treatises. In fact, the Zeybak and the sulfur that were mentioned in alchemical treatises were not really the metallic zebug and the yellow sulfur powder. So they were similar, but there were not matters, but a combination of matter and soul. So that their combination within the earth, with the according to ilmi mizan, with some proportion of soul of which determines the nature of the metal. This combination makes the metal formed within the earth. So it's different. The alchemist zebug and the physician's salt of zebug and antimony as well is completely different.
Thank you, Feza Hocam. This was amazing. I was especially fascinated by the drawings, images that you have shown. And my question is related to them. I was wondering if they are exact copies from European sources, or have you, have you come across particular aspects that suggest that they were adopted into an Ottoman context while they were translating the texts and images?
To be honest, I didn't compare the European alchemical texts, many alchemical texts, with the Ottoman ones. But I think that these drawings, not that of Salih bin Nasrullah, but the others, were made by the author of the alchemical texts himself, because they are very, very, let's say, simple. So you can see that these drawings are not made by artisans. For example, this is this one, I think. So it looks like a cake with candles on it. But on the other hand, you have an apparatus with many distillation vessels. So that's why I think that these Sufis did not have enough backing from wealthy people or the Sultan, so that they can produce good copies of the works they were trying to translate. But in the case of Salih bin Nasrullah, as he was a head physician, as he was in the court, I am sure that he had around him artists or painters. So Salih bin Nasrullah's copy is the drawings are much more elaborated than the other Sufis' text.
Since we are quite
the last question.
But Nikos has another question. So.
Oh, really?
So
okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
So Tunahan Durmaz is a PhD candidate in the Department of History at European University Institute at Florence. His research mainly focuses on Ottoman and European histories, early modern histories, with a special interest in social and cultural aspects of disease.
First of all, it is really a great honor and I'm very happy to be here. And I would like to extend my thanks first to Professor Marinos Sariyannis for inviting me to be here. And this is actually my first time talking about a topic that is related to my PhD research. in presence of an Ottomanist community. So this is this is very nice for me, and I am looking forward to your feedbacks. Like, this is something that I want to say in advance. I don't have any nice visuals. That's why in exchange, I'm going to keep my presentation quite short, and I will try my best at least. Natural and supernatural reconcile in the epistemologies of disease and illness in the late 17th century Ottoman world. How did this reconciliation provide causal explanations for the diseases, and did the involvement of the supernatural phenomena such as jinns in those explanations entail a fatalistic perspective per se? What was the relationship between disease affliction and the celestial events such as shooting stars, yıldız düşüklüğü? Was there any correlation between vernacular medical writing, meaning writing for broader audiences, and the reconciliation of natural and supernatural phenomena? How would the particularities of the Ottoman world in these aspects compare from a global perspective? My presentation is not going to endeavor to find answers to those big questions, yet we'll circle around them, aiming to create a venue for discussing those through some examples from the late 17th century, especially from the 1660s. And I actually have one basic intention in pondering the boundaries between natural and supernatural, as well as their reconciliation in understanding diseases and sickness in this period, and that it is to seek for a more holistic understanding of healing practices in the Ottoman world without falling prey to the restrictions of definitive categories. In the history of Islamic medicine, as well as the Ottoman medicine, the distinctions between various medical sectors in the pre-modern period, such as learned medicine, folk medicine, prophetic medicine, have been emphasized in the literature. Yet, were these medical traditions completely devoid of overlaps among one another? Let us take the example of humoralism, the medical system of the pre-modern world that observed bodily health in the balance between the four humors, namely blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Humoral theory and ancient epistemology was very much entrenched in the thinking of people from all walks of life, that it is impossible to contain it to the practices of the learned medicine. It goes without saying that the humors were employed by non-medical intellectuals as a means of analogy and allegory. For instance, a very well-known example is Katip Çelebi, and he was so well familiar with the four humors that he defined the four classes, namely scholars, soldiers, traders, and the commoners, in analogy with the four humors of the body. And it was also a common practice in poetry, for which many examples can be shown from various poets. And I think the most famous one is Fuzuli. But most importantly, I posit that humoralism also constituted the basis of the healing practices applied by the ordinary people themselves. Whether or not they engaged with the theoretical setup of humoralism is of no importance. And in that regard, some contemporary sources provide direct evidence. But the most striking examples are coming from, of course, our very Evliya Çelebi. And for instance, he once writes about a spring in Darıca, whose water was famously healing for many diseases. So thousands of people from Istanbul and other cities flocked to this place in the season of cherry picking in July to seek remedy. And this search for remedy turned into a days-long festival whose vanity cannot be described by words, and afflicted people kept drinking from the healing water for 3 days, and by the help of God, some of them will vomit, releasing from their bodies vast amounts of yellow and black bile and phlegm, sarı sarı, yeşil yeşil, safra, sevda ve balgam, and such examples from Evliya, through which we can see the widespread existence of humoralism in healing practices can be easily proliferated. Just like humoralism not necessarily being a learned medical framework, it was also possible that some phenomena, usually and notoriously labeled as folk beliefs by positivist approaches later, could also be in the agenda of some medical experts and authors. To point out the complexities of Ottoman medical epistemologies and to be able to rethink such terms as learned medicine or popular folk medicine, the rest of my presentation will bring forward a case study of 2 examples from the famous medical manuscript Gayetül Beyan fi Tedbiri Bedenil İnsan, compiled in the 1664 by Salih bin Nasrullah, who was also mentioned by Feza Hocam previously. And my rationale in focusing on Gayetül Beyan stems from some of its very basic characteristics, and that it openly shows a tendency to integrate the supernatural in his explanations, unlike some previous medical authors and their works who either omitted or palpably rejected such phenomena. And I'm not going to introduce Ibn Saldun, of course, in detail in front of this audience, but just a quick recap before I talk about those interesting characteristics of Gayet. He was from Aleppo, and he came with İbşir Mustafa Pasha to Istanbul in 1654 because İbşir Mustafa Pasha was very much impressed by him, and he cured some of his diseases, and İbşir Mustafa Pasha took him with himself to Istanbul, and then he served in various Darüşşifas in Istanbul, such as Fatih Darüşşifası. And then after the death of the Hammalzade Mehmet Efendi, then the chief physician, he was appointed as the court physician. And of course, Ibn Saldun became a familiar figure for the following generation of physicians, primarily because of his interest in iatrochemistry. And the scholarship presumed for a long time that he helped transmitting such contemporary European medical knowledge in latent to Ottoman scholarship. The unusual sources of Ibn Saldun have drawn scholarly attention so far. Particularly, Natalia Bashur's seminal monograph have meticulously dealt with the compendium of Ibn Saldun that includes Gayetül Beyan, which is in Turkish, as well as Gayetül İtkan, Feza Hocam mentioned, and Akrabadin, which are in Arabic within the context of the issues of not only Paracelsusm, but also the authorship and authenticity of works attributed to Ibn Saldun. And the fact that the author relies on traditional sources, namely the sources of Islamic medicine, along with the sources of contemporary latent European medicine, such as the works of Daniel Zennert and Oswald Crolius, is paramount per se. And this proves his eclectic and reconciliatory tendencies, especially in that particular trajectory of European influence. But beyond that, Ibn Saldun's etiological treatments in Gayetül Beyan also present a strikingly reconciliatory character on its own, in the sense that he manages to bring together observation with belief, nature with supernatural, environment with the body. And environmental conditions and natural phenomena play a visibly crucial role in the author's grasp of bodily health and diseases. But to our curiosity, this comes with wide recognition of the supernatural, or in his terms, avamın inancı, in relation to illness and maladies. In a similar manner to many of his predecessors, Ibn Saldun searched for the conditions of a healthy life and the reasons for diseases in the 6 essential codes, namely the air, eating and drinking, bodily movement and rest, emotional and mental movement and rest, sleeping and wakefulness, evacuation and constipation. And these 6 conditions regulated the relationship between the human body and its natural surroundings. To Ibn Saldun, any anomaly in any one of these conditions would give rise to disruptions in humoral balance and cause illnesses. Yet this emphasis on the organic relationship between the body and its natural surroundings did not undermine the role of the supernatural in explaining diseases. Instead, the author delicately positioned his stance where observable phenomena embrace, so to say, the imperceivable phenomena, and his obvious attention to common beliefs of people emerges as the main means in this self-positioning between natural and supernatural. And I now will talk about 2 instances that present more concrete examples in this regard. First one is related to the air. As in any pre-modern medical domain, the quality of air, hava, in a given environment was the most significant aspect of matters of health and disease in the contemporary Ottoman medical thought. Gayet as a medical text sets an excellent example of this notion, as Ibn Saldun discusses various reasons for why air gets rotten. And the quality of air matters because the putrid air is the fundamental reason for any kind of disease, the very well-known miasmatic theory. And he writes, a human being is not capable of holding their breath for an hour because the corporeal soul, or the literal translation, the animal soul, ruha hayvani, lives by constant breathing. Therefore, if vapors, smoke, and rotten animals infiltrate the air, humans start experiencing a variety of pains, nose bleeding, and aches. Furthermore, corrupted air, fesatlı hava, harms the animals and plants and gives rise to feverish diseases, humai vebaiye, smallpox, çiçek, measles, kızamık, and bubonic plague, of course, taun. And according to Ibn Salam, the quality of air gets corrupted owing to two main reasons. One of them relates to the earth, arz cihetiyle. When animals die, for instance, if their corpses do not get buried, the smell coming out of them corrupts the air. Likewise, if the dead bodies of the soldiers in a battleground do not get buried, it smells and fools the air. In addition, if a stream of water cannot flow, its water smells over time, and this also corrupts the air. The second reason pertains to the skies, sema cihetiyle, and it's mainly the celestial events that take lead here in this section. Ibn Salam writes that the gathering of stars causes the corruption of air, and this is only because of people's major sins and evil doings, maasi ve irtikab-ı kebair. And in this case, a plague epidemic is unavoidable. In a similar fashion, meteors also give rise to plague epidemics near the end of the summer. And Ibn Salam says this is called shooting stars, yıldız düşmesi, yıldız düşüklüğü among the people, halk arasında. And this etiology of plague brings together natural explanations with those of supernatural kind in a way, and also presents an avid interest in the perception of the common people. And what is more, it's possible to make connections between the medical domain and the perceptions of ordinary people by following the term shooting stars, yıldız düşüklüğü. For instance, in 1661, 3 years before the completion of Gayet, Seyyid Hasan Nuri Efendi recorded in his daily notes a wave of plague epidemic hitting the neighborhoods of Istanbul in the late summer of that year. Hasan Efendi lost many people from his family in this epidemic and narrated the devastating process. And while recounting the affliction of his son Mustafa with plague, he noted that Mustafa was suffering from a shooting star, yıldız düşüklüğü, and following that, Mustafa got afflicted with the plague and eventually died in a span of few days. It was likely that a certain Cinci Ahmet Hoca, a spiritual healer, has diagnosed this effect of shooting stars in Mustafa, and to cure, gave him a copy of the holy text, Nusai Sharif. I'm still trying to understand what this Nusai Sharif is. Is this Quran or something else, or this was? I mean, I don't know. And if you have any idea, I would really like your opinion about this. But unfortunately, it's not possible to interpret the materials of this text and whether or not or how it was meant to be a direct cure for Mustafa's yıldız düşüklüğü. The second instance of reconciliation of natural and supernatural pertains to epilepsy, Sara. Ibn Salam's emphasis while writing his Sebeb-i Telif is on the need to update the current knowledge, and in his opinion, so many different and marvelous practices, mücerrebat-ı acibe, and strange methods of treatment, mualecat-ı garibe, appeared that they need further elucidation. And this was accompanied by the arrival and upsurging of some diseases that the previous medical scholars, ulema-i etibba, did not know and thus did not write about, whereas they actually wrote. And one of such diseases was epilepsy for the author, along with syphilis. And in fact, a search in the contemporary court records reveal a good number of cases where the selling contract of a slave was undone because it was later revealed that the slave was afflicted with epilepsy. And there are so many descriptions actually in those cases, and they're very interesting, but this is a different topic. Getting back to the medical domain, Ibn Salam's investigation of epilepsy demonstrates a similar kind of etiological take and sets a similarly interesting example. He elaborates on the causes of epilepsy by combining various explanations from natural, supernatural, and supernatural domains. In this sense, he first notes that the ordinary people, halk, call this affliction jinn possession, jinn tuttu, uçuk, tutku. There are different kinds of words. And following that, he explains that the reasons for epilepsy are based on the balance of humors, saying that the corruption of phlegm, blood, and black bile, and also occasionally the yellow bile, can give rise to this affliction. To him, the actual reason is a kind of poisonous corrupt smell rising from the stomach and going up to the brain. And after acknowledging that also this is a hereditary disease, he just comes back to the jinn and adds that it usually afflicts, like you know, those who were born during the lunar eclipse. And following that, he writes that it is also due to the jinnis for some people. And his justification is quite intriguing at this point, actually, and deserves further attention. To him, this is somehow a why not point. And he thereof points out there is nothing against the possibility that bodily health and the humoral balance can get disrupted by the jinnis too. And this is another example indicating that the etiological epistemology of Ibn Sallum was a syncretic one that brought together nature and the supernatural. For instance, I should also mention his predecessors and their approach to epilepsy in this regard. Emir Çelebi, who wrote his Emmüzeci Tıp in the 1620s, or in late 1610s, I'm not sure at the moment, he completely omits the issue. He doesn't mention at all. And then comes Sakızlı İsa Efendi, the head physician at the court of Ibrahim I. And he acknowledges, bu illette avam cin tuttuğun itikad ederler, hatadır. İlleti sar sudai dimadandır. So he also rejects, but he at least mentions. And then comes Ibn Sallum and all this story. And I should say, am I getting okay? Yeah, I am coming to my conclusion. It wasn't very short in the end. I'm sorry. In conclusion, what did these examples teach me, especially considering them in relation to the question of Ottoman learned medicine, the so-called learned medicine? Ottoman medicine in the late 17th century could be potentially better perceived without categorizations as diverse bodies of knowledge with different epistemological tools may have coexisted and cooperated, as shown through examples from Gayet and the complementary evidence. Such definitive approaches may be as much appreciative of intersections between different categories. However, they still render it difficult to acknowledge the complexity of practices and epistemologies at the expense of categoric divisions. Second, the ways of thinking of the Ottoman healing domain were informed by the norms of various scholarly and non-scholarly traditions alike, different bodies of knowledge and disparate worlds of practice that seem unfit to one another in our modern eyes could be woven with one another and reconciled, and the resulting hybrid explanation might have been legitimized by the author's medical authority. Thank you very much for bearing with me.
This was wonderful also, and I envy you with a very difficult topic, but I also wouldn't want to be in your skin because these things are something I was always kind of afraid of, but still very rare opportunity to listen to the connection between, for instance, ingenation and bodily humors. This is, it's not easy to find material that works about that. And I have a curiosity point, which comes from another century, because I'm kind of chasing a story also, and in relation to ingenation and all of this. But this is 20th century, and I found this in documents in Syria and Palestine in the very early 20th century. So basically, the Great War period. There was a belief, a popular belief in a curse named Hapse. So basically, kind of like an arrest, which dictated that basically impure states, impure health states, obviously attract ingenation, right, and create more majanin everywhere. And this is the reason why, for instance, sick people should not be lying together in the same, especially enclosed space, why corpses are not supposed to be approached in a state of without ablutions, for instance, why menstruating women should be kept far away from both of these cases, and so on. Otherwise, jinns start with performing metempsychosis, and basically they jump into healthy bodies and they damage them as well. So, which is, I mean, it's basically kind of like almost pre-modern to modern virology. It has actual point, but I'm just wondering if you've encountered any words or similar beliefs from your sources, because I'm kind of off in the spare time trying to figure out where this belief came from. So
as you just said, so it's very difficult to find, like, very concrete examples from the sources, like, which denote this connection between the jinlenme and the humors. And I cannot actually say that I found this connection. What, like, what I just see is in Ibn Sallum's case is that he uses the humoral pathology as a doctor, and he also, like, acknowledges the possibilities of like, I don't know, of the supernatural, and there is actually no connection between both. But in the 20th century, I am actually not quite surprised, because this is still a surviving epistemology, and they, in different geographies, they intersect with different epistemologies, and the humoral pathologies is still alive in many parts of the world, I would say. And yeah, but I unfortunately don't have a concrete example to give you. Thank you. Yes, yes.
And answer in a quote.
My question was, there, apart from Ibiya's example, a particular emphasis on bathing in mineral waters for restoring moral balance? Was there a supernatural connotation of the water's healing qualities? Unfortunately not. And there's probably there are, but I haven't come across. And Evliya is, like, is where you go to find these kinds of things if you work on these things in, I mean, as all of you will acknowledge. And no, I cannot give any other examples from any other sources.
Estağfurullah. Can I also ask my previous question to Feza? All right. Thank you so much, Tunahan. This was wonderful. You mentioned to the end of your talk a text written on behalf of Ibrahim, the first, the Sultan.
No, he commissioned by Ibrahim the
yeah.
First. Commissioned by Ibrahim the First. This is not a very well-known medical text, I would say. I mean, it probably went unnoticed for a very long time, but there is one article written about it and no transliterations whatsoever. It's a very interesting text called Devayül Emraz by Sakızlı İsa Efendi, and I actually found this. I didn't have any time to talk about the jinn, and also, like, it's just, of the whole situation we know about Ibrahim the First, but probably, like, there's also a connection there, and, like, it's just, it also needs further exploration.
Yes, my question was about that, actually, because Ibrahim, as you mentioned, was famous for his mental crisis. He has his first-person narratives, reports in the archives, full of really weird stuff. I wonder whether there is any marked increase in the composition of medical texts that directly touch upon his mental problems.
This is an amazing question, Tunç Hocam. I don't really have an answer for this, but this is definitely something to, like, something to pursue. Probably, why not? It is very likely, and because this must have also influenced that Sakızlı İsa Efendi was appointed and deposed for 4 times. And because there is also the factor of Cinci Hüseyin Efendi at that time. And, like, there is this, I don't know, the competition between both, probably, I don't know. And most likely, and probably, like, they had to make an explanation with respect to this, because he rejects very sharply. When, like, he mentions the jinn, and then he says, no, this is a mistake. This is completely erroneous. And, like, yeah, but probably there is.
Because the moments of crisis is also the moment of opportunities. So many medical experts, I assume, wanted to use that as an opportunity to assert their expertise and find a remedy to his problems.
Maybe I mean, and also I mean my work, because it wasn't my intention to work on medical sources actually, because I am coming from a very different point, and what I focused very narrowly actually, and I confess this, is the medical manuscripts produced at the Ottoman court, and so probably there is also outside. I mean, I still need to explore, and it's a terra incognita still, as you would all know. It's
again, I don't know how to say, exercise my jubilate, you know.
Thank you for this very interesting and informative presentation. I didn't know that there were genes in Salih bin Sellum's Gayetülik'ten. But epilepsy is a very old disease. How prior physicians or other people explained the causes of this diseases. For example, you said an Ottoman physician rejected genes, but what this was replaced? He said maybe it's not genes, but the reason is something else. What's their explanation of former physicians? Thank you.
Thank you very much. What I can say is, for instance, Isa Effendi says, like, he talks about basically the etiology, the humoral etiology of the disease doesn't change very much, and like it's just, you know, in the manuscripts, in the manuscripts that I see, and justification of Isa Effendi that it is not related to gene at all is that he says it is about the brain, it's about the head, and so that's enough for him. Yes, it's about that. It's a sudai dimaiye.
Thank you so much for the lovely talk. I don't have any questions. I just have a little comment. I think that Nusai Sharif that you mentioned is Taun duası.
Oh,
because I remember I'm trying to find the reference to it as the you know, as under that name, but I have to look for it. I mean, I just found it. I found the text of it, Li Khamsatut fi, you know, but I think that there is a reference to it as.
I mean, if you can like,
so I will
give
try
me the
to, or you
reference,
can
I would love that, and
for it,
yeah, because this has been an open question for me for 5 years now.
Thank you. This was excellent. And I think because I work on the early 19th century, it's like exactly the kind of information I wanted to know to be able to say anything about the early 19th century other than that it's because we just don't know what a continuity between these centuries would look like if we don't know what the 18th century looks like. So thank you for this work. So my question, so I guess I'm trying to understand at which point disease becomes something external to the body in the Ottoman context. That's the question I think about a lot. And in my texts, I see this word acrimonia sometimes. I wonder if you've ever seen this. And it's kind of like when they're talking about a disease, take like a contagious disease like smallpox, for instance, they say it's too much acrimonia in the body. So it's some sort of something like a humor that is out of balance. But it's not a humor because I haven't seen acrimonia in anywhere else really. So what is that? And I wonder how early, what's the earliest use of that in Ottoman texts? Because that's something they are borrowing from European texts now. And is this an iatrochemical situation? I'm not sure. That's one question I have. I had another one. That's let me stop here and then,
okay. This is, I mean, this is excellent, and I will definitely keep that in mind. An amazing food for thought, because the first thing that I started to think was like, it's just, you know, was about the issue of contagion. Like it's just, how did they perceive it and how did they see this? Like it's just, yeah, humors don't explain it. Also, probably it wasn't very explanatory for them as well, because there was something coming from outside, but what was that? And they're aware of it, I think. But I have never come across like it's just, fifth element like this, like an acronym. But I will definitely keep that in mind. Yes, I mean, thank you. Yeah.
If no objections, last question. In that case, if you will dispute, then Ferrari is the question. So I don't know. So to Ferrari,
because I raised 2 times and he declined me. That's why. Actually, mine is not a question, but I just realized that it is from the 17th century onwards that I also noticed that these texts of the Ajaib al-Mahlukat, as I observed, that started to be included in some medical books. I can provide you some references. I don't see it earlier, but I see it in the 17th century. So that's maybe worth thinking that we might maybe converse about that.
I haven't seen anything like this. So thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wait for us at 7:30, but we can be a bit late. I also had a comment, and this goes very well with it. I mean, it strikes me. I mean, history of medicine is my good point, okay? But it strikes me with all this, and with Ferrai's comment, and I remember, I mean, do we have a kind of supernaturalization of medicine, especially medicine in the 17th century? Somehow, so for some reasons I cannot imagine now. I remember of Davut el-Antaki. Okay, Davut el-Antaki has this huge work, which is, I think, absolutely humoral medicine. Okay, Galenic medicine. It's written in the mid-16th or late 16th century, right? And there is this famous appendix, the supplement, which is not to be found in any autograph or in any, it's an apocryphal edition that is seemingly, I mean, now I can't remember, somehow I had dated it to in the 1630s or so, because of some references in Keshfu Zunun. Yeah, yeah, yes, in Keshfu Zunun there is a terminus post-vem or something. Yeah. So this appendix, this supplement, is a letrist magic, letrist talismanic medicine appended to this strictly humoral medical text by el-Antaki in the early 17th century. So I don't know what's happening, and if this is in medicine only or more general the 17th. I mean, it's just food for thought.
Thank you.
May I have a rija from Marinos and the conference? So, I mean, we have been like raising up, for me, really important issues, subjects, methodological problems. And I'm worried that tomorrow by this time we'll all be very tired and, disperse to the rest of the world with our case studies and small problems. So, my rija, which you can think, and this is to Marinos, and is that maybe to have like some little nice discussion time, although we'll be very tired and exhausted, and like to come up with the really important issues and questions that everybody has. He's not happy with it. No, I mean, no, we can think about it, but what usually happens in our ghost seminars, the time that we came to the discussion point, we're already over time. So my worry is like many of us have been working on case studies, and I'm worried that we'll just leave with our little notes without that.
Can we actually just do one Q&A at the end?
But it will be very unfair to other speakers tomorrow.
No, I am presenting tomorrow, so that's why I'm writing this. Instead of doing it Q&A after every single talk, let's just do one discussion. Because ultimately, why are we in a panel if we are just doing simple Q&A? I don't know.
Before the panel,
I think it will, with respect to our panel, And it might also help us keep our time with it.
So they can think about their favorite general point because there's so many crossovers.
Shall I answer your question? Okay, I mean, it's simply, I mean, we can also talk about it later, but there's definitely something going on in the 17th century with respect to that, I think. And many people try to explain this through the very Paracelsusm, maybe, and in the Ottomanist literature, like you know, Paracelsus, the name Paracelsus is quite visible to explain this, but I don't know whether this is the only explanation. But yeah, and we can talk about it like you know further.
Yani hani zamanımız yani hani 30 dakikayken 35, 36 vesaire ama çok iyi neticede geç başladığımız için
tamam.
çok iyi bir kazanç.
Tabii.